Hello dear aspirants, welcome to the Next IAS YouTube channel. So first of all, a very warm regard for New Year and all the best and all wishes for your selection for this year. I am Varun and today we are going to discuss the questions related to economy portion of ANUBHAV Prelims examination which has been taken by Next IAS, that is known as ANUBHAV-I. So this discussion will mostly about economy questions. Before starting this discussion, I will try to give you some inputs and suggestions. Economy is one of the most important subject in prelims examination. There are three subjects which you definitely do: polity, economy and geography, if you want to clear prelims examination smoothly, because these three subjects have concepts as well as a very huge portion of static information, static concepts, which can be directly asked in your examination in civil services. That's why you need to have extra focus in this area. My always advice to student is, in these subjects at least their focus should be 70%. For economy, you should brush up all the concepts. You should always go through the current trend, current data related to those concepts, because UPSC blends in economy both your static as well as dynamic concept. Beside it, the most important thing which I will focus in this discussion is what, why, how. What the question is asking, why the question has been asked, and how to solve the question. Lastly, one more thing I will do, what further you should look into. So let us start the discussion. And one thing also I will tell you, ANUBHAV is very important exam. Take it very seriously. Attempt the paper at any cost. This first ANUBHAV will give you an idea how to gauge yourself. So please, now let us start this discussion. First question of economy. This is question number 8 in your paper. So the first question talks about provision of public goods. Provision of public goods is commonly financed through taxation, primarily because A. Taxation eliminates inefficiency arising from rivalry in consumption. B. Individual users cannot be charged efficiently due to the non-excludable nature of public goods. C. Taxation ensures that public goods are produced at zero marginal cost. D. Taxation ensures equal consumption of public goods by all sections of society. So basically, this question is what this question actually asks. This question asks about the concept of public goods and taxation system. Basically, it is a theme which is related to public finances. So public finances is a topic in your UPSC civil services examination. In that topic, this area is covered, public good as well as taxation. So this question need concept of public good as well as how taxation or how public finances are utilized. So let us, before discussing this question, let us try to brush up some of the concept. What is a public good? It is a commodity or service both. It can be both. UPSC can play here also. Commodity or service available to all members of society. This is very important. All members of society without, this again word without is very important, without reducing its availability to others. Typically provided by the government and funded through taxes. That's why it is very important for you to understand that what is public good. It can be commodity or service and it is available to all members without excluding anyone, without reducing its availability to others, and it typically provided by the government and funded through taxes. Various examples of public goods are town roads, parks, public schools. National defense is also a public good. So public good basically includes basic needs. It basically focuses on basic needs like clean air and drinking water. There are two important keywords related to public good. The keyword are non-rivalrous and non-excludability. Non-rivalrous means that the goods do not dwindle in supply as more people consume. It means it is not non-rivalry. If someone is consuming, it does not mean the other one will not be able to consume. If I am using a public road, it does not mean other cannot use, other can also use. If I am going into a public school, it does not mean other student or other child cannot go. Non-excludability means that the good is available to all citizens, no one is excluded. That is very important. And the basic distinction between public and private good lies in their consumption, how they are being consumed. Private goods basically are rivalrous and excludable, often requiring payment and limiting access. It means for private good, you need to pay. If you will not pay, you will be excluded. It is not mandatory that you will get the services. That is the basic concept. Now, let us go back to the question. Then we will further also discuss some concept related to this question. So, provision of public good is commonly financed through taxation, primarily because taxation eliminates inefficiencies arising from rivalry in consumption. So, it is talking that because it is being financed by taxation, so it is saying that what is the benefit of taxation? Taxation eliminates inefficiencies arising from the rivalry in consumption. So, the trap here is rivalry, and we have just seen that these goods are non-rivalrous. So, there is no issue of being rivalry. Second statement, individual users cannot be charged efficiently due to the non-excludable nature of public goods. We will come on this statement again. Taxation ensures that public goods are produced at zero marginal cost. Now, what is zero marginal cost? So, basically zero marginal cost means when you need to produce an extra unit. For example, I am producing this pen. Already I am producing 10 pen and I am going to produce an extra unit, but the cost is zero. That is known as marginal cost, zero marginal cost. Marginal cost is basically about what is the cost of producing something extra, and when it is zero marginal cost, if I am producing something extra, it does not have any cost. That's the meaning and concept of zero marginal cost. So, taxation ensures that public goods are produced at zero marginal cost? No, never. Taxation does not ensure. If taxation is only a financing method, so we are bringing money, but it does not ensure that public goods are produced at zero marginal. Public goods has marginal cost. For example, if you are having 10 km of highway, if you are going to create 11 km, you need extra money. It is not zero marginal cost. There will be marginal cost. So, that's why this statement is again wrong. Taxation ensures equal consumption of public goods by all sections of society. No, if that will be the case, this is easier for government, na? If through taxation we are easily able to consume public goods by all sections of society, that is a very easy thing. It does not ensure. Whether taxation is only a financing method. Through taxation, government is collecting the money and financing any public good, but the use of public good is voluntary. I may be interested to use a public hospital or not. This depends upon me. This doesn't mean that I am going to use the service. So, basically here we have to focus on most important aspect, that taxation ensures equal consumption. No, it does not ensure. It is my choice. Utilization of public good is voluntary. Yes, it is available for all sections, but whether I will be utilizing it or not, it depends upon my own choice. That's the most important thing which we have to look. Now, coming back to this statement number B, individuals users cannot be charged efficiently due to the non-excludable nature of public good. So, it is basically saying that individual users cannot be charged efficiently due to the non-excludable. Because it is non-excludable, so what the issue is? First, we cannot make it excludable. It will always remain non-excludable. Non-excludable means voluntary use and voluntary payment. If we will remove taxation, rather what we will do, for example, you are going to a public park and I will assign a guard or someone to collect charge for that park, access to the park. What will happen? First, it will become excludable. If someone does not have money, they will not be able to go. And if everyone is going to use it, then who will finance? If government is not financing through taxation, from where the money will come? Either I have to take money from everyone, but that will be the problem. The moment I will put money, many will not use. First thing, it will become excludable, it will become private good, not public good. So that's why. Second thing, if we are going to not collect money, then it will become free rider problem. Free rider problem. What is free rider problem? Let us see, then we will discuss. So these are the things we already have discussed. Public free rider problem. What is free rider? It occurs when some individual consume a public good without contributing to its funding. So now, because the issue is the public good is free, you have to voluntarily pay. It is your choice. The moment it will become your choice, some may be paying, some may not be paying, then it will become the problem of free rider. That's why, rather going for this, taxation is a much better choice. So what I will do, being a government, I will tax our citizens, and it is easier to collect, it is more efficient, and through that money finance the public good. So that is easier, that is much better. This is zero marginal cost. It means cost to produce one additional unit of a product or service is virtually zero. For example, in common, it is basically in digital goods, like you have already produced one software, you just have to copy paste it. So their marginal cost is zero. But in case of public goods, mostly it is not zero. Even to provide service, for example, government is providing post office service, so marginal cost cannot be zero, because they have to hire someone, a postman, postmaster general, everyone needs to be hired and they need to be paid. That is the cost. That's why it cannot be zero. So individual users cannot be charged efficiently due to the non-excludable nature of public goods. That's why this complete issue is. So best option here is option number B. Individual users cannot be charged efficiently due to the non-excludable nature of goods. That's why our option B is correct. Now moving ahead to our next question. Question number 9th of your paper is, in a given financial year, the question is basically about, let us see, in a given financial year, it is talking the external account. The concept is related to external account. External account means it is related to the concept of balance of payment, which we have studied in static portion of an economy. Records the following transaction. This question is very interesting. Believe me, this question we have put intentionally, not only to judge your conceptual clarity, but also it will help you to understand how to apply your common sense and mathematical aptitude in your exam. This is very beautiful question. First, it is saying about merchandise export. It is happening $400. Exports, we are exporting, it means plus 400, we are getting money, $400 billion we are getting for it, because when we export, money comes. Foreign institutional investor, FII inflows, $30 billion. It means because investment is coming, again we are getting that $30 billion. That why it is plus. Net invisible, net means net of export of services, import of services, remittances, gifts, everything, it's net. Net means plus $80 billion. Again we are getting. Merchandise imports means we are paying for the imports. How much? $520 billion. So it is negative because we are paying, money is going out. External commercial borrowing, $40 billion. Means again we are, when borrowing we are taking money, plus $40 billion. Now the question is based on the above information, what is the current account balance? The issue is they are more interested in only current account balance. The question is asking about current, not capital. Balance of payment has two things. Now let us see what is balance of payment, then we will come back. So what is balance of payment? It has two components, current account and capital account. Current account is basically merchandise plus invisible. Capital, anything which has either creating asset or liability, it is known as capital, asset or liability. Here foreign investment is coming in form of FPI and FDI, it will be creating liability on us because we are taking money from them. Borrowing, if we are taking loan, external commercial borrowing, it is again liability. If we are providing loan, we will get again back, it will be asset. Current account, merchandise, which we are transactioning, it is basically in the nature of transaction. If it is in the nature of transaction, it is here. Merchandise, invisible. Services, factor income, transfer. So let us see our question again. Merchandise exports, yes, it will be in, so we will consider this. Foreign institutional investment, we will not consider this because it does not come under current account balance. So here basically the question is about concept of current account balance. What comes under current account balance? Net invisibles, yes, it will come under. Merchandise imports, again yes. External commercial borrowing under capital account. So we will consider this 1, 3, 4. One is plus 400. So plus 400, let us do it here, plus 400 plus this 80, we will subtract 520. What we will get? Minus $40 billion. So minus is means deficit. If it is plus, it means surplus. So deficit, this is deficit, this is deficit, this is deficit, this is surplus, cut it. 40 is only here, these three are wrong. So our statement or option D is correct. So this is how you have to do this, this is how you have to apply here common sense. Now let us move to our next question. Question number 10th. India has recently signed a Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement, TEPA, with the European Free Trade Association, EFTA, which one of the following countries is not, very important, not a member of EFTA. So this question, why we have given, because this has recently been, actually the agreement was signed in 2024, but in October 2025 government has notified this. That's why this is very, very important. UPSC can ask directly questions on such areas, they ask. So you need to know about the countries. So Iceland, first country Iceland, yes. Liechtenstein, yes. Finland is not a part, Norway is there. So that's why statement C is there. Now let us try to have some concept on basic concept on this topic also, so that if such type of question is asked, which areas you need to prepare. Okay. India EFTA, Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement, was finalized in March 2024 and it came into effect 1st October 2025. What is EFTA bloc? So it comprises of Switzerland, Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein. Historically one of the two dominant. So now there is information about EFTA. I have given some information, factual information related to EFTA also, that what is EFTA. So EFTA is basically historical one of the two dominant Western European trade blocs. Now it is very small, but it was established on 3 May 1960. 3 May 1960 is important date. They can ask this, that it was not exactly 3rd May, they can ask it was established in 1960 or something, to serve as an alternative trade bloc for those European states that were unable or unwilling to join the European Economic Community, which is now European Union. Its objective of this: enhanced market access, investment and jobs, and dedicated institutional mechanism for trade facilitation. Given 100% market access for India, industrial and non-agricultural. So important term is non-agricultural. If agricultural word they are using, there is no 100% market access. And tariff concession is on processed agricultural product. Remember these terms, these are the traps. Okay. EFTA nations will bring in a binding investment commitment. There is binding investment commitment of $100 billion. This data $100 billion, they can write $1,000 billion or $10 billion and 15 years. Here they will write 5 years. This is how UPSC manipulate. And 1 million direct job. Again at direct you will be confusing. So beyond these countries you need to focus on this, and there is a dedicated EFTA desk also to facilitate it. So all these are important things which you need to know about India EFTA. Now moving ahead, Next question is, consider the following statement. So the question is about masala bonds. This is a statement type question. Be careful when you are solving statement type question. Statement 1 is, masala bonds are considered less risky for Indian issuers compared to foreign currency denominated external commercial borrowings. Next thing is, masala bonds are denominated in Indian rupees but usually settled in foreign currency. Statement 3, this is new type of statement based questions are coming. Earlier UPSC was mostly giving questions like two statement were there, statement 1 and statement 2, but now they are giving 3 statement type also question. We have tried to enrich all types of question in paper so that you will be better prepared. After that, currency exchange risk in masala bond is borne by the investor. Which one of the following is correct in respect of the above statement? Both statement 2 and statement 3 are correct, and both of them explain statement 1. Both statement 2 and 3 are correct, these 2 or 3 are correct, but only one of them explains statement 1. Only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct, and that explains statement 1. Neither 2 nor 3 is correct. So let us see. First, try to have brush up our concept of masala bond. So what is masala bond? It is basically rupee denominated bond. Masala bond is rupee denominated bond. It is bond, not equity. This should be clear. That Indian entities issue. Who issues this? Indian entity in overseas market, not in domestic market. They will not issue masala bond in India, rather overseas market. What is the purpose? To raise fund. Most important characteristic is currency risk is borne by the foreign investor. So who will be borrowing? Why this has been brought? So before understanding this, masala bond actually was brought because there were a lot of fluctuation, or there is a risk related to change of exchange rate, like if rupee will start depreciating. So that's why it is very costly for someone from India to raise money in other countries, for example in US in form of dollar or pound in UK. So that will be more costlier. There will be cost of exchange rate that you need to take consideration. That's why here currency risk is rather being borne by the person who Indian entity, it is being borne by foreign investor and not the issuer. It protects Indian borrowers from the volatility of foreign exchange rate. It is rupee denominated. You need to know about this, that it is being rupee denominated. Currency risk transfer, it is transferring currency risk from the person who is issuing, that is issuer, to investor. Origin of the name masala means spices in Hindi. That why it was coined by the International Finance Corporation. Who has coined this? Similarly, there are other like samurai bond is there, dim sum bond in China is there. So that's why. What its objective primary goal is to help Indian company access a broader pool of global capital to fund infrastructure products or development initiatives. Now let us come back to our question. The moment you have brushed up the concept, you are able to understand. Are considered less risky? Yes, for Indian issuers. Yes, it is for Indian issuer less risky compared to foreign currency denominated external commercial borrowing. Yes, because foreign currency denominated external commercial borrowings depends upon foreign exchange. If dollar starts appreciating and rupee starts depreciating, they have to pay more. That's why it is less risky. Masala bonds are denominated in Indian rupees. Yes, they are denominated, but usually settled in foreign currency. Yes. The currency exchange risk in masala bond is borne by the investor. So statement 2, statement 3, statement 1 all are correct. Now both statement 2 and 3 are correct. It means either this will be there or this will be there. Only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct? No, both are correct. Neither. So we have already eliminated C and D. A and B, which one is more correct? Are correct, and both of them explain statement 1. The moment you have to understand whether it is correct or not. Right, because after this write because. The moment you write because, masala bonds are denominated in yes, that's why it is less risky. The currency exchange risk in masala bond is borne by the investor, yes, that's why again this is saying. That's why the moment you will write because, you will got the answer whether this is correct or this is correct. Most important confusion occurs to students in such type of question in A or B. If both are correct, use this term because after statement 1, you will be easily able to get the answer. Answer is A because statement 1 is correct and 2 and 3 are its reason. Let us move ahead to our next question, number 12. If the RBI conducts a US dollar India rupee buy sell swap auction, what is the likely impact on the economy? The rupee liquidity in the banking system will increase. Foreign exchange reserve of the RBI will decline in the short run. Which one of the statements given above are correct? So this question is very important again from the point of view that from time to time RBI does swap deal. Swap deal means when you swap something. For example, I am swapping this board marker with this pen, that is known as swap deal. So this is in here, in this case this is dollar, this is rupee. We are swapping when RBI is swapping. Now one thing is saying US dollar is bought by, the thing is US dollar is being bought by RBI and Indian rupee is sold. So if I am buying something, RBI is buying something, Indian rupees is being sold. So what will happen? They are buying and giving money. They are taking away dollar and in exchange of dollar they are giving rupee. What will happen? More rupee will be generated. So the rupee liquidity in the banking system will increase. Yes. Yes sir, it will definitely increase. Why my dear aspirants? Because it is going to increase the money, because when you purchase something you pay money for it. Here RBI is buying dollar, they are paying for it, more money is available in the market. That's why liquidity is increasing of what? Rupee. The foreign exchange reserves of the RBI will decline in the short run. No. Why foreign exchange? They are buying dollar. It is going to increase the forex, rather decrease. So this statement number 2 is incorrect. 1 only yes, 2 only no, neither 1 nor 2, not 2. Correct answer is A. Here you need to understand only the concept of buy and sell. We are very common sense, even it does not require proper economy. With reference to All India Rural Financial Inclusion Survey 2011-12, it is also commonly known as NAFIS. Okay, so there is a question on survey. A lot of surveys keep going on and UPSC has a tendency to ask question on surveys. So here they are asking about this NAFIS. The survey was published by NABARD. They are saying that National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development has published its first statement, second statement between 2016 to 17 and 2011 to 12. Now they are asking about what survey has said. Some of the findings of the survey they ask. This is pattern of UPSC PYQs from where we understand that such type of questions also come. That's why you need to know some of the very important. You cannot read each and every aspect of or each and every finding of a survey, but some of the most important findings you need to know, and best source is PIB. We will discuss that. The average monthly income, it is talking about average monthly income of rural households. It is saying it has increased while their average monthly expenditure, here it was income, here it is expenditure, declined. Let us see which one of the statement given above are correct. Now this is some of the facts related to this survey. This is directly from PIB. So this survey was, first fact is, launched in 2016 to 17 as a national level survey. It happens at national level. This fact is important. That offers comprehensive overview of rural population. This is not for urban. Terms of status of livelihood and level of financial inclusion, that is including loans, insurance, pension, etc. Now there are some of the insight from this. Is the second survey. This is second survey. First has happened in 2016-17. Some of the important insight from this is it increase in average monthly income has happened. Substantial rise has happened. Monthly income of household. Rise in average monthly expenditure. There is rise. Now my dear students, the question was saying there is decline. Brother, it is rise. It is going northward. So that's why this statement, yes, average monthly income of rural household increase. That's correct. We have seen from the survey insights. That's why this statement is completely wrong. 2 is wrong. Published by NABARD. Yes, it is published by NABARD. It means option A is correct. Let us have some other findings. It shows that increase in financial saving is also happening. Such things they can also ask. Kisan credit card. 44% of agricultural households were found to possess a valid Kisan credit card. They can play with this 44%. 10% people, 50%, less than 50%, more than 50%, such type they play. Insurance coverage. Percentage of household with at least one member covered by any form of insurance increased significantly. They are saying significantly it has increased from 25.5% to 80.3%. Pension coverage. Percentage of household with at least one member receiving any form of pension increased. It is not substantially but increased 18.9 to 23.5. Financial literacy. This is again a data. Percentage of respondents demonstrated good financial literacy increased by 17% from 33.9 to 51.3. It is again a substantial increase. So these are some of the important facts which you need to know. Keep looking for such type of reports for your prelims examination. That will help. Our next question is again a very important and interesting question which is related to financial instruments. Consider the following financial instrument. This is very interesting question. This needs concept as well as this needs some factual understanding. So it is saying that which are, consider the following financial instrument. Financial instruments are part of financial market. Right now a lot of questions are, UPSC has started asking related to financial market, capital market, because increase in interest of investors, that is retail investors in stock market. Wherever there is a change in trend, wherever there is something changing, UPSC always asks some important question. So first is equity shares listed on a recognized stock exchange, units of equity oriented mutual funds, government securities, GSEC, corporate bonds, and unit of rights, that is real estate investment trust. On which of the above is the securities transaction tax STT typically levied in India? So government on various investment or any gain from those investment put some tax, like STT is securities transaction tax. When you deal in securities, they will put this STT. When you will get some long-term capital gain, so long-term capital gain tax is there. That's why it is one of the important direct tax. STT is basically direct tax. Now let us brush up some of the facts of STT. So it is tax being levied on all transactions done on the stock exchange rates prescribed by the central government from time to time. The tax is charged at the time of executing a transaction and applicable to all equity and derivative. All equity and derivative is very, very important. Stocks, equity, futures, options. The concept of STT was introduced to curb tax evasion, transparency in taxation process. That was the purpose. So the concept is very important related to all equity and derivatives are. Here no mention of bonds. So on bonds there is nothing. Where it is applicable? This is taken from SEBI. SEBI is the authority which is helping in this. So term securities is not defined under the STT Act. There is STT Act. Securities Transaction Tax Act is there, which allows borrowing of the definition of such term defined in the STT Act but defined in the Securities Contract Regulation Act 1956 or Income Tax Act. Here what is securities is defined. We need to understand, very important concept is, if you will understand how securities is defined, it is, the question will be piece of cake, otherwise it will be very confusing. Securities is defined in the Securities Contract Regulation Act. This itself can be asked as a question in prelims. First, it includes shares, scrips, stocks, bond, debentures, debenture stock or other marketable securities of a like nature in or any incorporated company or other body corporates. Derivatives, units or any other instrument issued by any collective investment scheme. Other important thing is collective investment scheme. Collective investment where there is collection coming from people by some small amount, like our rights is there. Rights is one form of collective investment scheme. Another, government securities of equity nature. Government securities is there, but equity nature, not bonds. Government bonds, it is not talking about. Treasury bills, it is not talking about. It is talking about equity nature. Equity oriented units of mutual fund. Rights or interest in securities, securitized debt interest. So these are the areas where STT is, or which comes under securities under this Securities Contract Regulation Act 1956 or Income Tax Act. Now go back to our question. So which will be having this securities transaction tag? Equity shares listed on a recognized stock exchange. Yes, equity shares. Units of equity oriented mutual funds, they have directly said this. Shares, they have said this. Equity oriented unit of mutual fund. Government securities, trap is here. Government securities, but government mostly, in generally, only theoretically it is said that government issues something in equity form. Government normally, government securities are in form of bond, treasury bills or long term bonds. They are in bonds. So that's why this statement is not, this option is not correct. This financial instrument will not be taxed through STT. Corporate bonds, again these are bonds. No. Units of rights, yes, because it comes under collective investment scheme. We have seen this, that collective investment scheme, under collective investment scheme, securities are there. This collective investment scheme to the investor in such a scheme. Now that's why our 1 is correct, 2 is correct, 5 is correct. Option is B, 1, 2, 5 only. So here concept of securities was very important, and that concept is very confusing because it is not clearly given everywhere. Next question is, consider the following statement regarding household net financial savings in India. Household net financial savings in India. So this question is basically themed on savings, how saving is happening in Indian economy, and especially households, how they are saving. Household is the biggest source of saving in our economy. That's why this question is very important. There is news related to change in saving pattern of households. That's why this question is very important. Concept of this question is very important. First statement is a decline in households. Decline in household financial savings can lead to higher borrowing costs for the government. A shift from financial savings to physical savings. Financial savings to physical savings like real estate typically occurs during period of low inflation. Which of the statement given are correct? Now this question is again very important for us, because recently this trend we have. First, what is net household financial saving? It measures money saved in financial assets. Financial assets means deposits, stocks, mutual fund minus debt. That means if you have taken any loan. It reflects financial health. If financial health is good, so what will happen? We will be putting a lot of money in these areas, in financial assets like deposit in banks, putting or buying shares, putting money in mutual fund. These things will be there. Now this was the trend. This is from MOSPI. Okay. In 2011 to 12, you can say that this is physical saving. This is physical saving, and this is net financial saving. Blue color is net financial saving, and this is household saving. So you can see this household saving was 23, then it reduced during 2015-16, then it started increased till here, then again decreasing. Because of this fluctuation, it is always in news. That's why. Beside it, you can also see this physical saving, how it is happening. Physical saving, when physical saving is more, household savings, financial savings reduces. Now let us see, a decline in household financing can lead to higher borrowing cost. Now household saving is important source for, if household will save, where they will put that money, either in bank or they put in post offices. For example, this national and NSC we know na, so in that people save in form of fixed deposit or something, and government utilize that to finance their deficit, or they can borrow. So it is a very important source for government to borrow, and if household saving is less, government need to raise money from others. That's why borrowing cost, higher borrowing cost will be there. That's why this statement is correct. A shift from financial saving to physical saving during low inflation. Now when inflation is low, it means money value is more. So when money value is more, here you need to know the concept of real interest and nominal interest. For example, nominal interest, right now your bank is giving you 8%. Let us take it 8%. Inflation is 8%. It means your real interest rate is 0. You will not get, actually you will not getting any money. The interest which you are getting, it is being eaten up by inflation. So if the inflation is high, you will not put that money into your bank. Second option, your bank is providing 8%, inflation is 2%, your real interest rate is 6%. It means your money value is increasing by 6% every year if you will put it in a bank. That's why if inflation is low, you will put in financial saving rather physical saving. That's why this statement is wrong. Normally when inflation is high, people invest in real estate or they buy gold. Gold is also a physical form. So if inflation is high, they know putting money in bank will not give you anything, rather it will eat up your interest. So that's why they will say start. So statement 2 is wrong, statement 1 is correct. This is not the option, A is the correct option. Let us move ahead. Our next question is about Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation, DICGC. It provides deposit insurance cover of up to rupees 5 lakh per depositor per bank. 5 lakh per depositor per bank. Who pays the insurance premium to DICGC? So DICGC is basically a body which provide insurance coverage to bank, because we go and deposit to bank, and if bank becomes or collapse, or it become its an NPA become unsustainable and RBI notifies that it should be closed, in that case DICGC will provide you 5 lakh per depositor per bank. If you have account in that bank, up to 5 lakh. For example, you have deposited 10 lakh, so 5 lakh you will be able to get. Now it is asking that for that who pays the insurance premium to DICGC? That is the question. Now let us see. The depositor directly pays the premium to DICGC. Have you ever paid any money to this body, DICGC? So directly paying is a wrong statement. RBI pays the premium on behalf of depositors. We have never heard this, we will see. Concerned bank pays the premium to DICGC. We will see this also further. Then central government bears the premium cost through budgetary support. I have never seen that in budget there is a provision. If you will see the budget statement, there is no provision related to putting some money for this premium. So it is again absurd. Two statements are completely absurd. Now RBI and concerned bank. Let us see. DICGC is a subsidiary. So you can go to this RBI this link I am giving you, it is a very beautiful site. RBI is very important source for a lot of concepts related to banking. If you want to brush up some concepts, go there. Here it is giving all the information related to DICGC. It is subsidiary of RBI that provide deposit insurance to bank deposits, ensuring safety of their money in case of bank failure. So it is a subsidiary, that is important. It was first considered in 1948 after banking crisis happened in Bengal, and again in 1960. There is a Deposit Insurance Act, Corporation Act 1961. It has been recently amended. That's why this is very important. This act was amended and the limit was increased to 5 lakh. That's why it is important for you to know. This came into effect 1962. Merged with the Credit Guarantee Corporation in 1970 to form DICG under the Ministry of Finance. It operates under the Department of Financial Services, protect depositor funds and maintain public confidence in the banking system. Insures deposits of banks against failure. It is ensuring deposit of bank. The concept is, it is ensuring here, the concept is there. It is ensuring deposit of banks against failure. So if it is ensuring deposit of bank, for example, I am taking insurance, life insurance or health insurance from LIC. So who is going to, I am being insured, so who will pay the premium? I will be paying the premium because I am getting insured, I am getting the insurance. Provides credit guarantee to priority sector lending institution, monitors bank financial health and steps in when required. So these are some of the factual information. So that's why concerned bank or RBI does not pay the premium on behalf of depositors, because RBI doesn't have to do anything with the depositors directly. It is only a regulatory body. So why RBI will start paying? It is the bank who are taking the deposit and they are taking the insurance. That's why they will be paying the premium to DICGC. Again, it was little bit both conceptual, factual as well as common sense, which is very uncommon. Common sense is very uncommon. Next question. Logistics is across different states. Leads report. Again, we are going to have a question on report. This type of question directly being asked by UPSC, like World Bank, ease of doing business index and other things. So in same context, this question has been asked. Leads report often seen in news is released by which of the following organization? First is Niti Aayog, second is Ministry of Finance, third is Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, fourth is Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Don't mug up all the reports, but primarily do most important reports. So most important report, one of them is leads. Here Ministry of Commerce and Industry is correct option, because DPIIT under this body, under Ministry of Commerce and Industry, releases this index. There are some of the factual information I have given you. You can take the screenshot of this factual information. I will be here. Basically, it represents benchmark in logistic performance. Government is concerned right now about logistic cost. They want to reduce it. It is about 13 to 14% as per World Bank, and in developed countries it is around 7 to 8%. That's why this report is important. It is prepared on the line of Logistics Performance Index of World Bank. World Bank also releases Logistic Performance Index. In that context, it is again important. It is prepared by Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, that is DPIIT under Ministry of Commerce and Industry. These are the some of the frameworks, like what is objective indicator, what are perception indicator. You should know about these things. They can ask this too. Okay. Other things, 5 to 7 key corridor based on journey time, truck speed, waiting period, they prepare this. Okay. Moving to our next question. This is very beautiful question. Already questions on WPI and CPI concept has been asked by UPSC. So that's why we have also put this question. And this is first round. So we are giving you a paper which will help you to gauge your level of preparation right now. What is the condition of your preparation right now? By utilizing this paper, its analysis, you will be able to how much still you need to prepare. This is January. You need how much further distance to go in your prelims preparation, how much time still you can dedicate to your mains, how you have to balance your preparation, or you need exclusively to prepare for prelims. Don't take prelims casually. It is one of the most important stage. WPI, Wholesale Price Index WPI for November 2025 recorded a deflation of this. If WPI is negative in territory while CPI is positive through low, what does this divergence imply for the economy? Statement A, producers are losing pricing power and may not pass on input cost benefit to consumers immediately. The service sector is witnessing hyperinflation while manufacturing is in recession. RBI must immediately hike interest rate to converge the two indices. The rural economy is growing faster than the urban economy. These are the four statements. Now, I will tell you here one thing is very beautiful and very important. The moment some student will see this statement, first line, WPI for November 2025 recorded a deflation of this, they will trap in this, they will fear, oh, I have not read this trend. There is nothing to be do with this. This is only giving context for the question. The main concept is, if WPI is in negative and CPI is positive, what does this divergence imply? What is the concept behind this? The concept is required only. You don't need data. Producers are losing pricing power and may not pass on input cost benefit to consumers immediately. We will see this. We will see this statement. This is a little bit complex, that's why. Service sector is witnessing hyperinflation. Service sector is not in WPI. We know. Already UPSC has asked this question, and the concept of WPI says that it is only focused on goods, not on service. So this statement is completely, option B we are eliminating. RBI must immediately hike interest rate. RBI takes CPI or WPI into consideration. We all know RBI takes CPI into consideration, not WPI, and CPI is only positive. So why they need to hike interest rate? No issue. That's why, to converge the two, there is nothing to be done by RBI related to WPI. RBI does not have anything to do. Statement C is wrong. The rural economy is growing faster than the urban economy. It doesn't matter. Goods are being consumed by rural also, urban also, services also by. So there is no linkage of WPI only through rural or urban. So again, this statement is wrong. This statement hence is correct. Producers are losing prices because WPI is related to producers, and because WPI is in negative territory. If it is negative, that's why producers are losing prices. There is no inflation. There is disinflation. There is disinflation, negative inflation, and may not pass on input cost benefit to consumers immediately. There is disinflation. There is the input cost is reduced, but still they are not passing. That may occur. That's why statement A is correct. Now moving ahead to our next question. Which of the following pairs regarding the World Bank institutions is not correctly matched? Sometimes UPSC asks this question also related to World Bank or IMF. That's why we have given this question. Now first institution is IBRD, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Provides loans to middle income countries. Yes, it provides loan to middle income countries. That's what purpose IBRD is. Go on the World Bank site and you will find not only this four, one more body is there. There are 5 bodies. I have given you 5 institutions of the World Bank are there. First is IBRD, second is International Development Association, third is International Finance Corporation, fourth is MIGA, that is Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, fifth is International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, ICSID, and India is not part of this. This is also a factual information which you need to know. India is only part of this 4. So this also can be asked. So let us see one by one. So IBRD, it provides loan to middle income countries. Next, International Development Association, extend concessional loans and grants to low income countries. Yes, for low income countries this idea was there. International Finance offers political risk insurance to foreign investors. No, it is for private body. International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, devoted to international investment dispute settlement. Yes, so option C is incorrect. International Finance Corporation, it is basically about, let us see, it is about encourages private sector investment in developing countries. Okay, that's why hence statement C is incorrect, and that is our correct option is C. Let us move ahead to our next question, that is question number 96 in your paper. Consider the following differences between gold ETFs and digital gold. So there are two things, gold ETFs and digital gold. Recently these things are in news because these are also investment instruments. First statement, a demat account is mandatory to invest in gold ETFs, whereas it is not required for investing in digital gold. Second, gold ETFs allow investors to take physical delivery of gold for holding as low as 1 gram, whereas digital gold does not allow any physical delivery. Gold ETFs are regulated by whom? SEBI, whereas digital gold is outside SEBI's purview. Which of the following statement given above are correct? Before going to this, let us brush up our concept on gold ETF and digital gold. It will help you to solve this question easily. So gold ETF is type of mutual fund. First thing, it is important. It is a type of mutual fund that pools money. Mutual fund is a financial instrument. Pools money from investors to invest in physical gold bullion. Invest in physical gold bullion of high purity. Purity will be this. Who regulates this? Regulation is done by SEBI. Mechanism. Units of ETFs are traded on stock exchange like NSE and BSE, just like shares of a company, and each unit typically represents 1 gram of gold, my dear students. That's why it is 1 gram of gold. You need to remember this fact. It requires a demat account. Trading account are mandatory to buy or sell gold ETFs. Its liquidity is highly liquid, but limited to stock market trading hours. It means 9 to 5. After that it is not. Taxation, taxed as non-equity, it is non-equity mutual fund. Long-term capital gain is there after 3 years. Taxed at 20% with indexation benefit. Whatever the benefit is there, it will be indexed, and 20% after 3 years. Physical delivery, generally they do not offer. Generally, the word is generally. It is saying generally they do not offer an easy option for physical delivery, but rather cash equivalent on redemption. Next thing is digital gold. So it enables online investment in small gold quantities without physical possession. Here you still don't have physical possession. That's very important. Regulation, it is not regulated by SEBI or RBI, and SEBI has noted its lacks regulatory oversight. Its mechanism, an equivalent amount of physical gold is stored in a secure vault by the selling company. You will not have that physical possession, but a company will put it. There is no requirement of demat account. Transaction occurs through online platforms, and it is highly liquid. Its liquidity is again highly liquid. It can be accessed 24/7 because it is just like paying through UPI. So it is very liquid. Rather in that our gold ETF, you need to have 9 to 7 time, and it is through stock exchanges 24/7 through the platform. It is also taxed like physical gold. It is taxed like physical gold. 3% GST on purchase and 20% on long-term capital gains. Here also indexation happens after 3. Physical delivery, conversion to physical gold is often possible through partner jewelers, potentially with minimum quantity and delivery charges. Here physical delivery, physically you can get this. Physical conversion is easy. There it was very difficult. Generally it does not happen. Generally. So let us go. A demat account is mandatory to invest in gold ETFs. Yes. Whereas it is not. So that's why statement 1 is completely correct. Gold ETFs allow investor to take physical delivery of gold. No, in generally they do not. So we are talking about generally, it is not. As low as 1 gram, whereas digital gold does not allow physical. Yes, this is very important. This statement, this is little bit correct, but this is completely wrong. That it does not allow physical. It allows physical delivery. Gold ETFs are regulated by SEBI. Yes. Whereas digital gold is outside SEBI's purview. Yes. So our statement number 1 and 3 is correct. 2 is wrong. Wrong because digital gold does not allow physical delivery. They allow. Which of the statement given above are correct? 1 only, 2 and 3 only, 1, 2 and 3 due to this 2, 1 and 3 only. B is correct. So this is again very important concept. Such type of terms when they are in news, try to understand their features. If there is some factual information like 1 gram of gold related to this factual information is there, prepare it. Moving ahead to our next question. Which one of the following consequences follow if a bank deposit remains unclaimed for a prolonged period? So we put some money in our bank, deposit, everyone do. If you are not withdrawing that money, what will happen? That is the question asking. Money has to be transferred by banks to the Consolidated Fund of India after a specific period. That's a very big statement. After the unclaimed deposit is transferred by the bank, the depositor no longer retains the right to claim the amount. After the unclaimed deposit is transferred by the bank, the depositor no longer, again, I have deposited 50 lakh rupees and now bank after 5 years they are saying no, you cannot claim it. After 10 years they are saying no, you cannot take it. It will be nightmare for me. There is a chance that due to any reasons, due to health or anything, I will not be able to withdraw money from the bank, and now you are saying you cannot take your money. Do you think this is rational? No. That's why these questions always require common sense, and common sense is always very uncommon. Always remember this. Now let us brush up some concepts. This is given from RBI. RBI is the best source for anything you want to have concept on banking sector or financial sector. Balances in savings or current, both. It is saying saving or current accounts which are not operated for 10 years, or term deposits. Term deposits means fixed deposits not claimed within 10 years. If term deposit within 10 years and which are not for 10 years, from date of maturity are classified as unclaimed deposit. This is what is the definition of unclaimed deposit as per RBI. These amounts are transferred by the banks to where? Depositor Education and Awareness Fund, and that fund is maintained by RBI. Depositor Education and Awareness Fund is there. These depositors are however still entitled to claim the deposits at a later date from the bank where such deposits were held along with interest. That's what RBI is saying. You will even get interest also, but at a certain date bank will notify you. If you will go back after 10 years to your bank that, sir, I have deposited my money in your bank, please give me. They have transferred it to DA, because RBI is saying after 10 years, if it is in the form of saving or current account, you have to deposit it with Depositor Education and Awareness Fund. So bank will request RBI, then RBI will transfer it back to the bank and they have to pay interest also. However, despite public awareness campaign, it is not taken seriously. That's why unclaimed deposit was in the news. That's why this question we have given. So money has to transferred by banks to the government? No, it is DA, Depositor Education and Awareness Fund under RBI. So statement 1 is wrong, my dear students. After the unclaimed deposit is transferred by the bank, the depositors no longer retains the right to claim the amount. No, again they can claim, even they can get the interest. So that's why correct answer we have to find, and correct is D, because both are correct. All other options are wrong. Now moving to our last question of this economy Anubhav discussion. The question is about, consider the following statement. Again it is a statement based question, assertion reasoning type question. An IPO is conducted in the primary market, whereas FPO, follow on public offer, is conducted in the secondary market. Again, capital market is so much in news. In investors, especially retail investors, are pumping money. They are chasing a lot of IPOs. So that's why this question is again important. This concept is important. We have tried to cover this concept. Statement 2, an IPO leads to the first time listing of a company shares on a stock exchange, whereas an FPO is undertaken by already listed company. Which one of the following is correct in respect of the above statement? Both 1 and 2 are correct, and 2 explains 1. Both 1 and 2 are correct, but 2 does not explain 1. Statement 1 is correct and statement 2 is not correct. Statement 1 is not correct, statement 2 is correct. Let us see. some concepts. So what is IPO? It is a private company's first ever sale. First time they are selling their stock to the public. Then they will issue IPO. IPO comes. For example, a lot of IPO was in news since pandemic. 5-6 years. Last 5-6 years, so much IPOs are coming. While an FPO, follow on public offering, when already publicly listed company, the company has issued already their shares, issue additional shares. Now they are issuing more. For example, Tata Motors, they are again issuing. For example, Kalyan Jewellers, first time they come up, first ever sale they have made, it is known as IPO of Kalyan Jewellers. To raise more capital, often for expansion or debt reduction. That is concept of IPO and FPO. Now what is primary market, what is secondary market? Let us brush up this concept also in a quick manner. What is purpose of primary? To raise capital for the issuing company. Whereas secondary market, to provide liquidity and allow investors. So secondary market, already for primary market, I am having a company, I have founded that company. Now I want, because I have invested a lot of money, I have taken loans from bank and everything, now I am making profit, I want to get money from others and provide opportunity for others also to invest and repay my debt or something to bank back. So what I will do, I will issue IPO, and IPO is done in primary market, because first time I am doing IPO for raising capital. When I have issued my shares, now I want to exchange it or share it to provide liquidity and allow investor. Now I want to allow investor so that they can trade. I have already purchased a share. Someone other want to purchase it. I want that money for some other purpose. So what I will do? I will use this secondary market to exchange, and these are exchanged from stock exchanges. Transaction type is company issue new securities directly to investors. Here investors directly, they are issuing new securities to investors. Investor trade securities with each other. They are not dealing with company, rather investors are dealing with each other in secondary market. Price determination, it is fixed by the company. Company fixes the price of issue price. It is known as issue price of IPO. That is being fixed by company. In case of primary market, in case of secondary market, determined by market forces of supply and demand. Our famous economist Adam Smith comes into the picture. Invisible hand of market will play, and that's why demand and supply, through demand and supply, we know this curve, demand curve, supply curve, aggregate supply and aggregate demand is there. Through this curve, equilibrium will be formed and price will be determined, price P. This is value of stock or number of stock. As per the demand of number of stock, quantity demanded or quantity supplied, quantity demanded or supplied, this price will be there. Issuer involvement, issuer is directly involved as the seller. Who is issuer? Company, they are directly involved. Here they are not directly involved. Examples: IPO, rights issue. Examples: over the counter market. Now let us see, back to our question. IPO is conducted in the primary market, whereas FPO is conducted in the secondary market. No my dear, FPO, because here again what they are only doing, here they are doing additional issue of, company is doing additional issue of shares. So here they are only bringing more shares directly into the market, company is doing. It is not investor to investor exchange. So it will be done in primary market to raise the capital, additional shares for capital. That's why my dear student, statement 1 is wrong, because FPO is also conducted in primary market, and IPO leads to first time listing of a company's share. Yes, IPO first time, whereas FPO is undertaken by already listed company. Company is listed, but the share is still issued in primary market. That's why this statement is wrong and this statement is correct. So here 1 is not correct and statement 2 is correct. That's statement D. Option D is correct choice. Now this is how we are going to end the discussion. This was really a very interesting discussion. The paper was conceptual. Some of the facts were there. Some related to current affairs was there. I hope you had enjoyed the paper. If you feel that this discussion is very good, So you can comment in our comment section. You can like the video also. Please subscribe to our next IAS channel. And my name is Varun. If you have any doubt on this issue, you can ask on varun.kumar@nextis.com. You can write any mail. This is my personal mail ID. I will reply to all of you. So if you want, I will definitely reply for any doubt. Thank you.
So welcome to the Anubhav. Let us discuss the polity question. So this is Ashish. So first question says, as per the Constitution of India. It's a very important word that you should be giving due attention, that it says as per the Constitution of India. The population data of the census of India 2017, so which is to be conducted, will have a direct impact. It is also important to highlight this word, that is the direct impact on which of the following. Statement number 1 says delimitation of parliamentary and assembly constituencies. So let us try to understand what Constitution says about it. Yes, it will have the direct impact, since for the parliamentary constituencies Article 81 says, and for the state legislative assemblies Article 170 says so that after the census there will be a readjustment of the seats. So it will impact. Second is the allocation of seats to the states in the Lok Sabha. Yes, it will also impact, because the allocation of the seats to the Lok Sabha is directly linked with the population, and population data is fetched with the census, where it is written in Article 82, read to be Article 81. So if you are reading both the article, it will make sense. Question statement 3 says extent of reservation for scheduled tribes in government employment. So here it says government employment. So whenever there is a word government employment, so it will be policy decision, and there is nowhere written in the Constitution that extent of reservation will be linked with the population. It is linked with the backwardness of a community or otherwise criteria which is given for the different communities. So we will eliminate the statement number 3 accordingly. Statement 4 says number of seats reserved for the scheduled caste in the Lok Sabha. Very important, that as per Article 330, it says that there shall be reservation of the seats in the Lok Sabha. It will be linked with the population, and also it is linked with the census. So with the increase or decrease in the population of the scheduled caste, that is the SCs, the seats will also vary, where it is written Article 330. Also you will have to point that reservation of seats are there in the Lok Sabha and not in the Raj Sabha. Raj Sabha में कोई भी रिजर्वेशन नहीं होती सीट्स के, it is only linked with the Lok Sabha. Fifth statement says number of seats reserved for the women in panchayat. So women in panchayat reservation, it is written in 243D, which is constitutionally mandated that at least 1/3 of the seats shall be reserved for the women's, and it is not directly indirectly related with the population. It is constitutional mandate. Also if you read all this statement, it appears that since statement number 2 is incorrect and statement number 5 is incorrect, the answer will be having answer don't have 2 or 5 in it. So we will have to eliminate. So it will be the C, because even statement number 2 is also correct. So the answer shall be the C for question number 1. Hope it is clear to you. Now question number 2. Consider the following statement regarding the power of president and governor in India. So before going through this question, I will try to give you the context of recent controversy related to the accent to the bill by the governor, and it is related to the state of Tamil Nadu versus governor of the Tamil Nadu. So let us try to read this question in that context only. So as per the statement number 1, unlike the president, the government is not constitutionally bound to accent the bill even after its repasses by the state legislature. So here you will have to read this statement, which is qualifying one. It says unlike the president, means president is bound, the governor is not, nothing like that. We will try to understand the statement number 2 as well. Unlike the president, the governor can return the money bill passed by the legislature for its reconsideration, and both president and governor are answerable to the court for the exercise of their performance of power and duties of the office. Now first try to understand statement number 1 and 2. with the constitutional article. What constitution says? So constitution says that president under article 111 shall give or shall not, right, or can withhold a bill once, or as soon as possible they will return it bill for the reconsideration, and similar provision is given for the post of the governor. Here also the similar provision there, plus the governor can reserve the bill for the president under article 201. Now president can send it for the reconsideration if they feel so, and reconsideration recommendation will be given to the governor, not to the concerned legislator directly. I am talking about only the constitutional articles. So both are bounded, but there is an exception. Exception lies with the money bill. What is money bill? It is written in article 109. It is written that procedure to pass money bill will follow so and so, and what will be the element of the money bill? It is written in 1110. It is valid for the union parliament, and similar provision is there at the state legislature under article 199. It is basically analogous article related to the money bill, which is for the state legislative assemblies, and both president and governors will have to sign the money bill. They are bound to sign the bill, not the other bill, any bill other than the money bill. Now if you read the statement and you read the constitutional article, then it appears that state number 1 is incorrect, because they are basically bound to sign in case of the money bill. Second statement also says that unlike the president, governor can return. No, governor cannot return the money bill, they will have to sign as per the article 199, right, if you talk about the governor. And both the president and governors are answerable to the court. No, because as per the constitution article, neither the president nor the governors are basically bound by any court procedure, and this exemption are given not only the post of the president but also the person who holds the post. So it is applicable to the person as well, and it is clearly written in the constitutional article. Hence this statement is also incorrect. So if we go by the state basically answer key, how many of the statement given above are correct? So it appears that none of the statement given above are correct, because every statement is constitutionally flawed. Hence answer will be D. Hope it is clear to you. Question number 3. Consider the following statement regarding the legal framework for electoral roll revision in India. So if you are following the news, you might be basically knowing the special intensive revision which was quite in news. It is related to the recently conducted Bihar Vidhan Sabha election, and in the Bengal and other states it is conducted as well. So it is quite controversial news. That's why such news are basically cached by the UPSC. So let us try to understand what question says. It's a very beautiful question. Let us try to understand. It says the statement 1 says the superintendence, direction and control. We have to give due care to the all keywords. Superintendence, direction and control of the preparation of electoral rolls are vested in the Election Commission of India under article 312. So it is verbatim basically adaptation of the statement words from the article 321, 324. So it is correct. So it is the Election Commission of India who is vested with all these kind of the roles. Second statement says that a person can be registered as a voter in more than one constituency if they own property in multiple places. No, it is not so, because as per the RPA, section 16 as well as 19, if you read both the article, so you will be able to understand that in India there is a provision for one person one vote, irrespective of how much property they hold. So anyone can vote only from one constituency, not from the multiple constituency. It is very much clear. It is written in the RPA. Now it is incorrect. So let us read the article. Let us read the statement number 3. So it says that the Representation of the People's Act 1950 provides for the conduct of special intensive revision for electoral roll. So there is a tweaking of the statement. So you will have to read it very carefully. That is not RPA 1951, but it is RPA 1950 and section 21 clause 3, which provides for the provision for the special intensive revision or special revision of the electoral rolls. So this statement is also incorrect. So going by the statement, it appears that only statement number A is correct, that is the A only is correct, right. So this is the correct answer, that will be the A. Now question number 4. Consider the following incorrect statement. So we will have to take care of the words, qualifying words, that they are saying which statement is incorrect regarding the parliamentary motion. They are asking about the motion. So what statement says? An adjournment motion can be introduced in both Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha to discuss a matter of urgent public importance. This is the statement, and which single change make it correct. So it says this statement is incorrect, and how we can make it correct. So let us try to give attention to the each options which is given. Option A says replace adjournment motion with the no confidence motion. So if you know about the no confidence motion, so it is not directly mentioned in the Constitution of India, but it is a derived interpretation of Article 75, and Parliament has power to regulate its businesses as well. So no confidence motion is indirect interpretation of Article 75, in which government have to prove the confidence of the House. So and no confidence motion can only be introduced in the Lok Sabha and not in the both House, oblique not in the Raj Sabha. Why it is so? Because Central Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister is accountable to the Lok Sabha in particular, right? In particular, they are accountable to the Lok Sabha only. That's why it can be introduced only in the basically no confidence motion can only be introduced in the Lok Sabha. So if we are replacing adjournment with the no confidence motion, this statement will be incorrect because Raj Sabha is also there. Now let us try to give attention to the B option, replace both Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha with Lok Sabha only. So let us try to give the attention. If we are replacing both Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha only with the Lok Sabha, what will be the basically summary? So an adjournment motion can be introduced in Lok Sabha only. Yes, it is correct. To discuss a matter of urgent public importance. Yes, it is so, because as per the basically Lok Sabha rules, adjournment motion can only be introduced in Lok Sabha. So it can be only introduced in the Lok Sabha, and a permission of basically Speaker of the House oblique presiding officer of the House is needed. If it is signed by the 50 members, then presiding officers admit such motion. So yes, obviously this adjournment motion can be introduced only in the Lok Sabha and not Raj Sabha. In Raj Sabha there is another process which is different. However, it is similar to the matter of urgent public importance only, but not the basically adjournment motion. So statement number B appears correct, but we will have to give attention to the C and D as well. Never leave the options while attempting such questions. Now replace urgent public importance with the financial matter only. No, financial matters, for it there is a different tool that we call cut motion. Cut motion. What is cut motion? So again it is parliamentary innovation. You might have heard about this policy cut and token cut etc. So for financial motion there is no adjournment motion, it is basically cut motion which is introduced, and replace introduced with the voted. Again we will have to go through that. If admitted, only it is subject to the vote. If admitted by the Speaker of the House oblique the presiding officer of the House, only it is subject to the vote, and before that it is the motion which is adopted, not voted. So it appears that state number A, C and D are incorrect, and if you are replacing both Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha with the Lok Sabha only, this statement will become correct. So this will be the answer, that is the B. B will be the correct answer of this question. Hope it is clear to you. Question number 5. Consider the following statement regarding the estimate committee of the parliament. Now let us try to understand what the statement says. So it is asking about the estimate committee. So in parliament there are different committees. One we call ad hoc committee, second is we call standing committee. So estimate committee is part of standing committee, and out of standing committee they are part of the financial committees of the Union Parliament. Hope it is clear to you. And there are other committees as well that we call departmental related standing committee. Now first statement says that all the members of the estimate committee are from the Lok Sabha. Yes, it is correct. So estimate committee members are drawn only from the Lok Sabha, and ministers cannot be member of the any estimate committee, that is clearly mentioned. So Statement number 1 appears correct. And what is the strength of the estimate committee? It is 30. The strength of estimate committee is highest among the financial committees. Rest of the members have 20 only, not for the estimate committee. And among all the committees, it is the departmentally related committees, DRCs, which is highest in number. The membership are 31, and it can be drawn from both the houses or depending on the nature of the case. So if question is coming in all the committees, which committee is having highest numerical strength? It is the departmentally related committees. In few books, it is written that it is the estimate committee. Estimate committee is the highest number, only it is related to the financial committee of the parliament, not all the committees. Hope it is clear to you. Second statement says that it examines the demands for grant of the concerned ministries before they are voted in the parliament. Look, this function is basically performed by the concerned standing committee, not the estimate committee. Estimate committees examines the basically expenditure before it is done, right? So it is incorrect technically. Statement number 3 says it is conventionally headed by the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha. Now let us try to understand this thing conventionally. So who appoints the chairman of the estimate committee? So it is the Lok Sabha speaker who appoints, and it is the discretion of the Lok Sabha speaker. And as of now, Sri Sanjay Jaiswal ji is who is from the BJP heads this estimate committee. Hence, this statement is also incorrect that it is conventionally headed by the leader of opposition. It is the PAC parliamentary committee which is headed generally by the leader of opposition, but there is no rule so. So if we go through all these statement, which statement are correct? So we will have to understand that first statement is correct. So answer will be only 1, right? What will the answer? It is only 1. That will be the correct. Why? Because 2 is incorrect, 3 is also incorrect. Hope it is clear to you. Question number 6 says, consider the following statement regarding the Vice President of India. So it is saying about the Vice President, and what is the context of this question? It appears to be inspired from the recently conducted election for the Vice President of India, in which Dr. Radhakrishnan is appointed as the Vice President. Now let us try to understand the statement which is given there. First statement says a person cannot be elected as Vice President unless he or she is an elector of the parliamentary constituency in India. So let us try to understand what Constitution says about the eligible to be the Vice President of India. So it is clearly mentioned in Article 66 about the eligibility condition of the Vice President of India. What it says that who are eligible? First, a person should be citizen of India, should be at least 35-year-old, should not hold any office of the profit, and should be eligible to be the Rajya Sabha member, right? And to be Rajya Sabha member, let us try to understand what is the eligibility criteria. So few things are normal. What is different that you will have to understand in 2003, an amendment has been introduced by the Union government in which it was made that a person need not to be basically elector from the constituency they wish to be elected as a Rajya Sabha member. Before that, one have to be the ordinary resident / elector / voter of that place to be elected, so from the Rajya Sabha. This was challenged in famous Kuldeep Nayyar case, in which Kuldeep Nayyar, who was a famous celebrated writer, political commentator, who challenged this case, and after this challenge, Supreme Court held that Rajya Sabha doesn't represent the people of the states, but they represent the state. Both things are different. They don't represent the people of the state. They only represent the states, and in which he also held that this provision of the secret voting is not a violation of the constitution, because it is the government who can basically design such policies. This is policy matter. So hence it is also held that this criteria of ordinary resident of a state was done away with this Supreme Court decision under Kuldeep Nayyar case. It is landmark judgment. Try to recall, Manmohan Singh ji, he used to come from the Punjab / Delhi, used to be elected from the Assam constituency. So if we go by this fact as well, so this statement will be incorrect. this statement will be analyst elector of the incorrect. ठीक है, चलिए. According to the Constitution of India, the election to the office of Vice President shall be conducted by secret ballot. Yes, it is clearly mentioned that election for the Vice President will be conducted by the secret ballot. It is correct. Unlike the election of the President, the value of each vote cast in the Vice President election is the same. It is also correct because for the post of the President, there is a formula given how votes are calculated. It is generally drawn from the population of India. For example, value of an MLA's vote for the post of the President is drawn with a formula that one should be keep in mind population of that state, followed by the members of state assemblies elected from the state, means MLAs, multiplies by 1 into 1000. This is the formula, and whatever the number will come, this will the value of one vote of one electoral college member, which is not case with the Vice President election, in which one vote is one person holds only one vote. For the post of the President, the vote value varies from the state to state depending on their population, which is not the case with the case of the President. And the vote is done on the proportional representative by secret ballot as well. Now, next statement says the provisions of anti-defection laws are not applicable to the post of the Vice President election. Yes, for the post of the President and Vice President, this anti-defection is not applicable because it is applicable only for the legislative purposes, means for example election purposes or otherwise, in which will apply, not for the post of the Vice President or for that matter President only. So, going by all these statement, which statement will be correct? So, all four statement will be correct, because this is one statement is also says that a person can not be elected as Vice President unless he is an elector of the parliamentary constituency in India. It's also one should be elected and other qualifications should also be met. Second is also correct, that according to the Constitution, the election of the Vice President shall be conducted by the secret vote. Third is also correct, that unlike the election of the President, the value of each vote is fixed, ठीक है ना, in the and which is one vote, one person, one vote. And the provision of anti-defection law are not applicable to the Vice President. All these statements are correct. Hence, the answer will be D. That is, the all four statements are correct. Let us try to understand question number 7. Personality rights are primarily composed of which of the following rights? So, it is basically based on the recent issue in which you might have heard about this personality right, which came into attention after the Amitabh Bachchan, Anil Kapoor, Aishwarya Rai, they all filed petition in the various high courts, and in which it was derived that the component of personality right will include a right to be publicity and right to privacy, and as of now right to be forgotten is not part of the right, personality right. So, what shall be the answer? That will be B, A, and 1 and 2 only will be the correct answer.
Hello students, welcome to this Anubhav discussion, and we will be taking the discussion of the polity section here. So, there are total of 7 questions in your polity section that I will be taking, and before proceeding with the discussion of these questions, what I just want all of you to understand that, see, most of you must be referring some standard textbooks like Lakshmikant, D.D. Basu, right, as a source for the polity section, and those are sufficient sources. But I would also recommend that you should also try and look at the Bayer Act. Why am I saying that? Because many of the questions that come in UPSC Prelims from polity, and I will show you from here also, these some of the questions that have been asked can be solved if you know the express provision that is there in the Constitution, right? So, let us proceed with the first question, question number 49 that we are going to discuss today. So, question number 49, with reference to the constitutional framework for tribunals in India, consider the following statements. Now, tribunals is a very important topic this year. Last year, Tribunal Reforms Act 2021. So, Supreme Court quashed the Tribunal Reforms Act of 2021. Some of the provisions of the Act with respect to the appointment tenure. It also recommended the government to create a national tribunal commission. So all of that has been in current affairs, and UPSC in this year's main has also asked a question on tribunals. So you can very well expect one question on tribunals, right? So a very important area from prelims perspective. So what is the question with respect to the constitutional framework of tribunals in India? So the first statement, administrative tribunals can be established by both parliament and state legislatures. Tribunals for tax related matters can be created only by parliament, right? Focus on the word only. The constitution does not provide for the establishment of appellate tribunals for administrative tribunals. So that is the question it is asking, that whether the constitution provides for establishment of appellate tribunals or not. Right. Now coming to tribunals, what are tribunals? Tribunals are judicial and quasi-judicial bodies which are created to handle specific type of disputes which would require expertise and faster resolution. So the objective of having a tribunal was to ensure that the burden on the regular courts is reduced and resolution is faster, right? So for the entire tribunal system in India, the constitutional basis of tribunals was created through the 42nd Amendment Act. Which inserted Article 323A and Article 323B. These are two very important provisions that you should know. Now Article 323A, it allows Parliament to create administrative tribunals for public service matters. So who will create? Parliament will create for public service matters, right? And Article 323B, it allows both Parliament and state legislatures. So here we have both Parliament plus state legislatures to create tribunals on subject matters related to taxation, corporate law, industrial disputes, etc., etc., and that can be created in those areas where they have their own legislative competence, right? So the first statement, administrative tribunals can be established by both Parliament and state legislatures, that is incorrect, right? That is incorrect. If you look at the provisions from the Constitution, I'll just show you what Article 323A talks about. Article 323A, आप पढ़ें इसको, Parliament may by law provide for adjudication of trial by administrative tribunals for disputes and complaints with respect to recruitment conditions, etc. तो article start ही होता है Parliament से. So there is no doubt that only Parliament is competent to create an administrative tribunal. अब clause 2 में अगर आते हैं तो clause 2, ये बहुत important article है. clause 2 में अगर आप आते हैं तो यहां लिखा है a law made under clause 1. तो पार्लियामेंट एक लॉ बनाएगी, राइट, और वो जो लॉ होगा वो ये सब कुछ प्रोवाइड करेगा. सो इन परसुएंस ऑफ दिस लॉ, पार्लियामेंट ने कौन सा लॉ पास किया है? पार्लियामेंट ने पास किया है एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ट्राइब्यूनल्स एक्ट. सो पार्लियामेंट हैज पास्ड द एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ट्राइब्यूनल्स एक्ट of 1985. अब ये जो एक्ट है एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ट्राइब्यूनल्स एक्ट ऑफ 1985, इट प्रोवाइड्स फॉर 3 कैटेगरीज ऑफ ट्राइब्यूनल्स, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ट्राइब्यूनल्स. वन इज द सेंट्रल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ट्राइब्यूनल फॉर the central government employees. Upon receipt of a request from any particular state, the Parliament may create and state administrative tribunal, and if 2 or more states request, then it can also create a joint administrative tribunal. So all those provisions are there, but जो भी administrative tribunal बनेगा for state also, that will be done under this law by Parliament only. So statement 1 is wrong. Tribunals for tax related matters can be created only by Parliament. Since the word only is used, again we have to go to the constitutional provision. So 323B, what does it say? The appropriate legislature may by law provide for adjudication, etc., etc., for the tribunals. So the word used is appropriate legislature, and at the end of the article you have an explanation. In this article, appropriate legislature in relation to any matter means parliament, as the case may be, or state legislature competent to make laws in their respective legislative domain. That comes under part 11, that is the center state relations. So we have part 11 जहाँ पे center state relations में administrative legislative divisions है, और जो भी competent area है state का, state भी वहाँ tribunal बना सकती है under article 323B, right? So this statement, because only has been used, it becomes incorrect. Now coming to the third statement, the constitution does not provide for establishment of appellate tribunals for administrative tribunals. Now if you look at the provision 323A, right, I'll come, just scroll down and come to a very important part. Look at clause D. Clause D says the tribunal will, such a tribunal that is created, the law passed, will exclude the jurisdiction of all courts except the jurisdiction of Supreme Court under Article 136 with respect to the disputes or complaints referred to in clause 1. So what is Article 136? Article 136 is special leave to appeal, like the special leave petition. So the court in its discretion grants special leave to appeal from any judgment, order, decree from any court, tribunal, quasi-judicial body that is within the territory of India, and this does not apply to any court or tribunal constituted under any laws relating to armed forces. So that is something with respect to tribunals you should remember, that they usually क्या है कि under 136 जो भी tribunals के decisions हैं वो Supreme Court तक जाएंगे under 136 as an SLP, but armed forces को इससे बाहर रखा गया, means armed forces tribunal के जो decisions orders है under 136 नहीं जा सकते. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि those cannot be appealed, right? They will go to the respective high courts, Supreme Court, if there is a violation of fundamental right, but not, definitely not under 136, right? तो अब जब आप ये पूरा provision पढ़ेंगे तो you will see that the parliament, the objective of creating article 323A, the objective of creating 323A was to exclude the jurisdiction of high courts, right? That is the express provision, right? And any appeal mechanism will go to the Supreme Court as an SLP under 136. So that is what the provision says. So here the constitution does not provide for establishment of an appellate tribunal. This is absolutely correct. The provision does not state that. Now something that you should remember, I'll just add more information, that this is something that was challenged in L. Chandrakumar case. A very important judgment where this specific provision was challenged, and there the Supreme Court decided that okay, article 323D, under this clause, if parliament tries to limit the scope of judicial review of high court, that goes against the basic structure of the constitution, and from that point of time what has basically happened is that any judgment, order, decree of the tribunal will automatically fall before the high court, but constitution does not envisage an appellate mechanism for tribunals, because the entire objective was to bypass courts for speedy resolution, faster resolution, right? So here the correct answer definitely is 3. I hope you have understood the entire issue. So L. Chandrakumar case, after L. Chandrakumar case, definitely the decision of tribunals can go to high courts and then on appeal to Supreme Court, but constitution mein jo hai, it will directly go to the Supreme Court under 136, right? So this is the first question. Let us move to the next question. Okay, so next question, question number 50. With reference to the suspension of fundamental rights during a national emergency, consider the following statement. So two statements have been provided, right? emergency recently we have seen completion of 50 years of the emergency period. So very important question, but it has been changed to national emergency, right? Now first statement is Article 19 is automatically suspended with the proclamation of national emergency on the ground of external aggression. So the ground that is given is external aggression, right? What is external aggression? War, right? Armed conflict, etc. Such situations. The enforcement of the rights guaranteed by Article 20 and 21 cannot be suspended even during a national emergency. So most of you must have got this question, the answer to this question right. So here we know that both 1 and 2 are correct, right? Yes, Article 19 is automatically suspended with the proclamation of national emergency. The enforcement of the rights guaranteed by 20 and 21 cannot be suspended even during a national emergency. That's completely correct. Now let us just go into a little bit of depth for further clarity if UPSC asks a question. So national emergency, what is the express provision in the Constitution? Article 352, right? Article 352 talks about national emergency, right? Whereby the security of India is threatened and the conditions that are specified are war, external aggression or armed rebellion, right? Now Article 358 and 359 are two very important provisions. Article 358, we are talking about Article 358. So it deals with the suspension of Article 19, right? So Article 358, it provides for the suspension of Article 19 during the proclamation of emergency, and 359, it provides for the suspension of enforcement of fundamental rights, right? Please understand a very important and unique difference between 358 and 359. So it talks of not of suspension but suspension of enforcement, right? So under 359, president will pass a presidential order, right? And whatever fundamental rights are mentioned in that order are suspended, right? Enforcement is suspended, not the right itself. So this is a very important point of difference, that whenever there is a proclamation of national emergency, the 358, it automatically suspends Article 19. So you cannot claim your Article 19 because it is automatically suspended. But under 359, the president will pass a presidential order, and whatever rights are mentioned under that order, the enforcement of those rights, so the rights per se are not suspended, but the enforcement is suspended. So theoretically those rights are alive, right? I'll give you a background to understand. For example, first time national emergency was proclaimed, it was done in 1962, right? The Indochina War. So China had attacked the northeast frontier area, and then the president passed an order, and he basically mentioned three important articles, Article 14, 21, 22 as suspended. Enforcement, their enforcement is suspended for any law, for any action taken under the Defense of India Act. So Parliament ने Defense of India Act 1962 they had passed, वो ये एक्ट लेकर के आए थे, और अगर कोई भी एक्शन इस डिफेंस ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1962 के अंतर्गत लिया जाता है, right? If they take any action and if that action violates 14, 21, 22, then it is completely saved. So that is the objective of 359. Why am I stating this? Because often when you read the 44th Amendment Act, because this change in the statement 2, it came about with the 42nd Amendment Act. तो समझना होगा हमें कि 42nd Amendment, 44th Amendment Act आया क्यों था? राइट तो 44th अमेंडमेंट एक्ट का ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या था कि जब 1971 में हमारा आर्म्ड कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हुआ विद रिस्पेक्ट टू विद पाकिस्तान, राइट, वी हैड अ वॉर विद पाकिस्तान एंड देन इन 1975 we that emergency period continued because emergency was declared on the grounds of internal disturbance, something that the 44th amendment act changed to armed rebellion. But again this emergency continued in 1975 and both these emergencies totally ended in 1977. And in 1978 the 44th amendment act was brought to make some fundamental changes in the provisions of 358 and 359. So what were those changes? Now if you look at and why those changes came, if you look at the presidential order of 1975, right, so the presidential order of 1975 also suspended article 14, 21 and 22. It also suspended, but under this presidential order the actions were not just supposed to be taken under Defense of India Act of 1962. So there was no mention of this categorization कि सरकार कोई भी एक्शन अंडर डिफेंस ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1962 के तहत लेगी और वो वायलेट करेगा अगर सिटीजन्स का ये फंडामेंटल राइट्स, तभी वो प्रोटेक्टेड है. सो इट वाज मोर ब्रॉड, right? So this was a misuse of power by the then government, and a very important judgment happened which was ADM Jabalpur case, right? It is also known as the habeas corpus case, ADM Jabalpur case, where the Supreme Court upheld this presidential order because if the parliament can pass any law to take away your right to life and personal liberty, that is something that was going to create many problems. So this judgment, this completely upheld this presidential order, and therefore this judgment is considered to be one of the darkest judgments in the history of Supreme Court, right? So 44th Amendment Act, it brought two important restrictions on Article 359 and two important restrictions on Article 358. So under 358, what were the changes made? The changes that were made was that the 6 fundamental rights under Article 19 can be suspended only when national emergency is declared on the grounds of war and external aggression, right? So that express provision was added. So if emergency is on the grounds of internal disturbance, so this will not be automatically suspended. So have clarity on that statement, right? And second, that only those laws that are passed during emergency to suspend the rights will have protection, and any executive action taken under those laws can be protected, not all laws, right? So this was completely expressly added by the 44th Amendment Act, that only laws which are related to emergency are protected and not all other laws, right? Because this was a problem created by the 1975 presidential order. And the second statement also, it is something that was added by 44th Amendment Act as a consequence of ADM Jabalpur judgment, because you cannot by just because there is an emergency, you cannot take anyone's right to life and personal liberty. And why Article 21? Article 21 is inherently connected with preventive detention and other provisions. So Article 21 cannot be suspended. So that those provisions were expressly added. So that is it. The correct answer is both 1 and 2. Let us move to the next question. Okay, so question number 51. With reference to the Central Pay Commission in India, consider the following statements. It is a statutory body constituted under the Payment of Wages Act of 1936. Its primary mandate is to examine and recommend changes in the salary structure of central government employees, excluding the defense forces. So the word used is excluding the defense forces, something that you should note. The recommendations of the Pay Commission are binding on the government of India, right? Now, this is something that is in news. It's a current based static question. some a type of question that UPSC often asks. So something is in current affairs and UPSC will ask a static conceptual question on that issue, right? So Central Pay Commission, if you are talking about the Central Pay Commission, recently why is it in news? Because the government has formulated the terms of reference of the 8th Pay Commission. So Pay Commission, if we look at the Pay Commission, so what is the objective? So the role of Pay Commission is to determine the salaries, the allowances, the benefits, as per the changing fiscal situation in the country and the inflation. So it will recommend changes in various salaries and benefits of the employees of the central government and the pensioners. Now coming to this year's Pay Commission. So this year's Pay Commission is very interesting because first time it is going to be chaired by a woman. She is Justice Ranjana Prakash Desai, and there are total 3 members in the Pay Commission. So there is a chairperson, that is Miss Justice Ranjana Prakash Desai, and other than that there is a part-time member and there is a member secretary, right? Cumulatively, if you look at the composition, it comes under the Department of Expenditure. The Pay Commission comes under the Department of Expenditure, Ministry of Finance, right? So far India has seen total of 7 Pay Commissions, right? 7 Pay Commission was set up in 2014. It gave its recommendations in 2016. Now the 8th Pay Commission, the terms of references has been constituted now. It will probably take another 15 to 18 months to give its recommendations, but whatever recommendations are given will be applicable from 1st January 2026. So that is something that you should be very clear about, right? Now total 7 Pay Commissions have been set up. First time it was set up in 1946, that was the first Pay Commission. So over a period of 10 years, usually the government sets up a new Pay Commission. So that is something that you should remember. Also, the Pay Commission, it uses Ackroyd formula to calculate minimum basic pay. Right. So this Ackroyd formula is something that you will see often in current affairs with respect to the Pay Commission, and something that UPSC may ask. So what is this Ackroyd formula? This basically calculates the cost of living, cost of basic living in a country, and based on this formula, the 7th Pay Commission came up with a minimum basic pay of 18,000 for the central government employees. Now coming to this question, it is a statutory body constituted under the Payment of Wages Act of 1936. So you have been, this was planted, Payments of Wages Act 1936, it has nothing to do with Pay Commission. So it deals with fair wages, right? Ensuring that whatever deductions etc. are done are proper and as per law, right? So basically, fair and equitable wages is the objective of Payment and Wages Act. It has nothing to do with the Pay Commission. And the second thing is that it is not a statutory body. The Pay Commission is set up by an executive order, right? So this statement is wrong. Its primary mandate is to examine and recommend changes in the salary structure of central government employees. This part is correct. Excluding the defense forces is incorrect. So this is commonsensical also, because if you have been following news, various news articles have covered that how it is, what will be the fiscal impact of this Pay Commission's recommendations in terms of salary, how much it will, defense expenditure, the salaries and allowances is a very considerable part of the recommendations of the Pay Commission. So this statement, because it is saying excluding, so this becomes wrong. The recommendations of the Pay Commission are binding on the government of India. Now, just you can eliminate this option using logic. You must be knowing that Finance Commission is a constitutional body and its recommendations are not binding on the government. So how can a body that is constituted under executive order, its recommendations become binding? So you can, use your hunch, intuition to eliminate this option. So this is absolutely incorrect. The government may completely accept or reject the recommendations of the pay commission. It is completely up to them. So here the correct answer is D, none. Let us move to the next question. Okay, so with reference to the removal of a judge of the Supreme Court under the Judges Inquiry Act 1968, consider the following statements. Now, very important question. This year we have seen the motion to remove judges under the Judges Inquiry Act taken up several times, be it Justice Verma case, be it Justice Shekhar Yadav's case, very recently G.R. Swaminathan's case, right? So, and UPSC has asked previously many questions from this area. So, if the motion for a removal is admitted by the presiding officer, she must constitute a 3-member committee to investigate the charges. That is the first statement. If this inquiry committee finds that the judge is not guilty of misbehavior, the motion can still be taken up for consideration by the House if the presiding officer permits. So let us just understand the entire procedure. What is the constitution talking about how a judge can be removed? So if you look at the express provision in the constitution, so removal of judges is something that is laid down under Article 124 clause 4, right? So what does Article 124 clause 4 say? So Article 124 clause 4 lays down the process by which a Supreme Court judge can be removed, and there are only 2 grounds stated there. Understand this, just 2 grounds, that is proven misbehavior and incapacity. These are the only 2 grounds on which motion to remove a judge can be taken up: approved misbehavior or incapacity. Now this removal, as per Article 124 clause 4, it requires that 2/3 of the members present and voting in each house of the parliament, and that resolution should be passed by a majority in the house, right? So it requires 2/3 of members present and voting, and the resolution requires to be passed by a total majority of members in the house, right? So total membership, majority of total membership of the house is required. Now there is 124 clause 5. So what does 124 clause 5 say? That parliament may regulate this entire procedure. ये जो पूरा procedure दिया है, the parliament may regulate this entire procedure by law. So the parliament may frame a law to regulate this entire procedure. And what was that law? That law is the Judges Inquiry Act. So the question here talking about the Judges Inquiry Act 1968, it has been passed under 124 clause 5. So that is the law that has been passed to regulate. So what does this law state? So we have section 3 of the Judges Inquiry Act of 1968. So section 3 of the Judges Inquiry Act of 1968, it allows for a motion to be taken up for impeachment, right? Now any such motion must be signed by at least 100 members in Lok Sabha and at least 50 members in Raj Sabha. So any motion to remove a judge, it requires these many numbers of minimum signatures by the members present, right? Now what will happen if such a motion is submitted? It will go to the speaker, right? Now here comes the very interesting part, which is very important. There is no time limit mentioned under the act or anywhere during which the speaker will have to take a decision. And the speaker may admit the motion or he may reject the motion also, as happened in Chief Justice of India Deepak Mishra's issue, just the then chairman of Raj Sabha. He did not take up the motion despite all the formal requirements being met. So just because there is 100 members in Lok Sabha or 50 members in Rajya Sabha submit a petition for such a motion, that does not give a binding prerogative on the speaker. So speaker may admit the motion, he may reject the motion, and there is no time limit within which he may admit or reject that motion, right? However, if admitted, now say the speaker has admitted, what will happen? He must, what will he do? He will set up a 3-member inquiry committee. If admitted by the speaker, he will basically form a 3-member inquiry committee, and this inquiry committee will be comprised of the Chief Justice of India or a Supreme Court judge, Chief Justice of any of the High Court, and eminent jurist in the eyes of the speaker or chairman, as the case may be, right? Now, the committee will frame charges. This committee will frame charges. It will collect evidences. It may order medical test if, there are 2 grounds, proved misbehavior and incapacity. So if incapacity is alleged, you have to conduct a medical test to see whether the judge is mentally fit, physically fit, etc. So they have the power to conduct a medical test, right? The committee has the power to regulate its own procedure, right? Call for evidence, cross-examine, etc., etc. So all those express provisions are there in this particular act, right? So it can cross-examine witnesses also. Now, if the judge is found guilty, then it will send its recommendations, and Article 124 Clause 4, the motion will be taken up, it will be voted in the house where the motion originated, and then it will go to the next house, and the president will sign the removal order. So far no judge has been removed, that you should know, right? But what happens if the judge is found not guilty? That is what, something that the second statement is asking, that if this inquiry committee finds that the judge is not guilty of misbehavior, the motion can still be taken. No, this is incorrect. So if the committee finds that the judge is not guilty, the motion ends there. The first statement, if the motion of removal is admitted by the presiding officer, she must constitute a 3-member committee to investigate the charges. So yahan tak agar aap dekhe, if the motion for removal is admitted, that is the wording of the question. If the motion is admitted, means it's not binding on the speaker or chairman to admit the motion, but if the motion is admitted, then he must constitute. अगर यहाँ may constitute हो जाता, this statement would have been debatable, incorrect mostly, because it is then binding on the speaker or the chairman to constitute if he has admitted the motion. But it is in his discretion to admit or reject such a motion. That is also there. That's something that you should know, right? So here the second statement is incorrect, the first statement is correct. So A1 only is the correct answer. Moving on to the next question. Okay, so moving on to the next question, question number 53. Consider the following statements regarding the definition of state under Article 12 of the Constitution. So, what constitutes the definition of state under Article 12? The question us bare mein hai. Let us go through the statements. The definition of state is inclusive and may cover private bodies if they are working as an agency or instrumentality of the state. That is the first statement. We'll understand what instrumentality and agency is. The judiciary, when exercising its judicial functions of adjudication, falls under the definition of state for the purpose of issuing writs against it, right? The Board of Control of Cricket in India, BCCI, has been declared as state under Article 12 by the Supreme Court. Now, it is, I would consider, a moderately difficult question, not because the question per se is difficult or the information that is given is not available, but majority of the textbooks they do not go into details in detailed argument when it comes to Article 12. Now coming to Article 12 of the Constitution, first we will just go through the express provision. What does it talk about? What is state? So let us just read Article 12. So Article 12 says, in this part, unless context and context otherwise requires, the state includes the government and parliament of India, the government and legislature of each state, and local and other authorities within the territory. So it basically says the government. So it is talking about parliament, the state government, right? Then it is talking about local authorities, and then it introduces one term, that is other authorities. Why is Article 12 very significant? Because Part 3 contains fundamental rights, and majority of your fundamental rights in Part 3 are available against state action. Very few are available against private individuals, right? So it is very important to see for the judiciary to see that a particular body can be called as state, because if its actions are violating fundamental rights of citizens, the judiciary can then take action. The writ jurisdiction of the Supreme Court of High Court will automatically apply, right? So it is very important. इसीलिए part 3 में first article we try to define state. Now here very clearly Article 12 states government of Parliament of India, government and the legislature of each states, local and other authorities. Now the problem comes with other authorities, because nowhere is other authorities defined in the Constitution, neither in the General Clauses Act, right? So nowhere has this term been defined. So here we see that there is a judicial evolution. There is a judicial evolution of different types of bodies over the years. The Supreme Court has categorized them as state, and I'll be just giving you 2-3 judgments for your understanding. You don't need to remember judgments, you just need to understand the concept and the crux. So let us go back to the first statement. So the definition of state is inclusive and may cover private bodies if they are working as agency or instrumentality of the state. That is the first statement. And then the third statement is that whether BCCI has been declared state under Article 12. So let us just take these first two statements with respect to the important landmark judgments that Supreme Court has given in this regard. So Rajasthan State Electricity Board was the first case where Supreme Court tried to bring the statutory corporations. So any body that has been created under a statute, it declared that it can be called state under Article 12. Then the first important case that came was the Sukhdev Singh versus Bhagat Ram. Again, I am telling you, cases are not important, the crux is important. So statutory corporations like LIC, ONGC, since they are performing public functions, the Supreme Court in this particular judgment, it held that since it is performing public functions plus they are statutory corporations created under a statute of the government, right? They can be declared as state under Article 12, and therefore they are subject to the fundamental rights. Means they cannot take any action that violates the fundamental rights of the citizen, right? Now the second important judgment that introduced the concept of instrumentality and agency. So Ramanna Dayaram Shetty versus International Airport Authority. Now one of the, for statutory corporations it is completely fine, but we are dealing with various kinds of autonomous bodies, right? Some can be statutory and some are non-statutory. So some bodies are created under a specific law of the parliament, but there are many bodies that are not created under specific law of the parliament, they are created under a general law. For example, the Companies Act, right? Any body created under the Companies Act. So that's a non-statutory body, right? So here the Supreme Court had to bring in the concept of instrumentality or agency. So even non-statutory bodies may be treated as state. Non-statutory bodies can include private bodies also, right? If they act as government agencies or perform public functions using public funds. So that is something that you should remember. इतने से आपका काम UPSC Prelims में हो जाएगा. But I have included one more important judgment because it came up with the final test of what kind of a body would be considered as state, and the refined test to determine instrumentality or agency, whether a particular body functions as agency of the government. So a body is state if entire dominant share capital is held by the government. If the government is holding the entire dominant share or capital, government meets almost its entire financial expenditure. पूरी तरह से वो सरकार पे निर्भर है for its expenditure. There is a monopoly status conferred and protected by the state. So the monopoly status that we are talking about is conferred by the government and it is also protected by the government. For example, recently we have Shanti Bill. So it has opened for private sectors. Earlier there was a monopoly status for many organizations in the atomic energy sector, right? So that was not just protected, conferred, but also protected. So understand, deep and pervasive state control. So the state is, not just regulating, there is a deep and pervasive state control in that organization. Functions of public importance and government in character. So if it is performing important public functions and holds a government character, these are the tests based on which you can determine whether a body is functioning as an agency, right? Now coming to whether BCCI is a state. So you can see, logically see that definitely BCCI holds a monopoly in cricket, I'm not denying. But is that monopoly status government conferred and protected? No. There can be an alternate agency coming up and it can, go and regulate cricket in India. There's no problem. Is the share capital held by the government in BCCI? No. Government meets its financial expenditure? No. The government may give it some grant concessions, etc., tax sops, etc., but it does not meet its financial expenditure. And although its functions are of public importance, but it does not satisfy the other criteria according to this Ajay Hasia versus Khalid Mujib judgment, which is a very landmark judgment for understanding whether a body can be declared as state under Article 12. So finally, this matter came up, the BCCI matter came up in Zee Telefilms judgment in 2005. And based on this Ajay Hasia and Khalid Mujib judgment, the Supreme Court saw that BCCI cannot be categorized. It is not something that was created under a statute, also registered as a society, right? So BCCI is not state as per this judgment, and even some some other institutions like NCRT, right? So with respect to NCRT, it's a completely autonomous body. The government only sees, whether the funds, the way NCRT is using, it is for the right purpose or not. So there is a minimal intervention of the government. So there is no deep and pervasive state control, etc., etc. So similar logic applies for NCRT also. Take it as a statement of fact, NCRT is also not state under Article 12, right? So these things may come up as a factual statement. BCCI, NCRT, there are many other, bodies that have been tested according to this Ajay Hasia's categorization, and they are not state as per Article 12. So coming to the first statement, the definition of state is inclusive and may cover private bodies if they are working as an agency or instrumentality. So if they are if they are having public functions, then definitely they are instrumentality or agency of the government, and therefore this statement is correct. The Board of Control of Cricket in India has been declared as state. This is incorrect, right? Now coming to the second statement, very interesting, something that you can logically eliminate also. The judiciary, when exercising its judicial functions of adjudication, falls under the definition of state for the purpose of issuing writs against it. Now just understand, there are two important words. It is talking about judicial functions. जानबूझ के डाला है, ठीक है? Falls under the definition of state for the purpose of issuing writs against it. Now ये दो statement अगर आप, ये दो parts को अगर आप समझ लें तो आप ये ऑप्शन आसानी से एलिमिनेट कर सकते हैं. वैसे ये स्टेटमेंट गलत है. नाउ देखिए, जुडिशरी हैज टू टाइप्स ऑफ रोल. वन इज जुडिशियल फंक्शन. checking various laws, judicial review, ensuring that fundamental rights are enforced, guardian of fundamental rights. Those are all judicial functions, right? Then it has administrative functions. Right? So administrative functions will come like, you know, the employees in the court, their service conditions, etc., etc. Supreme Court can formulates its own rules under Article 145. So talking about those rules, right? Those are administrative functions of the judiciary. So here the question says judicial functions, means it is talking about when the court is sitting to adjudicate a matter, and that matter, it is basically saying that, say the court has given a judgment and that judgment has violated someone's fundamental right. The judgment of the court has violated fundamental right. Then only you can issue writs against it, no? So that is a paradoxical situation. How can a guardian of fundamental right violate another citizen's fundamental right? So when talking about judicial functions, the court, the judiciary can never be categorized as state. It is a settled position in law. There was a judgment in 1967, Naresh Sridhar Mirajkar. Again, the case is not important, but the Supreme Court categorically stated that judicial decisions cannot violate fundamental rights of citizens. Then A.R. Antule versus R.S. Naik, 1988 judgment. That judgment again categorically stated that the Supreme Court or High Court, when it is giving any judicial duty, it is performing judicial function, it cannot be categorized as state under Article 112. But when it is performing administrative function, so when it is creating rules for its employees, when it is creating any general rule, then it can be categorized as state. So had this statement been changed that judicial को मैं अगर हटा दूं यहाँ administrative function कर दूं, then judiciary can be categorized under state, right? So just understand, this is why judicial function was explicitly written here. So many of you must have got this question right. For those who don't know, you should be very clear with this concept. So judiciary, when performing judicial functions, it cannot be categorized as state under Article 12, but for administrative purposes, when it is performing administrative function, then yes, writs can be brought against that administrative order, any rule created by the judiciary, etc., etc. So this statement is wrong, this is wrong, the definition statement 1 is correct, 1 only, right? Moving on to the next question. Okay, moving on to the next question, question number 99. With reference to Article 240 of the Constitution of India, consider the following statement. It empowers the President to make regulations for the peace, progress and good government of certain union territories. Any regulation made by the President under Article 240 may repeal a law made by the Parliament applicable to the concerned union territory. In the case of Puducherry, the President can make regulations only when the Legislative Assembly is suspended or dissolved. right? Now this question 240, very important provision in the constitution, and sometimes creates a lot of doubts, but if you go through the express provision in the constitution, you will clearly see that the answer is fairly simple. So let us just remember the three statements. First statement is empowers the president to make regulations for peace, progress and good government of certain union territories. So if you look at Article 240, it starts with president may make regulations for peace, progress, good government for certain union territories, which includes Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Lakshadweep, Dadra and Nagar Haveli, Daman and Diu, Puducherry, but there is a caveat with Puducherry that will come to, right? The second statement, any regulation made by the president under 240 may repeal, so this is correct, may repeal a law made by parliament applicable to the concerned union territory. So if you further go to clause 2 of 240, you will see any regulation so made may repeal or amend any act of the parliament. So that is expressly provided in the constitution, right? So this is why I was saying that you should refer the original text. However, those things are even given in standard textbooks, but it will bring more clarity when you refer the bare act, right? So coming to the second statement again, it is also correct, right? Now, in the case of Puducherry, the president can make regulations only when legislative assembly is suspended or dissolved. So, before Article 239A was there, Article 239A pertains to the Legislative Assembly of Puducherry. We'll briefly look into that. So, before that, the president could make regulation under 240 concerning Puducherry, but after 239A, when there is a legislative assembly, the president can make regulations only when it is suspended and dissolved. This statement is absolutely correct, right? So most of the union territories that have been covered under 240, they do not have a legislature, right? So that is why for good governance, it is a responsibility of the president, right? So that is why this express provision is there in the constitution 240. But for Puducherry later we brought, what did we bring? We brought 239A. So what does 239A say? So parliament may by law create for a union territory of Puducherry a body whether elected or partly nominated or partly elected to function as legislature. Now a very interesting fact, difference between the legislative assembly in Puducherry and Delhi. If you read 239A, which regulates the legislative assembly of Puducherry, so it says parliament may by law create a union territory of Puducherry, means between Puducherry and Delhi. 239A, that is linked to Puducherry, and we have 239AA, that is the NCT. Right, National Capital Territory. What is the difference between these two states? ये difference बहुत important है, that here 239A says that parliament may by law create the legislative assembly for the purpose of union territory of the Puducherry. Parliament can by law create such a legislature. So legislature created under this 239A is created by a parliamentary law. Whereas for Delhi, the legislature created directly, its mandate comes from the constitution, that is 239AA. The parliament has the power. So what law has the parliament passed? The parliament has passed the Government of Union Territories Act of 1963. So this act basically governs the creation of the legislature in Puducherry. It can expand powers, the limit powers of the legislative assembly of the Puducherry. The same is not the case with the situation in Delhi. So parliament can modify or abolish it, the legislative assembly in Puducherry, but here it can be only done through a constitutional amendment if it has to be done, right? So if you look at the constitutional comparisons, so since it is created in a law of the parliament, it has a more limited autonomy. It has wider constitutional protection, but there are certain subjects on which the state legislative assembly of Delhi cannot frame laws, right? Land, police, etc. So coming back to this question, so you can clearly see that this is correct, 2 is correct, 3 is correct. So D 1, 2, 3 is the right answer. And just remember that what is the difference between Puducherry and Delhi? There are many other differences, but one of the major differences is the constitutional mandate. So I hope this statement is, this question is very clear. Next, we move to the last question. Okay, so moving on to question number 100, last question. A state contains scheduled areas notified under the 5th schedule. So we are talking about 5th schedule to the Indian Constitution. The state legislature has passed a law on land transfer that may harm tribal land rights, which is the most constitutionally accurate possibility under the 5th schedule. Now here they have included this second statement to create confusion, right? So this statement basically says that, and we are talking about state, not parliament here. So the state legislature has passed a law on land transfer that may harm tribal land rights here. Now the options that are given are, the law automatically becomes void in schedule areas, right? Second, the law applies, but the governor may direct that it shall not apply or shall apply with modifications in schedule areas. Only parliament can make any law on land transfer in schedule areas. The High Court must approve the law before it applies to the schedule areas. Now if you apply logic, you can automatically eliminate option 1 and option D. Why? Because any law passed by a competent legislature, no matter how erroneous it is, cannot be, void in any particular territory of India. That's not logical, right? And High Court must approve the law before it applies to the schedule areas. No court can approve a law passed by a competent legislature. These are very basic issues, right? So it can, if the law is erroneous or there is some problem with the law, it can be taken up for judicial review in High Court or Supreme Court, etc. So these statements you can logically eliminate. Now we are left with option B and C. Only parliament can make any law on land transfer in schedule areas. So this is, if you just read schedule 5, law applicable in schedule areas, notwithstanding anything in the constitution, the governor may by public notification direct that a particular act of parliament or of the legislature of the state. So it is very clear in the very first paragraph of the schedule 5 that both parliament and state legislature can make a law, and it is also talking about that governor by public notification direct that any particular act of parliament or the legislature shall not apply to a scheduled area or a part thereof, or shall apply to the scheduled area with some exceptions and modifications. So the most correct answer here is, the law applies, but the governor may direct that it shall not apply or shall apply with modifications in schedule area. So this is the correct answer. If you want some more details, so what is with respect to the laws applicable in schedule areas and the powers of the governor. So as far as application of laws is concerned, so governor may exclude or modify acts in the schedule areas that is passed by the parliament or the state legislature, right? The power of regulation, so any regulations for good governance in the schedule areas is brought, it will be brought in consultation with the tribal advisory council, right? So it is to protect their customs, etc. That power is there with the governor. With respect to land transfers, he can restrict or prohibit transfer of the scheduled tribe land, right? The governor has that power. With respect to land allotment, he may regulate allotment of land to the scheduled tribe members. With respect to money lending, he may regulate money lending to scheduled tribes, right? With respect to powers to override laws, he may amend or repeal applicable acts, and any such regulations, they will need the assent of the president. So that is very clear. So this was all in this Anubhav discussion. So thank you. I hope you got lots of insights from this discussion. Thank you.
Hello student, welcome to the discussion video for ANUBHAV-I. I hope you had a great time in your ANUBHAV test. These tests are designed to replicate and emulate the test conditions. Most of you might have given these tests in some schools, okay, reaching at the school, starting to enter at 9:15, okay, and then starting a test at 9:30, and then again waiting 3 hours around the campus for the CSAT test is an experience which every UPSC aspirant has to face on the day of prelims. So we try to emulate those test conditions so that the anxiety that most of students have is eased somewhat. Okay, so this is our attempt to do that. So we have been having discussions all day for the Anubhav test. I will be taking the ancient, medieval and art and culture part of the history discussions. So we will have 8 discussions. So let me also tell you how we will be going about. Okay, first in the slide I will tell you the correct answer. Okay, and next we will be discussing the other options and how to cover that particular topic, like what kind of things you need to read to cover that particular topic. So in that way we will be covering ancient, medieval, art and culture topics through these questions. Okay, wherever I feel relevant, I would also ask you to read more on topics. Okay, and we'll be extrapolating on things, like if they ask for one particular scholar, I will give you a list of more scholars to read, so that if UPSC asks around anything, okay, you will be able to eliminate the answers, eliminate the options, even if you don't arrive at the actual answer. So let's start today's discussion. So first question: which of the following is a Sanskrit language play by Vishak Dutt that narrates the ascent of Chandragupta Maurya to power in ancient India? Okay, this was a relatively easy question. Answer will be B, Mudra Rakshaka. Okay, so let's see what are the other options, okay, and where the UPSC will find you, will try to trap you here in this question. Okay, so this is a book, Mudra Rakshaka by Vishak Dutt. The options are confusing because in the same option there are 2 books of Vishak Dutt. Second is Devi Chandraguptam. Okay, this is a book which describes the court intrigues of how Chandragupta Maurya became the king. Okay, there was some controversy, there was some story where his elder brother Ramgupta, okay, tried to take the throne for himself, but Chandragupta arose victorious in that battle, in that struggle. Okay, it's a book taught in Hindi literature. Okay, I used to have that in my class 12th of Hindi. It's a very thin book, Devi Chandraguptam. Okay, and there was also a debate about the historicity of a certain Ramgupta, because in the Gupta coins, okay, that established the Gupta hierarchy, there was no mention of a particular Ramgupta, but a few broken coins have been identified, from which we have traced that yes, there was a ruler called Ramgupta very briefly. Okay, so it's a kind of dramatization of that struggle, okay, because we don't exactly know what was the real story. Okay, but this is a play which was written by Vishak Dutt, inspired from that struggle. Okay, the next option was Mrijkatika. Okay, Mrijkatika, in English it's called Little Clay Cart. Okay, this was a book by by Shudrak. Okay, the historicity is around 2nd century to 2nd century AD, 2nd century BC to 2nd century AD. Okay, we have this timeline because it describes in great detail the social drama of how the 2 characters coming from different social backgrounds interact. Okay, from that we get a social idea, and from that social idea of social structure we can trace the timeline around 2nd century BC to 2nd century AD. And the 4th option was Ratnavali. Okay, it was a book by Harsha, King Harshvardhan, okay, of Pushpabuti dynasty. Okay, it's a romance, it's written in 7th century. Okay, so this was about the first question. Correct answer was Mudra Rakshasa. Okay, so jumping to the next question. So we have, it's about the Payak system. The question says, statement 1, the Payak system enabled the Ahom rulers to maintain a large standing force without a permanent army. Okay. Second statement says, under the Payak system, every able-bodied man was liable to render service to the state in exchange of cash salaries from the royal treasury. Okay. So, as we know, in all the empires, every dynasty, every empire needs some people to run the administration. Okay. And every empire tries to do it in their own form, tries to bring a new kind of system to do it. Okay. The Ahoms have that was Payak system. Okay. This Payak term, if you are aware, if you think you have deja vu, like kahin to suna hai, there is some inkling that you have heard it somewhere. Okay. I will tell you where. You have heard it in the topic of revolts and rebellions. Among the first rebellions were Paika rebellion. Okay. It was in Odisha under the leader Jagat Bandhu. Okay. These Paikas or Pikes were the military commanders of the early dynasty who were disenfranchised. As in their powers were taken away by the British. So, they revolted to retain their powers and prestige. Okay. So, that was a Paika rebellion, and these were the same Pikes. Okay. So, the first statement is definitely correct, and the second statement, under the Paik system, every able-bodied man was able to render service to the state in exchange of cash salaries. See, giving cash salaries was a very rare thing. Okay. No one used to give it because those administrations in the medieval India did not run a lot on cash systems. Okay. You will see that a lot of systems, Iktadari, Mansabdari systems, Subedari systems did not have any cash reward because the state themselves did not have a lot of cash running around. Okay. The cash, the monetary system, the coins were used only for trade. The tax collection was in grains. Okay. And the payment to salary of to the officer was mostly in the form of land. Okay. So, you will read that when you specifically read other administrative systems which others followed. Okay. So, by some common sense, okay, you can see that cash salaries will be a rare occurrence. If there was a cash salary, it would have been identified, highlighted a lot. So, if you do not know about this very specific thing, it is a very, very important thing, it probably is a lie. Okay. So, if second statement is not true, you arrive at the answer which is C. Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. Okay. So, let us see the few different systems followed by different empires which you need to look into, because UPSC has been asking questions from these things, these systems. Okay. Like we saw the Ahom system, Ahoms used the Payak system. Okay. Vijayanagar had the Nayak system, Nayankar system. Okay. Delhi Sultanate used the Iktadari system. Mughals had Mansabdari system, and Marathas have Ashtapradhan system. So, these all systems were administrative systems brought by different empires. Okay. So, now that we have identified from this question one particular topic which is important, administrative systems, I would like you all to take a look of these systems. Okay. UPSC can any day turn around and ask a question on Nayak system, on Iktadar system, like who introduced it, okay, what was the modalities, how did it work. The Mansabdari system has been very popular, okay, and the Ashtapradhan system. UPSC has been asking these questions. So, I would recommend you all to at least make notes of these particular systems. Okay. Now, coming to the next question for the day. Recently, Lucknow was added to UNESCO Creative Cities Network under which of the following categories? Okay. Lucknow has been added under gastronomy. Okay. We see there are different categories of this Creative Cities Network, which are these: crafts and folk art. Okay. There are 2 cities under that, Jaipur and Srinagar. Under music, we have Varanasi, Chennai and Gwalior. Under literature, we have Kozhikode. Under film, we have Mumbai. Under gastronomy, we have Hyderabad and Lucknow. So, as the list stands, there are 9 cities under different categories. Okay. So, you have to memorize this because UP has been asking about UNESCO sites, and it can ask about it any day. Okay. So, recently Lucknow is the latest city that was added to this list. So, kindly look into and you should also look into exactly why they have been added. Okay. Like what makes Jaipur important in arts and crafts and Srinagar, because these UNESCO identifies these cities for their particular institutional craft. Okay, like for some, if some place has very popular or very established industry of particular thing, then they add that. Okay, so kindly do that, because there can be a question asking about match the following, and the options can be wrong about which factor or which important itinerary, important thing led to UNESCO recognizing this as a particularly important art form. Okay, so kindly do that, make notes of these UNESCO sites. It will be very important. Don't be surprised if UPSC asks it this time. Coming to the next question, we have with reference to Nalanda University. Okay, so there is a question of ancient universities. It was established during the reign of Kumargupta I of Gupta dynasty. Yes, this statement is correct. In 5th century. Next, it was established after the decline of Vikramshila University in Bihar. No, this statement is correct. Vikramshila was established after Nalanda. As Nalanda started to decline, okay, then Vikramshila was established around 8th century. 8th century AD. Okay, Nalanda University was completely destroyed during the invasion of Mahmud of Ghazni. No, statement is also not correct. The one who destroyed this, his name was Bakhtiyar Khilji. Okay, the year was around 1193. Okay, so the answer is A, only one. Okay, and now that we have a question on ancient centers of learning, okay, let's have a look at that. Okay, the popular ancient centers of learning are Takshila, you have Nalanda, Vikramshila, Sompura, Jaggadadala, Pushpagiri, Vanaras or Kashi, Odantapuri, Vallabhi, Nagarjunikonda and Kanchipuram. These are the few cities, centers of education which have been very popular. For example, most of these, okay, like Nalanda, Vikramshila, Takshila were important centers of Buddhist learning, and most of these universities had monasteries attached to it. Okay, so they kind of served as centers of Buddhist education and learning. And all these schools have helped in developing independent Buddhist philosophies. Okay, Vallabhi is something which has been associated itself with Jain philosophy. Okay, Vallabhi was a center of Jain education. Yes, Buddhists could also study there. Buddhists were also there, but primarily it was targeted for it was center of Jains. Okay, and this Kanchipuram and Nagarjunikonda served other religions, like Brahmanical studies was also done here. Okay, so these are the important centers of education. UPSC can any day ask something out of it. Okay, so kindly also make note. Okay, the questions we ask, like in any question, like you might have been giving a lot of test series, or even for UPSC, when we make a question, we have in mind a trap that can be laid. Okay, and we try to identify and highlight an important topic. Okay, so like in this topic, this question, the important topic was ancient universities. If you cover that, okay, use this as an opportunity to highlight the topic in ancient universities and read through all these universities, places of education. Okay, UPSC, if any day UPSC asks a question out of it, you will be more than comfortable in answering that. Even if they ask something very obscure, if you know about these universities, you will have enough knowledge to eliminate and arrive at an answer. Okay, so let's jump to the next question. Which of the following best describes the historical significance of Rani Akkaba? Okay, she was a queen of Kittur and who led an armed rebellion against the British East India Company. No, that was Rudrama Devi. Okay, she was Tuluva queen of Ullal who fought against the Portuguese in 16th century. this statement is correct. Okay, so this question identifies and highlights the topic of medieval and modern queens, okay, who have fought to save their empires. Okay, when we talk about queens, okay, the most popular we know of is Rani Lakshmi-bai, but she is not alone on that pedestal. A lot of queens have are there with her, but it's just that we are not much aware about it. Okay, so this is a question which makes you aware about a few of them. Okay, like Rani Akkaba Devi. This is a commemorative coin stamp issued in the year 2023 by Government of India to honor Rani Akkaba Devi. Okay, so Rani Akkaba Devi, Abbakka Devi, pardon my pronunciation, Tuluva Queen of Ullal, present-day coastal Karnataka. Okay, she led sustained resistance against Portuguese colonial expansion in 16th century. Okay, her struggle represents one of the earliest example of anti-European resistance in the Indian coastal regions. Okay, so let's see the different options. Rani, first was Rani Chennamma. Okay, sorry, I told you Rani Durgavati. Sorry, that was Rani Chennamma. Let me go back and correct it. Chennamma. This C was Durgavati. Okay, so Rani Chennamma, she was queen of Kittur. Okay, she fought against the British in 19th century. Rani Abbakka, the one that we have made this question around, she was Tuluva queen. Okay, and she fought the Portuguese powers in 16th century. Next we have Rani Durgavati. She was the Gond queen of Gadkatanga Empire. She fought the Mughals, Akbar. Okay, next we have Rudrama Devi. She was a Kakatiya queen and she fought Delhi Sultanate. Okay, so these are the important queens of medieval India who registered the expansionary forces of their time and registered their name in history. Okay. Next, consider the following statement regarding the Maratha Navy. Okay, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj is credited with establishing the Maratha Navy to protect the Konkan coast. Yes, statement is correct. Kanhoji Angre, known as Sarkhel, was a notable admiral who successfully defended the coast against European powers. Yes, this statement is also correct. Next, new ensign of the Indian Navy adopted in 2022 is inspired from the seal of Chhatrapati Shivaji. This statement is also correct. The correct option is D. Yes, after establishing their empire and dominion on land, okay, the Maratha forces, the Maratha Empire saw that they were being harassed by the smaller pirates and Europeans. Okay, so they wanted to extend their dominance on water as well. So under Shivaji, a naval department was established and Kanhoji Angre was leading it as the admiral. Okay, the term they used for admiral was Sarkhel. Okay, and he did a very good job of starting a navy and dominated the region. Okay, like the Siddhis of Janjira and smaller traders, okay, had to pay tribute to Kanhoji Angre to ply those trade routes. Okay, this shows that he was able to establish dominance on that trade route in that area. Okay, and this is the ensign. This is the ensign which the Indian Navy has adopted in the year 2022, inspired from Shivaji Maharaj's naval ensign. Okay, which of the following Buddhist monks who hailed from Kanchipuram came to be known as Daruma Daishi in Japan and played a fundamental role in the spread of Zen Buddhism? Okay, the answer here is B. Bodhidharma. Okay, see, if you Google Bodhidharma, this is the image which pops up. Okay, and I brought this image to burn this image in your mind, you can see it's written something in Japanese. Maybe it's written Bodhidharma or something. Okay. So it shows that he was popular in Japan. Okay, it's a Japanese representation. Okay, so means he was popular in Japan. So Bodhidharma was someone who was born in Kachipuram and then moved to China, and then from there he went to Japan and popularized the Zen Buddhism. Okay, in China it was Chan Buddhism, and then when it went to Japan it became Zen Buddhism. Okay, so he was the founder of that, and he is very well respected and honored there currently. Okay, he is regarded as a founder of Zen Buddhism, and he is given the title of Daruma Daishi, symboling meditation and spiritual discipline. Okay, so let's see the other options as well. Who were those? Okay, option was Kassapa Matanga. He was first Buddhist to take Buddhism to China in the 1st century. Okay, because in this question was talking about Bodhidharma who took it to Japan. Okay, but he went to China. So the first one to go to China was Kassapa Matanga. As we see, Buddhism has always been a very expeditionary religion. Okay, we see that even Ashoka sent his children as ambassador to Sri Lanka. Okay, next Nagarjuna. Okay, this is a popular one. Most of us have heard his name when we talk about the Buddhist scholars and philosophers. Okay, he was one of the greatest Buddhist philosophers of India, founder of the Madhyamaka. Okay, next Dharmakriti, famous Buddhist logician. Okay, developed Praman theory. Praman is proof theory, which used logic and inference. Okay, so these are the 3 other popular Buddhist scholars. Okay, but while we are at the topic, okay, I have brought you a few other important Buddhist scholars which have important historicity, and they can anyway come as a question or an option in the UPSC. Okay, so let's just go through those briefly. First is Asanga. Okay, he was a scholar, 4th century BC. He was founder of Yogachar or Vijnavada school. Okay, he was from Gandhar. Then we have Vasubandhu. Okay, he was a scholar, 4th 5th century CE, and Abhidharma Kosha and Yogachar philosophy. Okay, he followed this Asanga. Okay, he also from Gandhara. Next we have Aryadeva. So in 3rd century CE, he was a disciple of Nagarjuna, the one we have discussed earlier. Okay, of the Madhyamaka tradition. Like Nagarjuna founded this tradition and he expanded it. Like in the first thing, Asanga founded this Yogachara, and the second, Vasubandhu, expanded it. Okay. Next we have Dignaga. Dignaga in 5th century CE, founder of Buddhist logic, Pramana philosophy. Okay. In the earlier slide, we had a name, Dharmakriti. Okay. So he Dharmakriti was the one who expanded this Praman logic. Okay, he was a founder, Dignaga was a founder, and Dharmakriti was the one who followed it and expanded it. Okay, next we have Atisha Dipankara. Okay, he was the one who revived Buddhism in Tibet. Okay, and then we have Padmasambhava. Okay, he was in 8th century. He was the one who took Buddhism to Tibet. Okay, so we have 3 people. One who took Buddhism to China first. Okay, here. First one to take China. Okay, Kassapa Matanga. He was the first one to take Buddhism to China. Next, we have this Bodhidharma who took Buddhism to Japan, and then here we have the one who took Buddhism to Tibet, Padmasambhava. Okay, so these are the a few of the important scholars. Okay, you should know their names because anyway they can come as a obscure options to eliminate, or even a particular question if they sometime figure in the news lately. So that will be the end of my part of the discussions. Okay, hope you did well in today's test. Okay, ensure that you analyze all the tests, all the questions. Wherever you got wrong, and take this as an opportunity to highlight the important themes and topics and study those themes and doing that will ensure that you are doing better in the next test. Okay. So, I hope we have planned 4 to 5 Anubhav tests. Okay, these will be open tests attended by thousands of students. So, I hope you will be attempting that all the tests, okay, and even improving your marks and ranks slightly in every test. Okay, best of luck for your exams.
So hello everyone, a very good evening. I hope कि आपने अपना अनुभव एग्जाम बहुत अच्छे से कंप्लीट किया होगा and it might be very much helpful to give you the insight that what is going to be your course of preparation as well as the course of correction. Whenever we attempt any kind of test series which is going to be very much aligned with the UPSC CSE examination, it is going to give you that insight कि for example when we are reading modern history or whenever we are reading polity or whenever we are reading economy, what kind of questions we can expect. So it is going to be very insightful ताकि ये पता चले कि जैसे मान लीजिए कि किसी ने मॉडर्न पढ़ा या प्रेसिडेंट पढ़ा तो उसको पढ़ने के बाद में किस तरीके के सवाल आए और किस तरीके के सवाल उनसे गलत हुए. कई बार ऐसा भी होता है कि हमें क्वेश्चन नहीं आ रहा था एकदम बट शायद अच्छे से पढ़ने के बाद में वी वर वेरी मच कॉन्फिडेंट इन टर्म्स ऑफ गिविंग द राइट आंसर टू दैट क्वेश्चन. और कई बार ऐसा भी होता है कि हम बहुत सिली मिस्टेक्स करते हैं. तो ये टेस्ट सीरीज जो हैं वो अपने ट्रेनिंग ऑफ माइंड हैं कि 100 क्वेश्चंस को अटेम्प्ट करने के बाद में which are the questions which we are going to do and which are the questions which we are not going to do, right? So in today's discussion I am going to take the questions which are specifically from the portion of modern history. In modern history I will say कि let's suppose if there are going to be 5 to 6 questions in your paper, this modern history portion is going to be always very productive in terms of the conversion. तो मान लेते हैं कि अगर 6 से 7 क्वेश्चन या 4 से 5 क्वेश्चन है पेपर में, तो मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री में कई बार ऐसा होता है कि हम मैक्सिमम नंबर ऑफ क्वेश्चंस उसमें से कर सकते हैं क्योंकि जिस तरीके के क्वेश्चंस अभी रिसेंट में पूछे जा रहे हैं, चाहे वो चार्टर एक्ट्स या रेगुलेटिंग एक्ट्स को लेकर के हों. एक जो नया एरिया दैट हैज कम इनटू मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री दैट इज गोइंग टू बी स्पेसिफिकली टॉकिंग अबाउट द पर्सनैलिटीज, राइट? सो इफ एनी फेमस पर्सनैलिटी इज गोइंग टू बी मेजरली इन न्यूज और हैज contributed or government of India is going to recognize that personality or the contribution of that personality, so you can keep in mind of that, right? So before so let's start the discussion of modern history or let's get back directly to the question. So the first question is question number 23 that is going to be with respect to the Government of India Act. So it's a very direct kind of question that is on Government of India Act, and as you know starting from the Regulating Act of 1773 to India's Independence Act of 1947, these type of questions I always considered as a direct questions because if you are going to know the provisions or you have the major idea about the major provisions, then you can easily do the questions. So let's suppose with reference to the Government of India Act 1935, consider the following statement. So as you know, Government of India Act 1935 is also going to play a crucial role in giving the structure and some of the core principles even after the independence, and we borrowed some of the principles from the Government of India Act 1935. It is majorly going to be known for two major development. The first is going to be creation of the All India Federation by clubbing the princely states with the British India province. तो जैसे इंडिपेंडेंस से पहले देश दो मेजरली भागों में डिवाइडेड था. First is going to be British India province and second is going to be princely states. So this is wanted to create an all India federation by clubbing the two, but it never came into existence. And second major development of Government of India Act 1935 is going to giving the autonomy back to the provinces. So Government of India Act 1919 introduced the concept of diarchy into the provinces by keeping reserved subjects and the transferred subjects. So it is going to be abolished and provincial autonomy is going to be established. These are the two major developments of Government of India Act 1935. So first says it provided for the Public Service Commission at both federal and provincial level. So yes, this is an important development which happened, that it is going to create for Public Service Commission at both federal and state level or provincial levels. So my one advice that whenever you are reading a particular question, please mark down the keywords so that you don't have to refer back again to again, है ना? क्योंकि कई बार statements काफी ज्यादा होते हैं या 4 स्टेटमेंट हो सकते हैं, और स्टेटमेंट्स में भी यू शुड ऑलवेज मार्क द कीवर्ड सो यू आर नॉट गोइंग टू मिस, है ना, बिकॉज दिस स्टेटमेंट इज गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट प्रोविंशियल एंड federal level. So this is going to be the correct. Then it also provided for the establishment of federal court that is going to be established in 1937 and Reserve Bank of India, right? So this is also a correct statement that it also provided for the establishment of federal court and the Reserve Bank of India. Another statement is also correct. And third, it abolished provincial autonomy. So actually it is not going to abolish, it is going to give back the provincial autonomy that is going to be there. So 1919 ke baad se this is the first major development in giving the provincial autonomy. So this statement is incorrect, right? So if we see, the option A is going to be the correct answer. Okay, let's get back to the next question. So the next question is with reference to the ANUBHAV-I Holkar. As I was saying, ki there are questions which are going to be with respect to personalities, है ना? So the first statement is she ruled over Malwa territory within the Maratha Confederacy during the 18th century. So talking about the ANUBHAV-I Holkar, so on 31st of May 2025 we celebrated the 300 years of her birth anniversary. तो ऐसी पर्सनैलिटीज जिनको रिसेंटली सरकार ने रिकॉग्नाइज किया है, उनके कंट्रीब्यूशन को, या फिर वो न्यूज़ में रहे हैं, वो इंपॉर्टेंट हो सकते हैं. ये उनका 300 साल है, क्योंकि 31 मई 1725 को उनका बर्थ हुआ था, और 2025 दैट्स हाउ वी कंप्लीटेड 300 years. So as we talk about her personal life, और as we talk about her childhood, उनका जन्म एक साधारण परिवार में हुआ, और उनके फादर एक विलेज हेड थे. बचपन से शी वॉज वेरी यू कैन से इंटेलिजेंट इन सो मेनी थिंग्स, एंड ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम जो मालवा के राजा थे, उन्होंने उनको देखा और उनसे प्रभावित होकर के ही इज गोइंग टू मैरी हिज ओन सन विद हर ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम. तो शी इज गोइंग टू लूज हर सन एंड हस्बैंड, and after even losing both the people, she introduced a lot of reforms in the areas of governance, and finally she is going to become the queen, right? So she ruled over Malwa territory within the Maratha Confederacy during the 18th century. Yes, she got the power to rule this area in 1767. So this first statement is very much correct. And her another major contribution is going to be the renovation of 2 temples. First is going to be the old Somnath temple, जो renovation के बाद में अहिल्याबाई के नाम पे भी उस टेम्पल का नाम रखा गया है, एंड अनदर इज गोइंग टू बी द काशी विश्वनाथ टेम्पल. सो दीज 2 स्टेटमेंट आर गोइंग टू बी करेक्ट बिकॉज शी इज गोइंग टू प्ले एन इंपॉर्टेंट रोल इन द रीबिल्ट और रेनोवेशन ऑफ दीज 2 temples. So the answer is going to be C, right? I will keep this question in a bit of moderate to hard category, because might be if you are not aware about this personality or not aware about the development, then might be you are not able to do, right? So let's move to the next question. Now question number 26, with reference to the song Vande Mataram, definitely it was very much in news, which recently marked as 150 years since its composition. Consider the following statement. Now the first statement says it was originally composed in Sanskrit. Okay, the first statement, first part, the language Sanskrit, by Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, or lately also some people call him Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. So this person is very much famous in terms of a poet and novelist, and his one of the important novel is also mentioned, Anandman, right? So yes, it was completely correct statement that it is going to be composed into Sanskrit by the Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, and he is going to incorporate this song into his नॉवल दैट इज आनंदमठ. इसमें पहला संस्कृत और बंकिम चंद्र चटर्जी, ये तो मैक्सिमम लोगों को पता होगा, हो सकता है नॉवेल का नाम कम लोगों को पता हो. सेकंड इज गोइंग टू बी, इट वाज संग इन 1896 सेशन. यस, दिस सेशन इज गोइंग टू बी इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस इन कैलकाटा, एंड रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर इज गोइंग टू बी द पर्सन, द फर्स्ट टाइम इट इज गोइंग टू बी संग. सो फर्स्ट एंड सेकंड स्टेटमेंट बोथ आर correct. Now talking the third statement, the Constituent Assembly adopted it as the national anthem of India. Now you see, if you are not going to mark the keywords of a statement, might be you are going to see this as national song. So might be a person who is going to mark this statement correct in the first go, but this is going to not the national anthem, as you are very much aware about the national anthem. So the statement which is going to be correct is going to be 1 and 2. So only 2. That is going to be the correct answer. Moving to the next question. So moving to the next question, that is question number 69. It is all about the Kakori train action, right? Consider the following statement. Okay, so it was planned and executed by Hindustan Socialist Republican Association under the leadership of Bhagat Singh. अगर आपको थोड़ा सा आइडिया हो अगर इस ट्रेन इंसिडेंट का कि in which year it was done, and if you are going to aware about Hindustan Socialist Republican Association, तो हिंदुस्तान रिपब्लिकन एसोसिएशन की शुरुआत तो पहले हो गई थी, बट बाय नेम यू कैन स्टिल से कि हिंदुस्तान सोशलिस्ट रिपब्लिकन एसोसिएशन इज गोइंग टू बी renamed into 1928, and Kakori train action happened in 1925. So it is an action which is going to be planned by the revolutionaries after the non-cooperation movement and withdrawal of the non-cooperation movement, and before that also the Jallianwala Bagh. So many developments were happening, and they thought of teaching the Britishers a lesson, and a train that is going to be named as 8th down, but the number that is going to be there, and it is traveling from Shahjahanpur to Lucknow. That is where अगर आप शाहजहांपुर से लखनऊ की तरफ आएंगे तो लखनऊ से करीब 20 किलोमीटर 15 किलोमीटर पहले there is going to be a place that is Kakori, right? So that is going to be the place where the train is going to be looted, because it was carrying a good amount of cash and other valuables that have to be deposited into the British Treasury at Lucknow, right? So it is going to be 1925, and as you say, Hindustan Socialist Republican Association under the leadership of Bhagat Singh, that is going to be 1928. So first statement is incorrect because it was under the leadership of Ram Prasad Bismil, right? So that is the first statement that is going to be incorrect. The primary objective of Kakori action was to protest against the Simon Commission. Again, you are very much aware that it is going to be in 1927-28. So primary objective of Kakori action is going to teach a lesson and to loot it, the cash, because they wanted to use that cash into the national movement. So this statement is also incorrect. So if you are very much aware, even if you are going to miss the third statement, then you can easily cross this, and the revolutionary involved were defended in the court by a committee that included गोविंद बल्लभ पंत. तो हो सकता है किसी बच्चे को पहला दूसरा स्टेटमेंट बहुत क्लियर हो और तीसरा उतना क्लियर ना हो, तब भी वो इस वाले क्वेश्चन में सिर्फ, because here you can eliminate the options, then this statement is going to be the correct. So yes, it included a committee, another members were also there, and it included Govind Ballabh Pant, and they fought for their defense. So that is question number 69. Let's move to another question. That is question number 71. Now, this is with reference to the first translation of Bhagavad Gita into English, and it is going to be a bit tough question in my opinion, because to correct this question you have to know all the factual information. So first is Charles Wilkins is the person who published the first English translation into Bhagavad Gita. This is correct, and it was done during the time period of then Governor General Warren Hastings. So actually it is more like a step of connecting to the cultural values of Indians, showing that yes, East India Company is going to also respect the cultural values. Definitely the gravity of the Bhagavad Gita, the information, the kind of lessons, the teachings which we are going to get from Bhagavad Gita cannot be compared. So English are going to be a bit enthusiastic also of learning these values, so that they can better understand the society, what kind of cultural values, what kind of teachings, what kind of lessons, what kind of ethos this society is going to follow. So definitely Bhagavad Gita के बारे में उनको लगा कि जानना चाहिए, और मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है कि हम सबको ही जानना चाहिए. तो Charles Wilkins is the person who is going to publish the first English translation of the Bhagavad Gita, and it was done during the time period of Governor General Warren Hastings, and it is the first complete Sanskrit text to directly translation into English, right? So this category of question I will keep it in a bit moderate to hard. So all the three statements are going to be correct. Now question number 73. It says which of the following statement regarding Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel is not correct. So if you are not going to mark, might be here, so there are 4 options. If it is going to 1, 2, 3, 4 or 1, 2, 3 and there are going to be options, then you can make a mistake. So it is always good to mark the keywords that it is going to ask not correct. First statement, he was the first Deputy Prime Minister of Independent India. This we all know, it's a very easy statement. Second, Mahatma Gandhi gave the title of Sardar to him for his leadership in Kheda Satyagraha. Now, here you can make one major mistake. Yes, Mahatma Gandhi played a very important role of giving the title to Sardar. Actually, it is in Bardoli Satyagraha, that is 1928, where the people are fighting or for their high taxation, which is going to be increased. So it is going to be a non-violent Satyagraha, as the name suggests, Bardoli Satyagraha. And Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel got the title of Sardar specifically by the women of that movement, and lately it is going to be popularized by Mahatma Gandhi by giving him the title. So this statement is not going to be correct because it is not the Kheda Satyagraha and it is the Bardoli Satyagraha. So as it says not correct, so option B is going to be your correct answer. Rest, you know, he presided over the Karachi session. This is a very important session. It is going to give a resolution on fundamental rights, right? So important Congress sessions which are going to be there, what are going to be the major outcome, that you know. And Operation Polo, we all are familiar with the integration of the princely state, that was going to be in accordance to the Hyderabad into India. So yes, this he played a very crucial role in the integration of India. That is why he is going to be known as the Iron Man of India, right? So there were two questions in terms of the personalities. Two questions which were very important. And secondly, when we say the one major question which can be a bit on the hard category, that was on Bhagavad Gita. So I would suggest in 6 to 7 questions which we have discussed, majority of the questions, or if your preparation is going with a good flow, at least you can go for 4 to 5 questions minimum. So I will consider modern history section as bit moderate, and questions were very direct. So I hope this discussion is going to be a bit helpful. We will be continuing this Anubhav discussion also as Anubhav is going to happen. So please keep a tab on the next Anubhav. If you haven't appeared for this Anubhav, you can easily enroll and you can connect to the so if you haven't appeared for this Anubhav, you can easily enroll for the next Anubhav. Please keep a tab on the website. Thank you and have a nice day.
Hello students, myself Ajay Singh Gehlot, and I am going to discuss the Anubhav question from the geography section in this video. So these are the questions that I am going to cover, and this is the answer key if you want to note it down, and we are going to discuss each question in detail. So let's start with the first question. The first question is from the climatology part. The question says, strong vertical winds are generally absent in the atmosphere. So vertical winds simply means those winds which are going from ground towards the upper atmosphere. So we usually find, or we do not find, any kind of strong winds with a high velocity that are moving from ground towards the upper part of the atmosphere. The first statement becomes correct. Now second is the vertical pressure gradient force is much smaller in magnitude than the horizontal pressure gradient force. So one thing that we know is pressure gradient force is necessary for creation of a wind or for the velocity of the wind. So without a pressure gradient force, we cannot have winds. What is pressure gradient force? The pressure gradient force means the pressure gradient force is equal to difference in pressure between 2 points divided by the distance between them. Distance between the 2 points. So that's how we define the pressure gradient force. That simply means, for example, these are 2 points A and B, and here the pressure is around 1000 millibars, here it is 900 millibars, and the distance between them is 1 kilometers. So this is the pressure gradient force. Now second case that we are having is, for example, this is A point, it is having 1000 millibars pressure, and the B point, it is 2 kilometers away from the A point, and still the pressure at B point is 900 millibars. So you see, in this case 1 and comparing with the case 2, the pressure gradient force at 1 is more than the pressure gradient force at point 2. So for the pressure gradient force, the difference between the pressure should be more or should be large, and the distance between those 2 points should be very, very less. So when we are having these two conditions, the pressure gradient force becomes high. If the distance increases, the pressure gradient force decreases, or the difference between the pressure decreases, the pressure gradient force again decreases. So pressure gradient force directly depends upon the pressure difference, and it is inversely proportional to the distance between the 2 points. Now coming back to the question, the second statement says the vertical pressure gradient force is much smaller in magnitude than the horizontal pressure gradient force. The statement is wrong because the vertical pressure gradient force is very high. Reason being, ऊपर की तरफ we are having low pressure, because as we move up from the earth's surface the pressure of the atmosphere decreases. That's why when the mountaineers are going towards higher peaks like Mount Everest or Kanchenjunga, they need external oxygen supply. या लद्दाख के अंदर भी we need external oxygen supply sometimes, because the air at those points is thin, and if the air is thin, that simply means the pressure is low, and at the surface of the earth the pressure is around 1 atmosphere. So that means that the vertical pressure gradient force is more as compared to the horizontal pressure gradient force. So this second statement becomes wrong, first one is correct. The third statement is the vertical pressure gradient force is balanced by gravity. That is the reason, see, अगर pressure gradient force ज़्यादा होगा the wind velocity should be more. That's a simple rule. Wind velocity depends upon pressure gradient force. So if pressure gradient force is more, that means velocity should be more. But in the vertical scenario, in the vertical case, what we have is the vertical pressure gradient force is more, but there is also gravity that is acting. So gravity की वजह से, negative aspect of the gravity, negative force created by the gravity की वजह से, the wind velocity decreases in the vertical scenario. So that's why the third statement is also correct. So first and third are correct, and third statement is explaining the first statement. So the option that we should be having is only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct, and that explains the statement 1. So answer becomes option C. This is first question. So for question number 42, it is option C. Now let's move to next question, that is cirques, arides and fjords are related to which of the following. So see, ये दो हो सकता है आपको ना पता हो, but fjords are very important. Even UPSC has asked a mains question upon this particular point. The fjords are submerged glacial valleys. So it simply means these landforms are related with glacial landforms or glacial erosion. So the answer here is option B, that is glacial landforms. Now one particular thing is, what are cirques, what are arides and what are fjords? Fjords already we have discussed. Now it's the turn of cirques and arides. Now cirques are defined as steeped wall rock basins. These are steeped wall rock basins which are covered from 3 sides and 1 side is open. So in practically you will find that cirques are something like this. These are vertical walls and on one side it will be open. So you can say due to glacial erosion these cirques are created. Now second is arides. So there can be one mountain. Yeah, here we can do it. There can be one mountain and it is getting eroded, so it is creating a cirque. So this is your cirque after this line has been removed. Now if it is removed from the other side also, we find arides or serrated ridges. So if both the sides of the mountains are getting eroded or having cirques, then it is forming arides. So this particular yellow line is aride. Here also you will find. So here also we are having, these are arides. So this is aride. So this is the serrated ridges or arides which are formed by erosion on both sides of the mountain chain. So it forms arides or serrated ridges. Third one we are having is horns. Horns क्या होते हैं? It is अगर वो multiple sides से erosion हो, तो you will find a very pointed type of thing that will be formed. These are known as horns. So if 3 and more sides of a mountain are getting eroded, it is going to form a horn. So horns are also related with glacial erosion. उसके अलावा we are having glacial valleys. Glacial valleys are actually U-shaped valleys. They are shallow valleys. They are not very deep, and erosion activity is very high in these valleys. What we find in the glacial valleys is that the structure is something like this. So they will be broad at the base also and at the top also. Another thing that we find with the glacial valleys is that we are having a certain kind of valley that is known as hanging valleys. So hanging valleys, U-shaped valleys are the features of, or are the features related with the glacial valleys, which are part of glacial erosion landforms. And if these glacial valleys get submerged, then it is going to form fjords. So this is a kind of fjord. So fjords will be found in those areas which are under snow cover. For example, Norway coast. This all serrated ridges that we are seeing here, these are all fjords. Similarly, South America के नीचे वाले portion पे we are going to find fjords. New Zealand coast also, on the lower part we are going to find fjords, and in Antarctica also we are going to find fjords. So this is known as fjord coastline. Now इसके अलावा भी we are having certain more things which are related with the glacial landforms. For example, we have eskers, then drumlins. So both of these are also related with the glacial landforms, and these are the depositional features. These are the depositional features. एक होता है erosional, ये है depositional. तो हमने जो ये पढ़े हैं, these are all erosional features. Arids, this horns, serrated ridges, और glacial valleys, hanging valleys. इसके साथ we have finger lakes also. Finger lakes are also kind of erosional features formed by the glacial activity. Then we are having eskers, drumlins, these are depositional features. Moraines, these are also depositional feature. Till, or you can say glacial till. Then we have kettle lakes. So all of these are the depositional features of the glacial erosional activity or glacial landforms. Now next question we are having is question number 44. In question number 44 it is about the mountain passes. Now these passes have been more or less in the news. For example, Shipigla Pass. Himachal Pradesh government was saying that Shipigla Pass should be used for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. और आज के टाइम पे कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा के लिए we use the Lipule Pass. This Lipule Pass is in Uttarakhand, and this is also considered as a disputed territory by Nepal. Although it was clear earlier, but now Nepal is showing on its currency Lipule as a territory of the Nepal. So again this becomes this comes in the news. Now let's go to the question first of all. First of all, Shipigla Pass, Satluj River. This is absolutely right. Satluj River enters India through the Shipigla Pass only, and the Shipigla Pass is in Himachal Pradesh, and it is part of Greater Himalayas. Second is Baralacha Pass. Baralacha Pass again in Himachal Pradesh, and Baralacha Pass is used for going from Lahaul, Spiti to Leh. So Lahaul, Spiti और Leh को connect करता है Baralacha Pass, and Chenab River actually originates near this Baralacha Pass. Then third one we are having is Lipule. We have already discussed. It is part of UK, Uttarakhand, and this Lipule was used or is being used for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. So it connects the Uttarakhand with the Tibet region of China. Then this Lipule, Dhansiri River. This becomes wrong. Dhansiri River is tributary of Brahmaputra River, और ब्रह्मपुत्र रिवर की वजह से ये वाली कहाँ पे आएगी? ये आएगी नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न रीजन के अंदर. So this third one becomes wrong here. The next question we are having is Rohtang Pass. Rohtang Pass connect करता है कुल्लू और लाहौल स्पीति को. So if you want to go to Leh, first of all you have to cross the Rohtang Pass, then you are going to cross the Baralacha Pass. So Rohtang Pass, इसके पास से Byas river originates from the Byas Kund, and इसके साथ साथ we have Ravi river also that originates near this Rohtang Pass. So how many of the above pairs are correctly matched? The answer becomes option C, only 3. First, second and fourth. Now the important passes we have already discussed. First one, the location wise, this is Shipikla Pass. This is Shipikla Pass, यहाँ पे है. Then we are having Lipule Pass at the border of India, Nepal and Tibet. Then third one we are having is Banihal Pass. Banihal Pass actually connects Jammu with the Srinagar. यहाँ पे हमारा जवाहर टनल भी है. उसके अलावा we are having Baralacha Pass and Rohtang Pass. वो यहाँ से कुल्लू के बाद there is Lahaul Spiti, and after Lahaul Spiti it is Leh. So to reach Leh you have to cross both these passes. उसके अलावा other important passes we are having is Mana Pass, Niti Pass. Both passes actually connect India or Uttarakhand with the Tibet region. So these are the important passes of India. Now next we move to question number 45. Question says, west coast of the continents in tropical and subtropical latitudes experience relatively low average temperature with a narrow annual range. So first of all, it is talking about a region which is near to the ocean or near to the marine area. So west coast means this is the region it is talking about. So this is the region it is talking about, that west coast in the tropical region. So tropical and subtropical region, it will be more or less in this zone. So in this zone, if we see, we have here the Canaries current, and here we are having the Venezuela current. Here we are having Peru current, and here we are having the California current, and all are cold currents. So let's go to the statement again. West coast of continents in the tropical and the subtropical latitudes experience relatively low average temperatures with a narrow annual temperature range. So temperature, average temperature as well as the temperature range is low, and that is basically due to the effect of proximity to the water bodies, and in here the water bodies are basically oceans. So oceans के पास होने की वजह से एवरेज टेम्परेचर भी उनका कम हो जाता है, उसके साथ साथ एनुअल टेम्परेचर रेंज भी उनकी हो जाती है कम. सेकंड स्टेटमेंट इज दीज कोस्ट आर इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय द वार्म ओशन करंट. सो ये स्टेटमेंट बेसिक है, एंड दिस स्टेटमेंट इज रॉन्ग. इट शुड बी कोल्ड ओशन करंट्स. सो हियर द आंसर बिकम्स, फर्स्ट इज राइट, सेकंड इज रॉन्ग. So statement 1 is right and statement 2 is not correct. Answer becomes option C here. The next question that we are having is question number 46. It is about Lake Maracaibo. Now the explanation for this Maracaibo is given. It is considered as one of the oldest lakes in the world. It has vast oil and natural gas reserves and is known for the unique Catatumbo lightning. Now what is this Catatumbo lightning? This Catatumbo lightning is named after the river Catatumbo itself. There is a river known as river Catatumbo which flows in this Maracaibo lake, and why this specific name is given. The specific name is given because this region experiences thunder lightning for more than 160 to 170 days in a year. So almost half a year it is facing the lightning, continuous lightning it is there. And this lightning actually stays for 9 hours a day. So दिन में लगभग 9 घंटे for 160 to 170 days there is lightning in this Catatumbo region or river. So that's why the specific name is given. Now next statement is the lake is situated in a country that lies close to the Caribbean Sea. Which of the following countries it is located in? So the key here to solve this question is all about this Caribbean Sea. जो ऊपर वाला सारा पोर्शन है वो बेसिकली आपको कंफ्यूज करने के लिए है. सो लेट्स सी अबाउट द कैरिबियन सी. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ब्राजील को देखते हैं. नाउ ब्राजील, दिस इज द लोकेशन ऑफ ब्राजील, and Brazil is actually near to the North Atlantic Ocean, and here is the Caribbean Sea. So Brazil ko we can actually remove. So the first option is removed. Brazil cannot be our answer. Second, the given is Ecuador. Again, it is connected to South Pacific Ocean. So Caribbean Sea से इसका कोई relation नहीं है. So this can also be removed. Third one we are having is Peru. Peru again is connected to the South Pacific Ocean. So this can also be removed. Now the last option that we are having is Venezuela. So Venezuela is near to the Caribbean Sea. So this is the Venezuela and this is Lake Maracaibo. यहाँ पे है Lake Maracaibo which is connected to the Caribbean Sea. So that this is the location. The answer here becomes is option D, that is Venezuela. Now something about Venezuela. Venezuela, as we know, is a country situated in the southern America. Now if we see Venezuela, this portion that we are having is, this is Andes Mountains. So Andes Mountains do have an arm in the Venezuela also, and this portion is known as Lake Maracaibo, जिसके बारे में ये पूरा क्वेश्चन था. Another important feature is River Orinoco. So this is River Orinoco. This you should be knowing. Now another important part here is that this Venezuela is having both. It is having Amazon forests that are known as selvas, and it is also having tropical grasslands. The name of the tropical grassland is Llanos. So this is the Llanos, that are the tropical grasslands that we are having in Venezuela. Now your homework is, you tell me which are the tropical grasslands situated in Brazil and in Africa. Now let's come back to the question. So Llanos is there. One more important thing is there, Angel Falls. So here we are having Angel Falls, and it is on a tributary of Orinoco River. So Caroni River is there. So or it is tributary of this Orinoco River. On this Orinoco River we are having Angel Falls. These are one of the highest waterfalls of the world, uninterrupted waterfalls of the world. So you should be knowing about Angel Falls, you should be knowing about the Llanos, you should be knowing about the Amazon forest which are on the southern part, and you should be knowing about the Lake Maracaibo. And this Lake Maracaibo is having a huge amount of natural gas as well as natural oil reserves. So this region is basically used for the oil exploration also. The next question that we are having is question number 47. It is about jet streams. Now first statement here is, they are narrow belts of very high velocity winds flowing in the stratosphere. So one thing that we know about jet streams is that they are upper tropospheric winds. So they are flowing near the tropopause. So the tropopause is here. So these jet streams are near the tropopause. Sometimes they may enter into stratosphere, but mostly or not generally they will be considered as a part of troposphere only. So this first statement becomes wrong because they are flowing in troposphere, not in stratosphere. Second statement, they shift poleward in winters and towards the equator in the summers. So the wind belt system of the world, that is the planetary winds, they usually shift along with the movement of the sun. So when the sun is over Tropic of Cancer, that is in the northern hemisphere, we are having summers at that time. That happens between March to September. So in that time we are having summers in the northern hemisphere. The statement is saying they shift poleward in the winters and towards equator in the summers. So let's see that also. So this was the condition for the winter, and this is the condition for the winters. So this is about summer and this is about winters. When we are having ITCZ here, the whole wind system is like this. So we can see that the subtropical as well as the polar jet streams are shifting towards the pole. So jet streams shift towards the pole during summers. So this statement becomes wrong. If we talk about winters, in winters what happens is that the wind system is like this. So here we can see these are the polar jet streams, and here we are having the subtropical jet streams. Now they are shifting towards the equator. So in winters they shift towards the equator, in summers they shift towards the pole. So the second statement also becomes wrong. Third, they are found exclusively in the northern hemisphere due to their greater extent of the landmass. This statement again is wrong. As you can see, this is polar jet stream, this is subtropical jet stream. So they are found in both the hemisphere, northern as well as southern. So land mass का यहाँ पे कोई relation नहीं है with respect to occurrence of the jet streams. So third statement is also wrong. Answer here becomes option D, that is none. Now next we move to question number 48. It is about the river. Which of the following rivers arise from the Shillong peak? So we are having Umangot, Manas, Subansiri and Rangit. Now this question can be done through the elimination method. Let's see the rivers one by one. Umangot, इसका नाम हमने नहीं सुना. It is not a very well known rivers in terms of our syllabus. The second river we are having is Subansiri river. Let's see the Subansiri river. The Subansiri river is actually a tributary of the Brahmaputra river. So Subansiri river यहाँ से rise होती है from Arunachal Pradesh and it joins the Brahmaputra river. So Meghalaya peak is, Shillong peak is somewhere here. So first option is eliminated. Second option we are having is Manas. Manas again rises from the Himalayas only, from the Bhutan region. And third one is Rangit. Rangit river is tributary of this Tista river. So this one is also eliminated. So all these three rivers actually originate from the Himalayas. That's why these are wrong. We are left with only one option, that is known as Umangot river. Now Umangot river is a river which is having cleanest water in the Indian rivers. So this is actually famous location for the tourism in Meghalaya also, this Umangot river. It is also known as Dwaki river or Va Umangot river. The water is very, very clean, and after India it flows into Bangladesh. So it is a transboundary river. And this was in news. The question was framed because this Umangot river was recently got dirty due to the construction activity going in the region. So the beautiful river that we are seeing, that actually got dirty. That's why this river was in news. And the origin point for this river is Shillong peak. Now next we move to question number 88. Kilauea volcano located in the Hawaiian Islands have erupted frequently in recent times. It is characterized by a broad, gently sloping profile, basaltic lava flows and low eruptive explosivity. So basically the question is about the features of a volcano has been given, and we have to identify which volcano it relates with. The first one is flood basalt province. So it is having basaltic lava, the fluidity is low, and it is also not having any explosive characteristics. But the point here is that it is forming a broad, gently sloping profile. Flood basaltic lava के केस में क्या होता है? It is forming horizontal profiles. तो एक के ऊपर एक लेयर जमती जाते हैं, it forms a plateau. So this one becomes wrong because it does not form a broad, gentle. Composite volcano have viscous basaltic lava. The explosivity is little high, but the slope is also very steep. It is formed in the form of layers. एक layer volcanic material का होगा, उसके बाद ash का होगा, then volcanic material, then ash. So it forms a composite volcano or a stratovolcano. So this again becomes wrong because the slope here is not going along with what has been asked in the question. The third one we are having is caldera. Caldera are the most explosive ones. So that's why this low eruptive explosivity actually negates it. In the caldera, the upper part of the volcano is actually removed. So that's why this also becomes wrong. Last one we are having is shield volcano. So these characteristics are of shield volcano only. The shield volcano have broad, gently sloping profile. Basaltic lava comes out of it, and the explosive nature is also very, very less. This Kilwa volcano is an example of active volcano as well as an example of shield volcano. Let's go to the location also for this Kilwa volcano. So this Kilwa volcano is situated in the Hawaiian Islands, which are in the Pacific region. So this is the location of the Hawaiian Islands. So बिल्कुल फिलीपींस के पैरेलल में है, horizontal length पे है, ये same latitude पे है. Second thing that we are having in this Hawaiian Islands, we are having certain important volcanoes like Mauna Loa, then Kilwa volcano, then Mauna Kea volcano is also there, which are important volcanic regions of this Hawaiian Islands. These Hawaiian Islands are volcanic in origin. Now, next we move to question number 89. Question number 89 says, with reference to the Indus River system, consider the following statement. So, Indus River, as we know, it originates from Bokarchu Glacier near the Mansarovar Lake, 80 kilometers away from the Mansarovar Lake. This Indus River originates. So, let's go to the question. The Indus River flows through India and Pakistan, but not through Afghanistan River. So, if we talk about the main river, that is the Indus River, it flows through India and Pakistan, but does not flow through Afghanistan. Yeah, the tributaries of the Indus River, they do come out from Afghanistan, they do flow through Afghanistan. For example, Kabul River is there, it flows, it is a tributary of the Indus River and it flows through the Afghanistan. So, this first statement becomes right here. It does not flow through Afghanistan, it flows through India and Pakistan and also through China. Second, Kabul River flows through Afghanistan, India and Pakistan. This statement is wrong. Why? The Kabul River joins somewhere here. It is joining somewhere here in Pakistan. Islamabad se thoda left ki taraf. So that's why Kabul River does not flow through India. So that's why this statement becomes wrong. The third one is the Indus Basin extends to 3 countries only. Now here there can be a catch. The 3 countries, it is not 3 countries, it is 4 countries. The first country that we are having is, this is the Tibet region or the China. Second, it is India. The third one is Pakistan, and the basin also lies in Afghanistan. So the statement here becomes wrong. The Indus Basin extends to 4 countries. So this statement is also wrong. So answer here becomes option A, that is only one. Only first statement is correct here. Now something about this Indus River. Recently the Indus Water Treaty was suspended by India. Second thing is that the Indus River actually originates from the Bokarchu Glacier, which is near to the Mansarovar Lake, 80 kilometers away from here. And through this Mansarovar Lake or from that region, Satluj River as well as the Brahmaputra also originate. That is known as Zangpo, Yarlang Zangpo in the Tibet region. The third part is that it enters India through the Dhamchok. So this region is known as Dhamchok, and it enters Pakistan through Chilas in Dardistan. One more thing is there. This Indus River flows between Ladakh and Zanskar range. तो किस रेंज के बीच में होगा? It will be between Ladakh range and the Zanskar range. And the famous town Leh town is also situated on this Indus River. Now the right bank and the left bank tributaries of Indus River include, the first one is Shyok, then Gilgit, Kabul. These are all right bank tributaries. उनके अलावा we are having Khurram, Tochi, Gomal, Viboa and Sangar. So all these are right bank tributaries. Left bank tributaries include Zanskar, Kargil, Astar and Panjnad River. Panjnad River is actually combined waters of Chenab, Jhelum, Ravi, Byas and Satluj. So all these are the important tributaries of the Indus River. Now next question we are having is question number 90. Question number 90 says, consider the following description of a climatic type. The first statement we are having is rainfall occurs throughout the year. So see, here we are also given with the Köppen classification. In Köppen classification, if we talk about in the terms of rainfall, if there is no dry season, then the term or the alphabet that is allocated is F. If there is summer dry, the alphabet allocated is S. It is summer dry, yani in summer season the rainfall is not there. If there is winter dry season or in winters the rainfall is not there, it is known as W. Then we are having is, this is a second line. Then the first line that we have is A, B, C, D and E. A actually relates with the tropical region or tropical humid region. B relates with dry climate. So deserts and grasslands are actually defined by this B alphabet. C term is with warm temperate regions and D is with the cold temperate regions or cold regions. E is with the polar regions. So first statement is there, rainfall occurs throughout the year. So this particular key should be having F word here because F is having no dry season or rainfall throughout the year. The second we are having is annual precipitation varies between 75 to 150 centimeter. देखो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट में से तो यू कैन एक्चुअली रिमूव दिस ट्रॉपिकल मॉनसून क्लाइमेट एज वेल एज द मेडिटेरेनियन क्लाइमेट. In monsoon climate, this small alphabet, this small letter M, this actually relates with a very short dry season. So this is the key to solving the question. कोपन के अंदर F का मतलब है no dry season, S का मतलब है summer dry, M का मतलब है short dry season, यानी पूरे साल भर बारिश होगी पर कुछ A region होगा जहां पे वहां पे there will be no precipitation. Then winter dry will be W. Second is the first alphabet that we have in the Köppen classification is A, B, C, D. A relates to the tropical humid region, B with the dry climate, C with the warm temperate, D with the cold temperate and lastly E with the polar region. So rainfall occurring throughout the region. So जहां जहां F नहीं होगा उसको हम easily हटा सकते हैं. For example, Mediterranean climate we are having rainfall in the winters. We are having wet winters. So automatically these two options are removed. Second is annual precipitation varies between 75 to 150 centimeter. So see, in the tropical wet climate, that is in a tropical region, the rainfall is more than 200 centimeters. So automatically this is also removed. So answer that we are having is humid subtropical climate, that is CFA. Third statement is it is characterized by thunderstorms in summers and frontal rainfalls in the winter and there is low diurnal temperature range. तो इन दोनों को हम समझते हैं ये किस रीजन में हम बात कर रहे हैं अभी. सो द रीजन दैट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट इज द ईस्टर्न कोस्ट इन द वार्म टेम्परेट रीजन. फॉर एग्जांपल इस वाले रीजन की बात करेंगे. हियर वी आर हैविंग गल्फ टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट, एक सब टाइप है क्लाइमेट का, दैट इज गल्फ टाइप ऑफ क्लाइमेट. सेकेंड रीजन वी आर हैविंग इज दिस रीजन, ये साउथ अमेरिका के अंदर है, अर्जेंटीना एंड एडजॉइनिंग रीजन्स में ये होगा. देन here we are having South Africa, the eastern coast of the South Africa, then south and south is the southeastern part of China and lastly we are having the southeastern part of Australia. So जो eastern coast है continent का वहां पे हमें इस टाइप का क्लाइमेट देखने को मिलेगा. Now you see it is saying low diurnal temperature range because this region is close to the ocean or the water body, that's why the temperature range for day and night is going to be less. Temperature range ज़्यादा नहीं होगा. Second thing it is talking about is that these regions are characterized by thunderstorms in summers and frontal rainfall in the winter. Now see, in these regions, even this south part of Japan is also covered in this part. Now in these regions, if you see, these regions are prone to hurricanes, like here we are having typhoons, here we are having tornadoes, then in this region we are having pampero winds. These are important. Argentina में pampero winds होती हैं. Berg winds are in the South Africa and southerly busters are in this Australian region. So these wind types are also important. So in summers we are having tornadoes, typhoons and these type of winds. In winters what happens is that when the whole planetary wind belt shifts downward, then it comes under the influence of these frontal cyclones. That's why we are having frontal rainfall. The temperate cyclone वहां हो जाते हैं, तो उसकी वजह से we are having frontal rainfall in this region. So the answer here is option B, that is cold, that is humid subtropical climate, or in simple words China type climate or temperate warm temperate eastern type of climate, क्योंकि eastern side पे मिलेगा. चलो नेक्स्ट चलते हैं क्वेश्चन नंबर 91 पे. With reference to the coastal landforms, consider the following statement. So coastal landforms की बात हो रही है. Let's see the first one. The first statement, it is narrow coastal inlet where tidal waters move in and out regularly. So creek, yes, creeks are narrow coastal region where the sea water actually moves in and out frequently. For example, Sir Creek is there. So this is the position of Sir Creek. This is Arabian Sea, and is from this Arabian Sea the water actually is having inlets into the land. So the first statement is correct here. Second, it is typically found in low-lying coastal plains and may be associated with the mud flats and mangroves. This statement is also right. For example, if you talk about the Sir Creek is in the Kutch region, and the Kutch region is basically a low-lying coastal plain. And जब तक low-lying नहीं होगा, the water is not going to enter into the land, or it is not going to encroach into the land. So the second statement also becomes right. Third one is, it is a freshwater channel that flows permanently from mountains to the sea. This statement is obviously wrong, because first of all it is not a fresh water. Second, it is not coming out from the mountains. This particular definition can be given to a river. A river can be a freshwater channel that flows permanently from a mountain to the plains or to the oceans. So here the first and second statement are right. Third statement is wrong. So answer here becomes option B, that is 1 and 2 only. The next question we are having is question number 92. It says, consider the following statement with reference to 22nd December. So there are 4 basically dates in the whole year which are related with the geographical phenomena. For example, we are having 21st June, then we are having 21st March, 23rd September and 22nd December. So these are important dates, and these dates actually define the seasonality in the whole world. So first statement is, the Indian subcontinent experiences shortest day of the year on this date. Let's see that also. First of all, Indian subcontinent means the northern hemisphere of Earth. So let's discuss that. So this is the revolution of Earth around the sun. So what we have is that this is sun. The Earth on June 21st is in front of the sun, and the sun's direct rays are falling over Tropic of Cancer. As it moves to September, the sun's rays are directly falling over the equator. Then near December, it is directly falling on the Tropic of Capricorn. Then on March 21st, we are having sun's rays directly falling on the equator. So when the sun's rays are directly falling on the equator, the time date is known as equinox. So March 21st and September 23 are equinox. This is winter solstice, when the sun's rays are directly falling over the Tropic of Capricorn, and this is summer solstice, when the sun's rays are directly falling on the Tropic of Cancer. Now when sun's rays are directly falling, or you can say on December 22, the sun's rays directly fall over the Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn. So over this Capricorn, when the sun's rays fall, then on this side we are going to have day, and on this side we are going to have night. So what happens is that in this region, in the southern hemisphere, we are having day length maximum in the year. In the northern hemisphere, we are having the least day length. This is the first thing. Secondly, it is the time period of winters in the northern hemisphere and summers in the southern hemisphere. Now if we talk about this is the Earth's axis. So this line and here this line, this region of the near the North Pole, or you can say the region above 66.5 degree north will be permanently for 24 hours, it will be having night. And this region 66.5 degrees south, below that region, is going to have 24-hour daylight. Right? Now, coming back to the question, the Indian subcontinent experiences shortest day of the year on this date. This statement is absolutely right because we are having winters during this time. Second, the sun is at its farthest distance from the earth on this date. There are two things, one is known as aphelion, second is known as perihelion. So aphelion and perihelion, what are these? Aphelion means the sun is farthest from the earth and perihelion means the sun is closest to the earth. The perihelion date is around January 3 every year. Perihelion का मतलब यह है कि अर्थ विल बी 147 million kilometers away from the sun. That is, earth is closest to the sun in its orbit. Whereas the aphelion, it will be on July 4 and the earth will be 152 kilometers away from the sun. So you see, during winters the earth is closest to the sun, or the date of the earth being closest to the sun comes, and during summers the earth is farthest away from the sun. So closeness or proximity to the sun does not define the seasonality on the earth. The seasonality is defined due to the tilted axis of earth, first of all, and tilted towards the pole star or Polaris, and it is revolving around the earth. So these define the seasonality over the earth. So this second statement becomes wrong. The answer here is option A, that is 1 only. Next we move to question number 93. It says it is an equatorial crop that can be grown in tropical and subtropical areas. It requires moist and humid climate with rainfall more than 200 centimeters and temperature above 25 degrees Celsius. Identify the crop. So as such it is very easy, but we are going to eliminate the other crops, then we are going to left with the answer itself. First one is paddy or rice. The water requirement is not that high, that is 200 centimeter per year. Annual rainfall requirement is not that high. Even with 150 centimeters, the rainfall is more than enough for the paddy. Even 100 centimeters, it is more than enough for the growth of the paddy. So the first one is eliminated. Second we are having is tea. Now tea is not an equatorial crop, so ultimately it is removed. Third one we are having is sugarcane. Again, it does not require this much amount of water. Even 75 to 100 centimeters of annual rainfall is more than enough for the sugarcane plantation. So this was also removed. The last one we are left with is rubber. Rubber is an equatorial crop and the rainfall requirement or the water requirement is very, very high and it needs water round the year. So throughout the year it needs rainfall. Constant precipitation isko chahiye, kisko? The rubber plantation crop ko. So that is the defining feature for the rubber crop. Now if we see the rubber where it is grown in these regions, in the equatorial regions. For example, this part of the South America, the rubber is grown. So this is the optimal condition. Uske saath saath it can be grown in tropical and subtropical regions. Then in this region of Africa we are having the rubber plantations. India के अंदर भी rubber plantation होता है. India is one of the leading producers of the rubber. So in India we have this region, the Kerala, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. In that region we have the rubber plantation and Kerala leads in terms of rubber plantation. Then in this region is the one of the most or highly producing regions for the rubber. Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, in these countries also we are having rubber plantation. And this Southeast Asia is the major producer of rubber in the world. And rubber is a very, very important material for the industrial use, for example rubber tires are there, you जहाँ भी cap होगा वहाँ पे rubber का use होगा, wherever there is sealing is required there rubbers are used. So rubber is having a lot of industrial applications and also in the daily life. So these are the regions where rubber plantation is done. Now next we move to question number 94. The question number 94 is very simple. It says which of the following water bodies are related with or connected with Israel. So we have Sea of Galilee, Red Sea and Mediterranean Sea. So let's see on the figure itself. First of all we are having first one that we are having is Sea of Galilee. So this Lake Tiberias, the Sea of Galilee is also known as Lake Tiberias, is connected to Israel itself. Even it forms the border between Israel and Syria, but now the Golan Heights is occupied or is under the control of Israel. That's why this Sea of Galilee is currently in Israel itself. The second one is Dead Sea. So Dead Sea is between Israel and Jordan. So this is Dead Sea. Third one is Mediterranean Sea. ये तो बहुत obvious था. And lastly, it is also connected to Red Sea through Gulf of Aqaba. So through Gulf of Aqaba, Israel is connected to Red Sea also. This is Gulf of Aqaba. So the answer here becomes option C, that is all three. Now next we move to question number 95, last question. Consider the following features of the ocean floor: continental rise, shelf, slope and abyssal plains. The correct sequence for these features when moving from the coast towards the deep ocean is. Now let's see that. First of all, whenever we move from the land towards the sea, the first thing that we are going to encounter is continental shelf. So the continental shelf is the first body that we are going to encounter. Continental shelf is actually a submerged part of the continent itself. So the first thing is continental shelf. Now after continental shelf there is a sloping region which leads to the abyssal plain or the ocean floor. That is known as continental slope. In this continental slope we are going to find underwater canyons also. So canyons भी हमें यहाँ पे मिलेंगे, underwater canyons or undersea canyons we are going to find in this continental slope itself. Then after that we are having continental rise. So third thing that we are going to have is continental rise. Continental rise is actually having sediments, जो भी यहाँ से erosion हुआ, that erosion actually settles in this continental rise region. And this continental rise connects the continental slope with the ocean floor or the abyssal plain. इसके बाद we are having abyssal plain, and these abyssal plains are vast flat plains which are having multiple landforms like sea mounts. The mountains which are underwater, if they come out of the water they form islands. Then we are having gyots. The gyots, here it is not mentioned, the gyots are actually flat topped undersea mountains or sea mounts. So gyots also we find here. Then we are having mid-oceanic ridges. So they are also part or they also are on the abyssal plain itself. And lastly we are having trenches. These are deep depressions in the ocean crust. So these are the four features of the ocean floor. So the sequence becomes, the first one should be continental shelf, then it is continental slope, then it is continental rise, and lastly it is abyssal plain. So 2, 3, 1, 4, let's see that. 2, 3, 1, 4, the answer is option D. So with this we conclude the discussion for the geography part. Thank you very much.
Hello friends, I welcome you all to this particular session of ANUBHAV explanations. Good evening, and I hope your ANUBHAV went well. So we are going to discuss the environment questions, particularly the question number from 29 to 35 and from 74 to 82. Okay. So these are the questions which are exclusively from the environment section from this particular ANUBHAV, the first ANUBHAV that you are experiencing. So particularly if you look at the nature of the questions in the economy, the environment section, sorry, I am keep on saying the economy a lot, the environment section. Okay, very good question. Particularly they test your conceptual clarity Apart from that, you know, objective knowledge is what is being tested in the environment section. And from the perspective of UPSC also, these two aspects are very, very vital. So, your conceptual clarity is one area where you cannot, you know, falter. Obviously, jo objective knowledge hai, that will keep on getting added. So, do not worry if you are not able to get some of these questions, which are essentially tests your objective knowledge, which will be from, say, the current affairs part. Okay, you can improve on it going forward. So, no need to get discouraged if you say make any sort of mistakes on the objective front. Okay, so see, this is the process of learning. So, focus mostly majorly on the learning part. Okay, UPSC tests your essentially the conceptual clarity mostly, but means, you know, if you look at the recent trends, it also tests your objective knowledge as well. So, keep on adding to that particular knowledge. So, as I said, we are going to discuss the environment section. Particularly, let's look at the question number 29. Okay, the first question from the environment section. So, let's see the question here. See, very basic question based on, say, ethanol blending program, EBP program of the government of India, particularly very famous. You know, we have the goal of ethanol blending by 20% by 2025. But let's look at the statement itself, and then we will discuss the other aspects of it. Okay, that would be better. So, the first statement here is India has successfully achieved the target of 20% ethanol blending in petrol ahead of the original deadline of 2030. So, this particular statement here is correct statement. You must have seen lot of the times that we have achieved the 20% ethanol blending target before the original deadline of 2030. So, I think most of the time, most of the students will get confused here, particularly original deadline of 2030, whether, you know, the original deadline is 2030 under the national biofuel policy or not. That is something, you know, may be of the most important, you know, confusion here. So, national biofuel policy of 2018 particularly had the target of 2030 E20 essentially, that's the case. So, 20% ethanol blending by 2030 वो हमारा target था under the earlier policy of 2018, but we achieved it by 2025 itself. So, essentially almost हमारे original deadline से 5 साल पहले ही हमने 20% ethanol blending we have achieved. So, number one, the first statement is correct. Look at the second statement. The national biofuel policy, national policy on biofuels allows the use of damaged food grains and surplus rice for ethanol production. So, this is true. Under the national biofuel policy, the amendments that are made in 2022 particularly, this particular statement is also correct. Okay. So, number one statement is correct, number two statements is correct. Look at the optional and which options you can eliminate now. So, you can eliminate number 2 and number 3. Okay. So, even if you don't know that, don't know anything about, say, statement 3, the statement 3 talks about ethanol's low octane number makes it a prominent choice for blending in petrol. Suppose किसी को octane number के बारे में कुछ नहीं पता, then you will have the choice of selecting between A and D. So, it becomes like 50-50, okay, in a way. Now, look at the third statement again. Ethanol's low octane number makes it a prominent choice for blending in petrol. So, essentially you must know what exactly is the meaning of octane number here to understand that whether this statement is right or wrong. So, just to give you the brief idea here about octane number is octane number of any fuel indicates its, you know, resistance to knocking. Knocking का मतलब क्या है? The higher the resistance, the higher the octane number, the higher is the resistance to the knocking effect. So, what it indicates overall about the fuel is, in the IC engine particularly, the fuel with high octane numbers essentially gives more efficiency. Okay, the engine runs more efficiently with high octane number fuel. Okay, particularly. So, if we are adding ethanol to the petrol, by that logic, if ethanol has very low octane number, how it is going to gel well with the petrol, है ना? That is something a common sense. So essentially this statement number 3 is wrong. So this particular statement is incorrect because ethanol has high octane number. That's what makes it more amenable to say blending in petrol. Petrol also has high octane number. So number 3 statement is wrong here because ethanol has high octane number. So many times the advantages of ethanol may particularly you must have heard this particular fact about ethanol. Ethanol having high octane number. So just remember ethanol has high octane number. That's why the statement number 3 is incorrect. So the right answer here is option A. So option A is the right answer. Okay. So this is right answer. 1 and 2 the statement number 1 and 2 are correct. Okay. So because number 3, the third statement is incorrect here. Okay. So let's look at the next question now. Question number 30. The question number 30 talks about the bacterium. Recently, the bacterium Rhodococcus ruber was in news for its potential application in. Direct question from the current affairs part. It will test your objective knowledge. See, this particular Rhodococcus ruber is a bacterium, as the statement suggests. It is a gram-positive bacterium. Particularly, if we look at the options itself, options to certain extent, options themselves are giveaway. Most of the times, in recent times, plastic pollution and how to do away with plastic pollution, what are the options to say bioremediation aspect of the plastic pollution particularly is in news all the time. So from that perspective, the right answer is actually option B, breaking down and digesting plastic polymers like polyethylene. So that's where these bacteriums are in news nowadays because they can be used effectively in a bioremediation particularly associated with plastics. Okay. So essentially they are giving the right sort of solutions to our plastic problem. Okay. So option B is the correct answer here. See, particularly cleaning oil spills in marine ecosystems, there is no direct application that is being talked about of Rhodococcus ruber vis-a-vis oil spills. Okay. Oil spills ke liye the bacterium is not talked about a lot, although there are future applications on say hydrocarbon and its bioremediation aspect, but that is what hits directly here is the option B, breaking down and digesting plastic polymers like polyethylene. That's why they are often in news. Okay. And fixing nitrogen in saline soils for agriculture, that is not correct. Synthesizing biodegradable biofuels from algae, that is also not correct as well. So remediation of plastics, particularly polyethylene plastics, and its breaking down sort of through bioremediation techniques, we are using Rhodococcus ruber, a gram-positive bacterium. Okay. So B is the right option for question number 30. Okay. Let's move forward. Question number 31. 31 here, statement 1, 2, 3 type question. See, particularly nowadays you must have seen that in recent UPSC pattern, the pattern of questions that UPSC is asking, they are asking 3 statements, and what makes the question difficult is not the statements themselves, but the way they have framed the options. Okay. So that's what make solving such question difficult. Per se, the statement themselves are not that much difficult to understand. Okay. So let's look at the statements and we will come to the right conclusion, by the way. So the first statement is statement 1. Several rivers in the Arctic region have been observed to develop an orange coloration in recent years. This is particularly the statement which is true. In recent times, particularly you must have seen the news about say the river in Arctic region, particularly in the Alaska, turning orange or something like that. Okay. So it is the result of the climate change that we are seeing the Arctic river coloration particularly. Now the hard part here is to understand whether statement 2 or 3 is the reason for it. Okay. Let's look at statement 2. thawing of permafrost releases iron and other minerals into the river systems. Okay. And what about statement 3? Statement 3, rising water temperatures in the Arctic have led to widespread proliferation of orange pigmented algae in riverine ecosystems. Okay. So, out of these two statements, the statement number 2 is the correct statement here. Most of the time, the result of say climate change and increasing temperatures is because of the thawing of the permafrost. Permafrost, which is there in the solid form, obviously, and that is getting melted because of the rising temperatures in Arctic. See, Arctic particularly is increasing at much faster rate, say compared to other regions of of Earth. Okay, so that's why the permafrost thawing is releasing this iron and other minerals into the river systems, and these iron and minerals that mixes into the river system that is the reason for change of the color of these rivers. So, statement 2 is correct. See, that's the major statement of that is the major reason why the rivers in the Arctic region are turning orange. Okay, so look at the statement 3, rising water temperatures in the Arctic have led to widespread. Most of the time, remember that whenever the question exaggerates, the statement exaggerates a bit, if the statement talks about more extremities, most of the time it is wrong. So, you can clearly see that this particular statement 3, rising water temperatures in the Arctic have led to widespread proliferation of orange pigmented algae. There are no such there is no such development in Arctic region about orange pigmented algae in the riverine ecosystem. So, statement number 3 is incorrect. Okay. So, now let us look at the options. Now, look at option number C. Only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct, and that explains statement 1. This is the right choice here. Why? Look at option D, neither statement 2 nor statement 3 is correct. This is incorrect option because statement 2 is correct. Look at option B, both statement 2 and 3 are correct, but only one of them explains statement 1. Statement 3 particularly is incorrect here. So, option B is not answer as well. Both statement 2 and 3 are correct and both of them explain statement 1. This is obviously incorrect because statement 3 is incorrect. Okay. So, only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct, that is statement 2 is correct, and that explains statement 1. So, that is why for question number 31 we have option number C as the correct option. Okay. Let us move forward. Question number 32. The simple question, okay, very easy question, objective, based on objective knowledge and current affairs of the environment part. The Champions of the Earth Award, regarded as the highest environmental honor, is conferred by which one of the following organizations? Okay. The instinctive here is to mark option A, okay, and that is correct. United Nations Environment Program in recent times has awarded the IAS officer Supriya Sahu with this award. So, that is why this particular question is being asked here, that which particular organization gives this Champions of the Earth Award. So, UNEP gives that particular award. Obviously, in actual exam time, lot of the times it creates confusion whether UN gives it or whether this World Wildlife Fund for Nature gives it, or IUCN gives it, or Conservation International gives it. So, many people will confuse between A and C here. Okay, but this is a major highest UN honor, environmental honor given by United Nations, and United Nations Environment Program gives this particular award, Champion of the Earth Award. It was established way back in 2005. Okay. So, option A is the correct option here for question number 32. Let us look at question number 33. With reference to the greater one-horned rhinoceros, consider the following statements. Okay. Very easy question. If you look at, if you know the meaning of each of these terms that are mentioned in these statements, okay, for that matter. Okay. Great one-horned rhinoceros, we all know our own state of Assam, the Kaziranga National Park is famous for one-horned rhino particularly. Let us look at the statement number 1. It is endemic to the state of Assam. It is endemic to the state of Assam. It is definitely, obviously incorrect statement. It is not endemic to the state of Assam. Okay, although Kaziranga National Park is the abode of one-horned rhino, but it is not just endemic. You will find the one-horned rhino in the other states of northeast as well, है ना, in other countries of South Asia, particularly Nepal. Okay, so it is not endemic to the state of Assam. So this statement is incorrect. It is an arboreal species in its natural habitat. Okay, so only confusion here with for you is what is the meaning of arboreal species. Okay, तो ये क्या है कि अगर आप कंफ्यूज हो रहे हैं तो इसका हिंदी में ट्रांसलेशन देख लेंगे ना, तो you will understand what exactly is the meaning of arboreal. Arboreal is the species that primarily lives on trees. Okay, so monkeys are considered as an arboreal species. Do you find these one-horned rhinoceros, these heavy animals on trees all the time? This is not so. This statement number 2 is incorrect as well. And let's look at the statement number 3. The Rhizotope project was recently initiated by the government of Assam to combat poaching of the great one-horned rhinoceros. So the half part is correct here. To combat the poaching of the great one-horned rhinoceros, the Rhizotope project was launched. Very, very true. But it was not launched by government of Assam. It was launched in South Africa. So it is the project launched in South Africa. Essentially what it conveys, Rhizotope project, is they are essentially injecting the horn of rhino with the radioactive material, so that it is, you know, less attractive for poachers to poach the rhino. Okay, so that's the case. So you know, it is started by South Africa. So that's why this particular statement is also incorrect as well. So what is the, how many statements of the given above of the, how many statements are correct? None of the statements are correct. So option D is the correct answer for question number 33. Let's move forward. Question number 34. Which of the following correctly distinguishes Air Quality Index (AQI) from National Ambient Air Quality Standards (NAAQS)? Most of the time we are all suffering from the harmful effects of, you know, air pollution, and these terms are in news. AQI, UQI हम हर बार वही repeat करते हैं. So what is the difference between AQI and NAAQS? You must have already been knowing this. So because it is so much times, you know, repeated in news. So let's look at the statement number 1. AQI is legally enforceable framework, whereas NAAQS is advisory in nature. So this is absolutely incorrect statement, because sort of it is reversed in a way. NAAQS, National Ambient Air Quality Standards, is legally enforceable framework, while AQI is just an advisory. AQI आपने देखा होगा, AQI हम, you know, we all the time we use कि AQI इतना बढ़ गया है, it has gone into the severe category. The color coding we all know. So it is voluntary sort of measure. NAAQS is a basic framework. Okay, it is a legal framework which guides the industries particularly to set the emission, not emission, the, you know, pollution targets. Okay, so NAAQS particularly is the basic framework given, obviously observed by CPCB, Central Pollution Control Board. And what is the basic law under which NAAQS has been formed? It is Air you know, Prevention and Control Act particularly. So essentially statement number 1 is incorrect. Okay. Number 2, AQI is computed only for those air pollutants for which short term NAAQS have been notified. So this particular statement is correct. Okay. So आपने देखा होगा AQI changes each day. So this 24-hour cycle is essentially, you know, short term you know, cycle is you know, recommended and decided by NAAQS standards. Okay, so number 2 is correct. Let's look at number 3. Ammonia is included under NAAQS, but it is not considered while computing AQI. So this particular statement here is also incorrect. Okay, there are there are 12, you know, components which are measured in NAAQS, while 8 components are part of AQI. Okay, so these 8 components are common with NAAQS. Okay, so NAAQS and AQI में ये 8 component अलग है, NAAQS 8 component same है, and the extra 4 are there which are part of only NAAQS, which are not part of AQI. So what are those components? 8 common components between AQI and AQS are PM 2.5 and 10, PM 2.5 and 10, obviously 1 and 2. You have NO2, nitrogen dioxide, not N2O, remember that creates a lot of confusion. Nitrogen dioxide is measured, NO2, SO2 is measured, okay. Sulfur dioxide, NO2, SO2, दो हो गए. You have carbon monoxide. Carbon dioxide is not part of both AQI and NAQS, remember that. And then you have ozone, and then you have NH3, that is ammonia, and then you have lead, Pb. Both means 8 of these components are common between the two. So you can clearly see ammonia is part of both AQI and AQS. So essentially statement 3 is also incorrect, okay. What are the 4 components which are effectively measured, effectively measured by NAQS standards? These 4 components are benzene, benzopyrene, arsenic and nickel. So these are the 4 components which are additionally there and which are different from AQI in NAQS, remember that, okay. बाकी के 8 तो दोनों में कॉमन है, जिसमें अमोनिया भी कॉमन है, एंड दोनों ही मेजर नहीं करते CO2, रिमेंबर दैट, CO2 मेजर नहीं किया जाता in NAQS or AQI. Very basic difference between NAQS and your AQI, okay. So how many of the statements given above are correct? Option A, only one, statement number 2 is correct, okay. So for question number 34 we have option A which is correct, okay. Let's look at the next question, question number 35. Very basic understanding of the environment here. Both predation and parasitism are ecological interactions in which one species benefits at the expense of another. What differentiates them? So दोनों ही predation and parasitism are essentially the interactions in the environment in which one species benefits at the cost of others, okay. Difference क्या है दोनों में, ये पूछा है, okay. Let's look at the statement number 1. In parasitism, the organism benefiting from the interaction generally does not kill the host, whereas in predation, the prey is usually killed, okay. Obviously, with just the cursory reading also, even if you don't know, even if you haven't read in detail about the difference, you can clearly see the statement 1 is correct, okay. Parasitism में the organism benefiting from the interaction generally does not kill the host. You can clearly see the parasites, okay, for that matter on many animals, okay, but they don't kill the animal because they want long-term interaction with that particular animal. Whereas predation, lion killing the deer, that's the predation. Essentially, the deer is killed. That's why lion is able to fulfill its a sort of food requirement, okay. Whereas predation is the prey is obviously usually killed. So statement 1 is correct. Even the common understanding will also able to solve this particular statement, whether it is correct or not, okay. So number 1, statement 1 is correct. Parasitism typically involves a short-term association between the two organisms, whereas predation involves long-term interaction. Obviously, I just told you predation one of the shortest interaction between the two, because after that there is no prey because it was killed. And but in parasitism is a long-term interaction, okay. Parasites sometimes keep the host alive so that their own survival depends on the host. So it is sort of a long-term interaction between the two, okay. So statement number 2 is obviously incorrect. One of the easiest sort of question in this particular environment section. So which of the statements given above are correct? One only is correct. Option A is the correct answer for question number 35 as well. Let's look at next batch of question from question number 74 to 82 now from the environment sections. So question number 74. At the UNFCCC COP30 held in Belém, Brazil, the Belém Health Action Plan was launched. What its primary objective is? What is its primary objective? See, essentially it tests your objective knowledge, current affairs part from the environment. What the Belém Health Action Plan focuses on is to integrate climate resilience into national health systems to handle climate induced health crisis. So even if you don't know about Belém COP30 and its outcomes, just by looking at the cursory sort of reading of the statements, you can come to the right sort of statement as well. To eradicate vector-borne diseases like malaria from the Amazon region by 2030, it is sort of a long shot, okay. And obviously COP30 at the global level, the outcome will talk more about say global actions, okay. It will not just focus on the Amazon, that is but obvious. So एक logic है, it will not only focus on Amazon, because also malaria is there in Africa as well. So why not Africa? तो COP30 तो हो रहा है, इतनी सारी countries है उसमें. So you can clearly see statement A, option A is here can be eliminated. Option C, to impose a carbon health tax on pharmaceutical industries with high emissions. See, most of the time these summits, to get to such intense actions, there is always lack of cooperation and coordination between the countries. So it is highly impossible they will actually have this particular aspect in their agenda. D, to create a global vaccine stockpile for future pandemics caused by melting permafrost. So this is also very specific, which may not be addressed by COP30, okay, in general. So option B here is correct, okay. Even with the cursory reading, even if you don't know about Belém, Brazil and COP30, then also you will be able to means come to the right conclusion that option B is the correct answer here, because essentially see, climate adaptation is something, and its adverse impact on the global health. We are all seeing the rise of zoonotic diseases, and say climate adaptation is something emerging as part of disaster risk resilience as well as and health resilience to certain extent, global health resilience to certain extent. So essentially option B here is the correct answer. So for 74 we have option B. Let's look at question number 75 now. Consider the following statements regarding International Big Cat Alliance, IBCA. See, International Big Cat Alliance is very important organization. It is India-led organization. Let's look at the statements. Statement number 1, it is an India-led global initiative aimed at conservation of 7 major big cats. That is true, very true. What are those 7 major big cats, by the way? You have tiger, you have lion, you have leopard, you have snow leopard, then you have jaguar, you have puma, and you have cheetah. So these are the 7 major big cats that are being protected under the International Big Cat Alliance. So obviously it is India-led initiative headquartered in New Delhi. Okay, in recent times we have seen that particular news as well, that New Delhi will be the headquarters of International Big Cat Alliance. Okay, let's look at, so statement number 1 is correct statement. Let's look at statement number 2. The alliance includes the puma and jaguar, neither of which are found in the wild in India. This is also correct statement. Puma, jaguar are not there in India. They are essentially found in North America and South America respectively. Its membership is restricted only to the 97 range countries that harbor these big cats. So particularly the statement 3, only to the 97 range countries, this is incorrect statement. Okay, in general आपको पता ही होगा, जहाँ जिस statement में only होता है वो wrong होता है. This assumption you all know, but see, not all the time it is true, but definitely majority of the time it is your assumption is right. So by that logic also, if you can eliminate option 3, then also you will get to the right correct option here. But to give you the idea here, only the 97, obviously there are these 97 big cat range countries which are there under IBCA, but the membership is open to all countries, all the UN member countries. Okay, that's the case. So not just range countries, but non-range countries which are open for say collaboration, cooperation with range countries, those are also being promoted under IBCA. So statement number 3 is obviously incorrect statement. So which is the correct option here? Option number B. 1 and 2 are correct. Okay, so that's the case. So apart from that, IBCA particularly very vital sort of organization. Nepal also joined in recent times. Okay, and just let me know, Nepal is in recent times the news is there about Nepal joining the IBCA as well. let's look at the next question number 76. An ecological pyramid representing a natural ecosystem shows an upright pyramid of energy but an inverted pyramid of biomass. This most likely indicates the presence of. So this also tests your conceptual clarity. Very good question here, by the way. अगर आपको पता है, if you know the meaning of ecological pyramids, particularly the pyramid of biomass and the pyramid of energy, you will definitely get to the right answer here. Okay, so pyramid of energy is always upright, we all know. Okay, in all the ecosystem it will always be upright. Okay, 10% energy rule you must be knowing, so it is always upright. But when it comes to pyramid of biomass, what the question is saying is pyramid of biomass is, you know, sort of inverted. So most likely indicates the presence of. You have these options in which particular ecosystem you will find this sort of arrangement. Okay, so essentially you must have seen the only, you know, the pyramid of biomass, most of the time it is inverted in marine ecosystem. In the aquatic ecosystems, most of the time the pyramid of biomass is inverted. Okay, why it is inverted? Obviously the biomass gets increases when you go up the trophic level. Okay, you have phytoplankton as the first stage, then you have zooplankton, then you have smaller fish, then you have larger fish, and if you go up, the biomass gets increased. Okay, although the energy gets decreased as well. So all the aquatic, almost all the marine aquatic ecosystems have this particular pyramid of biomass which is inverted, but pyramid of energy is always upward. That's the case. So option B is the correct answer. The marine ecosystem dominated by phytoplankton. Then you have zooplankton, then you have small fish, larger fish, etc. That will always give you inverted biomass pyramid. Okay, so that's why. But in all the ACD, you will always have the biomass which is upward. Okay, so upward facing, it is not inverted. Okay, so option B is the correct answer for question number 76. Let's move forward. Question number 77. Several Indian states have recently banned or discouraged the planting of conocarpus trees. What is the primary reason for this particular decision? So current affairs again, conocarpus trees. Conocarpus trees are obviously one of the most dangerous invasive species of trees, and why they have been banned is because of their pollen causes severe respiratory allergies and their roots damage nearby infrastructure as well. See, these are fast growing trees, these are exotic species of trees not native to India. Most of the time their pollens particularly creates this health hazard. Okay, so that's why many states have banned, like Gujarat and Karnataka have banned. In recent times the Bangalore also has decided to, you know, cut down these trees as well. So option B here is the correct answer. For question number 77, you have the correct answer, that is option B. Okay, so let's move forward. Question number 78. Messer ibericus, the only known organism that can give birth to two different species, is type of. So this is also very interesting and important question, by the way. Messer ibericus, it was, you know, in recent times it was in news. It is only organism that can give birth to two different species. How is it possible? With the normal biology, it is not possible at all, you know, in animal kingdom, but weird things are happening, you know, in the colonies particularly. So colonies, I am talking about the ant colonies, the termite colonies, the wasp colonies, etc., etc. So most of the time, you know, this particular species, Messer ibericus, it is a species of ant. Okay, so it is a species of ant which is giving birth to two different species. It is observed, it gives birth to two different species of organisms. Obviously the organisms. So see, the ant colonies are very typical. The queen is the main sort of queen plays the main role here, and queen builds the colony, and they have, you know, worker ants and all those things, and essentially the upkeepment of these colonies is with these workers, and then queen just lays eggs, and for the whole lifetime she just lays eggs. Okay, and that's the way she actually builds the colony, and this queen produces two different offsprings and this particular Messer ibericus species, it is the species of ant which is doing this particular, it is observed to be currently only the single species which is giving birth to two different species. Okay, so it is an ant species, remember that it is something a very unique fact here. So very important and interesting question. So it is a species of ant. So option B is the correct answer for question number 78. Question number 79, consider the following statements. Again statement 1 and 2 type sort of pattern here. Let's look at statement 1. Statement 1, recent studies have shown that average size of trees in the Amazon rainforest has been increasing due to climate change. Okay, fair, fair enough. This is the correct statement. The recent studies have shown that trees in Amazon are growing in size. So see, it is a multi-year study in which they observed in recent times the average size of trees in the Amazon has increased. Let's look at, so statement 1 is correct, that much is clear. Let's look at statement 2. Increase in atmospheric carbon dioxide can increase the rate of photosynthesis in trees. So this particular aspect is called CO2 fertilization. So CO2 fertilization is the reason behind the increasing size of trees in the Amazon region. So it is an adaptation mechanism evolved by the Amazon rainforest as well, in which it is trying to adapt to the changing nature of climate, the changing CO2, changing level of CO2 in the atmosphere by increasing the rate of photosynthesis and leading to carbon fertilization, CO2 fertilization, CO2 carbon dioxide fertilization process. So statement 2 is also correct, and obviously it explains statement 1, the increased size of, say, the trees in the Amazon rainforest. So that's why option A is the correct answer here. Both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and statement 2 explains statement 1. So clearly statements 2 here explains statement 1. So it is a well established, accepted fact nowadays. It is climate adaptation by the Amazon rainforest, but again they are in danger because of, say, logging and the deforestation activities as well. Although there are these adaptations, but definitely the threat is still there. Okay, so question number 75, option A is the correct answer. Question number 80, which of the following methods are primarily used for desulfurization of flue gas? So desulfurization of flue gas, in which you eliminate SO2, essentially the toxic poisonous gas is eliminated essentially. Okay, so flue gas essentially in many industries, particularly in fossil fuel industries as well, the exhaust gases involved hazardous SO2, and to do away with SO2 you have FGD. Okay, so flue gas desulfurization methods. So what are those methods? Dry sorbent injections, wet limestone treatment and seawater treatment. 1, 4 and 5 are the methods of FGD, particularly desulfurization methods, in which the clean gas is emitted with gypsum being the byproduct afterwards. Okay, so many times dry sorbent injections ho gaya ya fir wet limestone treatment and seawater treatment are associated with the desulfurization of flue gas. Okay, so option A is the correct answer here. Obviously it is little bit difficult question to understand, although you all know what is the desulfurization of flue gas, FGD. It is in use all the time. It is one of the to actually purify the polluting industries, the gases emitted from the polluting industries. These are the methods. Okay, so dry sorbent injection and wet limestone treatment ho gaya, seawater treatment. 1, 4, 5. Let's look at question the 2 and 3 here. Selective catalytic reduction, and catalytic reduction always it is associated with IC engines. Okay, so not all the time, but agar aapko ye guess karna hai to, so selective catalytic reduction actually is for NOx, sort of NOx reductions. So the reduction in the nitrogen oxide gases will be achieved through this particular method, selective catalytic reduction. And electrostatic precipitator is is used for the purification of PM, particulate matter, like dust and all those things. Okay, so for that sort of purification, you have the electrostatic precipitator. Electrostatic precipitator, you must be knowing this particular precipitator. Okay, so you can eliminate you will be able to eliminate the option, the statement 3, the method 3 here, and even if you are able to do that, you will be left with A and B. In that particular method, you can have 50-50. Okay, but again the option here is option A. So definitely the dry sorbent injection, wet limestone treatment and seawater treatment, the use of seawater particularly for desulfurization of flue gas is used, okay, in the FGD methods. Okay, so question number 80, option A is the correct answer. 81, consider the following statements regarding dugong. Okay, very important species in news, this year particularly, dugong species, dugong. So let's look at the statements. Statement 1, it is the only existing species of herbivorous mammal that lives exclusively in the sea. So ये अगर आपको नहीं पता, okay, and यहाँ पे only है, extreme है statement, तो आपको लगेगा कि this is wrong statement. If anyone don't know the specific points about dugong, okay, you may think that statement 1 is wrong, but it is right statement. Dugong is the only herbivorous mammal that lives exclusively in the sea. Okay, and so that's why the statement number 1 is correct. As I earlier said, majority statement में only वाले statement only just में होता है, वो गलत होते हैं, but यहाँ पे वो exception है. I am telling you the exception. Okay, so see, you must be then asking that नहीं ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है कि we all know the example of manatees particularly. So manatees you must have seen, okay, as well. Like, are manatees and this dugong same? Okay, same are part of sea cows. Okay, both are sea cows. Okay, the marine mammals that the mammals that are herbivorous mammals that live in marine ecosystems. That is true, but the catch here is manatees are not exclusively living in the sea. Okay, the statement here clearly mentions lives exclusively in the sea. Okay, dugongs exclusively live in the sea. Okay, manatees actually for the breeding purposes they travel to freshwater ecosystems as well. So they are not exclusively live in the sea. Manatees particularly in North America and in those countries. Okay, so dugong is the only species, herbivorous mammal species that live exclusively in the sea. Okay, remember, very specific fact. So number 1 statement is correct. The maximum population of dugong in India is found in Sundarbans. Obviously it is wrong. Okay, so Sundarbans nahi hai. Dugong maximum species, number of species are found in Park Bay, the marine protected area around Tamil Nadu. So essentially that's where you will find maximum number of dugongs. So statement number 2 is incorrect. It is listed under Schedule 1 of the WPA Act of 1972, enjoying the same level of protection as the tiger. This is also correct statement, very true. Okay, so which of the statements given above are correct? Statement number option number C. Option number C, 1 and 3 are correct. Okay, statement the statement 2 is incorrect here. So for 81 you have option C as the correct answer. Okay, so let's look at the last question, question number 82 of the environment. Obviously, with reference to carbon credit trading scheme CCTS notified by the government of India, consider the following statement. See, this particular CCTS, it was notified way back in 2023. So it is a little bit old from current affairs. Okay, although the development of say carbon credit market is an ongoing process in India. In 2026 we will have so many developments vis-a-vis say carbon credit market particularly. So let's look at the statement number 1. It establishes a domestic carbon market with specific greenhouse gas emission intensity targets for obligated intensities. It is true statement. Okay, that is the objective of CCTS. particularly carbon credit trading scheme. So Energy Conservation Amendment Act of 2023 is the basic law here, which actually has given rise to carbon credit trading scheme, in which the domestic carbon market with specific greenhouse gases with emission intensity targets are for the obligated entities is there. So number 1 is correct. The Bureau of Energy Efficiency is the administrator of the scheme. This is also correct. BE के साथ Ministry of Power is there. Okay. So that is also the one of the administrators of this particular scheme. So statement number 2 is correct. The scheme covers only the power sector in its first phase of implementation. Again, only is there. So majority of the time it is wrong. Okay. So it is true. The scheme covers only the power sector in its first phase. Not true. Particularly, it has almost, if I am not wrong, more than 9 sectors in its initially phase, including cement sector as well. Okay. So and cement particularly is not part of power sector. So statement number 3 is incorrect. Okay. So which of the statements given above are correct? Option A is the correct answer here. Only 1 and 2 are correct. Okay. So for question number 82, we have A option, which is correct. Okay. Obviously I didn't go too deep into the CCTS and what exactly is the carbon credit systems and all those things. Okay. So I have kept the discussion very to the point according to the question. Okay. So for question number 82, you have the correct answer, that is option A. Only 1 and 2 is correct. Obviously question statement number 3 is incorrect. Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Navneet Chabda. I'll be discussing the science and technology section with all of you. I hope that your Anubhav was good and you got to learn something from the test. Let me first tell you the structure of the session. So there are going to be 3 parts. First of all, we will discuss the core concepts involved in the question. Secondly, whatever associated topics are important for your examination with respect to the question, the peripheral themes, we are going to talk about all of them in detail. Thirdly, if there is any possibility of solving a question by elimination, I'll also talk about that, because that is also an important part of the preparation. Now in this process, I'll take around 1 hour 15 minutes, because the idea is that you should not just solve the question, but you should prepare at least 20 topics which are important for your prelims. So I'll advise, if you can sit with pen and paper, please do it. आपसे थोड़ा एक पेशेंस की रिक्वायरमेंट होगी obviously, because we are going to take some time, but let me assure you that no matter, even if you are from humanities, I'll make sure that you understand each word that I speak with respect to any topic. चलिए तो सेशन स्टार्ट करते हैं. First of all, I know that many of you are here primarily for the answer key, so I'll give you an opportunity, pause it and take the screenshot of it so that you know the answers of all the questions which are from the science and technology sections. अब जो स्टूडेंट इससे आगे के डिस्कशन के लिए है, now you can stay here and we'll start the discussion. जो पहला टॉपिक है आपका साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी का, वो 6G पे बेस्ड है. So let's see the question first. So it says that which of the features given below are primarily associated with the 6G networks. First is use of high wavelength spectrum compared to 5G. ये statement गलत है. Actually 6G uses higher frequency, which means lower wavelength. So first statement is incorrect. The second statement is provision of ultra low latency communication. ये सही है. Third, operation with zero energy consumption. This is incorrect. The answer will be B. Now, before starting the discussion, the most useless statement here is statement third. There is no device, there is no technology which can work on zero energy. So I am assuming कि ये आपको logically ही solve हो जाना चाहिए. There is nothing which can work with zero energy consumption. Even if there was net zero energy, we could have thought about it. क्योंकि net zero energy का मतलब ये होता है कि energy consume तो हो रही है, but energy produce भी हो रही है. That is a possibility theoretically, but zero consumption तो theoretically impossible है. So ये statement 3 तो यहीं पे हो गया. Let's talk about the other statements. But before that, it's slightly technical topic and it's a very important topic, both 6G and 5G. So I'll talk about everything that can come in your examination with respect to 5G and 6G. चलिए सबसे पहले ये देख लेते हैं what is the current status of 5G and 6G in India. 5G is fully operational. Around 99.5% districts of India have 5G in operation, and around 25 crore people are already using it. But when it comes to 6G, 6G is still in the conceptual stage all over the world. That means there is no country in the world where we have 6G in operation. What is the target globally? 2030. इंक्लूडिंग इंडिया. इंडिया में भी जो गवर्नमेंट का टारगेट है कि कब तक हमें 6G इंप्लीमेंट करना है, दैट इज 2030, राइट. अच्छा, अब इसके बाद सबसे पहले एक और बेसिक बात कर लेते हैं कि आपको ये पता होगा ये जो 1G 2G 3G है, दैट मींस जनरेशन ऑफ मोबाइल कम्युनिकेशन. सो 6G मींस 6th जनरेशन ऑफ मोबाइल कम्युनिकेशन. अब 6G is actually the nickname of this technology, the popular name. अगर आप इसका ऑफिशियल नेम जो इसका बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट पे नेम है, if you will go by that, so its actual name is IMT 2030. Now this is one very simple thing that can be asked. एक बहुत बेसिक सी बात कि IM 2030 है क्या. So IMT 2030 6G का ऑफिशियल नेम है. IMT stands for इंटरनेशनल मोबाइल टेलीकम्युनिकेशन. अब एक्चुअली एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होता है विच इज International Telecommunication Union, ITU, which is a specialized agency of United Nations. It sets the standards, the technical standards for all the generations of the mobiles. जो 6G के लिए इन्होंने टेक्निकल स्टैंडर्ड सेट किया है उसी का नाम है IMT 2030. ठीक. अच्छा, अब हम 6G और 5G समझने से पहले, बिकॉज इसका एक स्टेटमेंट दैट इज वेवलेंथ वाला, दैट इज स्लाइटली टेक्निकल, सो लेट्स टॉक अबाउट द टेक्निकल एस्पेक्ट्स फ्रॉम द बेसिक. Let's say you are making a call to your friend. What are you doing? You are sending data, audio data from your phone to nearby mobile tower. And from that mobile tower, that audio data will go to your friend. The same thing happens in case of text message. या image आप भेजते हैं या video भेजते हैं, right? Only the form of data is changing. अब these devices, mobiles, computers, they do not understand the language of text, audio, image. They only understand the language of 0 and 1. So your phone will translate this data into 0 in the language of 0 and 1. Now this data of 0 and 1 will be encoded in the waves. These waves are traveling across the air from your phone to tower and tower to your friend's phone. उस वेव में ये डेटा इनकोड किया जा रहा है and those waves are carrying these data to the other location. ठीक. अब आप इस किस वेव की, किस फ्रीक्वेंसी की, किस वेवलेंथ की वेव को यूज करेंगे, इस पे डिपेंड करेगा कि आपकी डेटा की स्पीड कैसी रहेगी एंड हाउ मच दैट वेव विल बी प्रोन टू ऑब्स्टिकल्स. आप देखते होंगे जैसे आप एक टनल के अंदर जाते हैं, योर मोबाइल सिग्नल गेट्स लॉस्ट. कई बार बारिश होती है, इवन इन द रेन द सिग्नल गेट्स लॉस्ट. ये सब इस बात पे डिपेंड करेगा दैट विच वेव यू आर यूजिंग, राइट. अब यहां पे थोड़ा सा वेव का बेसिक देखिए. वेव की दो प्रॉपर्टी आपको हमेशा पता होना चाहिए, वेवलेंथ एंड फ्रीक्वेंसी. लुक एट दिस वेव ए. Wavelength is the distance that this wave is traveling in one cycle. इसका मतलब ये वाली distance. This distance which the wave traveled in one cycle, that is wavelength, right? What is frequency? Frequency, the number of frequency is the number of cycles this wave is traveling in 1 second. मान लीजिए this wave traveled 4 cycle in 1 second. So its frequency became 4. फ्रीक्वेंसी की यूनिट होती है हर्ट्ज. 1 हर्ट्ज मींस 1 साइकिल पर सेकेंड, राइट. दिस वेव इज ट्रैवलिंग 4 साइकिल, इट मींस इट्स फ्रीक्वेंसी इज 4 साइकिल पर सेकेंड, 4 हर्ट्ज. लुक एट दिस वेव. ये वेव कम डिस्टेंस ट्रैवल कर रही है एक साइकिल में, विच मींस इट्स वेवलेंथ इज स्मॉल बट इट्स फ्रीक्वेंसी इज हायर बिकॉज इट इज कवरिंग 8 साइकिल्स इन 1 सेकेंड. सो इट्स फ्रीक्वेंसी बिकेम 8 हर्ट्ज. अब यहां से आपको क्या दिख रहा है, वेवलेंथ एंड फ्रीक्वेंसी आर इनवर्सली प्रोपोर्शनल. ऊपर की वेव की वेवलेंथ इज मोर बट फ्रीक्वेंसी इज लेस. द बॉटम वेव, द वेवलेंथ इज लेस बट फ्रीक्वेंसी इज मोर. दैट इज व्हाई यू से दैट वेवलेंथ एंड द फ्रीक्वेंसी आर इनवर्सली प्रोपोर्शनल. अब जब भी आपसे कोई हाई वेवलेंथ बोले, यू हैव टू इमेजिन अ लूज वेव. व्हेनेवर समवन सेज हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी, यू हैव टू इमेजिन अ टाइटली पैक्ड वेव. ठीक. अब चलिए, एक कंक्लूजन आपको ये याद रखनी है हमेशा कम्युनिकेशन के लिए, that high frequency means higher data speed, but high frequency has a challenge. They cannot cross the obstacles effectively. अब ये दोनों क्यों हो रहा है ये बात समझेंगे. कंक्लूजन क्या है, हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी वेव्स मीन योर डेटा स्पीड विल बी हायर, बट द ट्रेड ऑफ इज दिस दैट दे हैव अ चैलेंज दैट दे कैन नॉट क्रॉस द ऑब्स्टिकल्स इफेक्टिवली. ये दोनों बात समझते हैं. देखिए, आप ये बात समझिए कि आप डेटा को इनकोड किस में कर रहे हो, इस वेव में. आपकी वेव्स जितने ज्यादा वाइब्रेट करेगी, जितने साइकिल्स कंप्लीट करेगी, यू विल हैव द मोर अपॉर्चुनिटी टू पैक मोर डेटा. इफ योर वेव इज let's say having 100 cycles, then you have 100 opportunities to encode the data. If your wave is having 1000 cycles in a second, you have 1000 opportunities to encode data. तो आपकी जितनी cycle wave travel करेगी, you will have more opportunity to put encode data in it. अब data encode कैसे किया जाता है? That's a very technical thing. वो हमारे काम का नहीं है. But you have to visualize it in this way. If the wave is tightly packed, I can encode more data in it. It means high frequency wave is equal to high data speed. But अब conclusion का पहला part is high frequency is equal to high data speed. But the challenge is that it is more prone to obstacles. मतलब क्या है? There are many obstacles. For example, आप जो wave send कर रहे हैं, there will be many trees, buildings, even the rain particles. Now, what happens is, if the wave is having higher frequency, when it hits the obstacle, it loses a lot of its energy, and it is not able to travel longer distance. अब एक बात बताओ, आपको 6G में you need higher speed, so you will need higher frequency wave. तो 6G की frequency अगर high है, तो wavelength क्या होगी? Low होगी. ये वाला आपका पहला स्टेटमेंट तो क्लियर हो गया, राइट? बट आप जैसे जैसे जनरेशन बढ़ाते जाओगे, बिकॉज यू आर इंक्रीजिंग द फ्रीक्वेंसी, यू विल फेस अनदर चैलेंज दैट दे विल नॉट बी एबल टू क्रॉस द ऑब्स्टेकल्स इफेक्टिवली. इसका मतलब आपको बहुत सारे टावर्स एस्टैब्लिश करने पड़ेंगे. यू विल नीड मोर एंड मोर टावर्स, बिकॉज ये वेव ज्यादा डिस्टेंस ट्रैवल नहीं कर पा रही है, बिकॉज विथ एवरी ऑब्स्टेकल इट इज लूजिंग इट्स एनर्जी. And that is why one of the challenge of 5G was that we have to put a lot of more towers in comparison to 4G. इसका मतलब 6G में you will need more towers, right? So जैसे जैसे generation आप बढ़ाते जा रहे हो, data speed is increasing, but infrastructure cost also increases, right? अच्छा, ये जो high frequency की wave है, या फिर हम ऐसा बोल लें low wavelength की wave है, आप ये तो लॉजिक समझ गए, why it is giving high data speed, but what is the logic that it is more prone, it is not able to cross the obstacles? इसको कैसे imagine करोगे? देखो, again the technical reason is slightly different, but I will tell you one way where you can visualize it and where you can remember it. इन दो waves को देखो, मान लो there is an obstacle. Now there are two kinds of waves. One is having high wavelength and another is having low wavelength. Now tell me, which will be able to cross, to bend around the obstacles easily? Obviously the one which is having high wavelength, which means low frequency. इसको आप ऐसे भी imagine कर सकते हो, imagine a giant man whose one step is of 10 meter. अगर उसका step ही इतना बड़ा है, it will be able to cross the obstacles more easily, right? So this is how you can visualize. तो ये high wavelength का केस हो गया. चलो ठीक है, अब ये कॉन्सेप्ट हमने देख लिया. इसके बाद 5G और 6G का डिफरेंस देख लेते हैं क्या है. देखो, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल इतना तो समझ आ गया आपको कि फ्रीक्वेंसी आपको जो दिखने वाली है, किन बेसिस पे हम डिफरेंस देखेंगे? फ्रीक्वेंसी पे, वेवलेंथ पे, स्पीड पे एंड लेटेंसी पे. ठीक, आपको ये तो समझ आ गया कि 6G की फ्रीक्वेंसी ज्यादा होगी. You do not have to remember the exact number, but you should have some idea. देखो 5G की जो फ्रीक्वेंसी रेंज होती है, एक्चुअली ये 3 टाइप की होती है, लो बैंड, मिड बैंड, हाई बैंड. लो बैंड फ्रीक्वेंसी जो होती है, that is less than 1 gigahertz. You do not need to remember the exact value, but just have this idea that all these values are in gigahertz. Gigahertz का मतलब होता है 10 to the power 9, which is billion. So they are traveling 1 billion per second. They are traveling 1 billion cycles per second, right? अब इसकी जो हाईएस्ट फ्रीक्वेंसी जाएगी हाई बैंड की, दैट इज स्टिल 70 गीगाहर्ट्ज. ये वैल्यू हर सोर्स में थोड़ी थोड़ी डिफरेंट होती है, बट अराउंड दिस. But in case of 6G, we have not finalized that which frequency we are going to use. But in many discussions, this is being seen that the frequency can go till terahertz. Terahertz means 10 to the power 12, which means 1 trillion cycle per second. So it is going to be so high. That is how it will give very high speed. अच्छा, ये स्पीड कितनी होगी? देखो 5G की जो मैक्सिमम स्पीड है, दैट इज अप टू 20 गीगाबिट्स पर सेकेंड, जीबी पर सेकेंड. ये वो 5G नहीं है विच यू आर यूजिंग, राइट? हम और आप जो यूज करते हैं दैट इज लो बैंड 5G. उसकी स्पीड इवन इफ इट गोज टू 100 Mbps दैट इज गुड, बट द हाई बैंड the 5G that can give speed up to 20 gigabit per second, but when it comes to 6G it can give you speed up to 1 terabit per second which is much higher. अच्छा, वेवलेंथ का भी हमने देख लिया कि 5G की शॉर्ट तो है, देखो 4G से, 4G के कंपैरिजन में डिसेंटली शॉर्ट है, बट 6G की जो वेवलेंथ होगी दैट विल बी इनफैक्ट इवन शॉर्टर. अब एक टर्म देखते हैं लेटेंसी. ये आपका सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट था क्वेश्चन का, आप देखें that this will provide ultra low latency communication. फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट तो हमने समझ लिया कि ये हाई वेवलेंथ नहीं है, लो वेवलेंथ है. सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट कह रहा है इट विल प्रोवाइड अल्ट्रा लो लेटेंसी. तो वो देख लेते हैं क्या है उसका मतलब. लेटेंसी सिंपली मीन्स द टाइम गैप, द टाइम डिले that this data will take from starting data will take to travel from one point to another point in the network. Latency is the time that this data will take to start from one point and to reach another point in the network. जितना low latency it is good. Imagine आप वीडियो कॉल पे हैं and you say hi and your friend is saying hi back to you after some seconds gap. It means latency is higher. So अगर आप कहते हैं इंटरनेट की स्पीड आपकी अच्छी है, you need low latency, right? So obvious ही बात है कि 6G की स्पीड ज्यादा है, so it will provide you lesser latency. 5G की जो लेटेंसी है दैट इज इन द मिली सेकेंड, मतलब 10 to the power -3, बट व्हेन इट कम्स टू 6G इट विल बी इवन लेसर, 10 to the power -6 इन द केस इन द रेंज ऑफ माइक्रो सेकेंड्स, व्हिच मींस ऑलमोस्ट जीरो. ठीक. अच्छा, एक और डिफरेंस व्हिच इज वेरी मच टॉक्ड अबाउट एंड यू शुड रिमेंबर. देखो, व्हेन यू हैव टू यूज AI इन केस ऑफ 5G, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, इट इज नॉट एम्बेडेड इन द नेटवर्क. You have to use it through some separate apps as an added layer. But when it comes to 6G, it will have built-in AI features so that that network can operate more efficiently. So this is integrated AI. The built-in AI is one very important feature of 6G. चलो, तो ये 5G और 6G के डिफरेंस जो भी आपके एग्जाम में आ सकते हैं, मोस्ट ऑफ द इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स वी ऑलरेडी टॉक्ड अबाउट. अब कुछ एक और चीज देखते हैं. देखो, 6G हम डेवलप क्यों करना चाह रहे हैं? What are the applications? First of all, whatever you are doing with the help of 5G, it will be upgraded. But there are certain new things which require 6G. और इसमें 3 बहुत important use cases across newspapers discuss किए जाते हैं, and you should remember. One very important thing is holographic communication. What is holographic communication? Right now, what is the best way to communicate to your friend who is in distance? You do a video call, WhatsApp पे, Zoom पे, whatever you are using, FaceTime. Now, you are seeing your friend in a 2D screen. This is holographic communication, where your friend will be in front of you in the form of a 3D hologram, which you can feel, you can directly see, sense. That is holographic communication. For this, you need 6G. Another case is of robotic telesurgery. रोबोटिक सर्जरी क्या होता है? वेयर डॉक्टर इज यूजिंग सम रोबोटिक आर्म्स टू डू प्रिसीजन सर्जरी. अब अगर आपको सेम जगह पे करनी है, लेट्स से दिल्ली में डॉक्टर है एंड दिल्ली इज दैट डॉक्टर इज डूइंग इन द सेम हॉस्पिटल टेली सर्जरी, यू डू नॉट नीड 6G. बट व्हाट अबाउट इफ if that doctor is doing robotic surgery in Delhi by sitting in that hospital, you do not need 6G. But what if the doctor needs to do telesurgery, tele-robotic surgery for a patient who is sitting in village? अब मान लीजिए डॉक्टर ने रोबोट की आर्म को यहां पे मूव कराया, अब इंटरनेट में डिले है, थोड़ा सा भी मिली सेकेंड का भी डिले है, and that robot is not responding immediately. Don't you think it can create hazardous situation? So for that you need very low latency, absolutely real time, जो इतना हो, और वो कौन प्रोवाइड कर सकता है? 6G. Even for fully autonomous driverless cars you will need 6G, right? So ये 6G के यूज केसेस है. अब कुछ दो छोटी फैक्चुअल बातें. गवर्नमेंट ने एक भारत 6G विजन डॉक्यूमेंट रिलीज किया है. देयर इज नथिंग इन दैट डॉक्यूमेंट व्हिच कैन बी आस्क्ड इन प्रीलिम्स, बट वन थिंग यू शुड नो, व्हाट इज आवर टारगेट इन दैट विजन डॉक्यूमेंट, दैट वी नीड टू हैव 6G by 2030. You should know this target date, target year. Now in this Bharat 6G vision document, the government also provided for the establishment of a Bharat 6G alliance. इसको एब्रीविएशन में B6GA लिखा जाता है, भारत 6GA अलायंस. ये क्या है? दिस इज द गवर्नमेंट सपोर्टेड अलायंस बट इंडस्ट्री लेड. इसमें बहुत सारी कंपनीज हैं, private companies, public companies, the educational institutions, NGOs. There are many players, and all of them are simply coordinating to implement 6G by 2030. ये कोई इंटरनेशनल ग्रुपिंग नहीं है, राइट? ये हमारे सिर्फ इंटरनल डोमेस्टिक स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं विच आर वर्किंग टुगेदर टू इंप्लीमेंट 6G by 2030. ठीक, चलिए, सो दैट इज ऑल दैट वी हैड टू डिस्कस इन द 5G एंड 6G. आई होप इसमें काफी सारी टॉपिक्स आपके कवर हो गए. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आ जाते हैं, विच इज विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू व्हाइट हाइड्रोजन. आप सबने बहुत सारी टेस्ट सीरीज में सॉल्व किए होंगे क्वेश्चन, आपने बहुत रट्टा मारा हुआ है. ग्रे हाइड्रोजन, ब्लैक हाइड्रोजन, blue hydrogen, green, turquoise, pink and whatnot. But he is the real superstar of hydrogen for you, white hydrogen. See, white hydrogen is not being commercially used at larger scale as of now. सिर्फ वर्ल्ड में एक ही कंट्री है जहां पे ये यूज हो रहा है. But this holds future potential. And trust me, I am telling you this thing that based on my experience, I have figured out that every year or every alternate year, there are at least 2 questions which are not from the technologies, not from the news, which are already in the headlines, जो सारी मैगजीन में हर जगह भरा पड़ा है, बट जो फ्यूचर पोटेंशियल रखता है उसके बारे में पूछती है यूपीएससी, एंड दिस यूपीएससी हैज डन मल्टीपल टाइम्स. सो व्हाइट हाइड्रोजन बिकम्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. सबसे पहले स्टेटमेंट देख लेते हैं इस क्वेश्चन के क्या है. तो पहला स्टेटमेंट कहता है, इट्स अ नेचुरली अकरिंग हाइड्रोजन फाउंड विद इन द अर्थ्स क्रस्ट अनलाइक द इंडस्ट्रियल हाइड्रोजन विच इज मैन्युफैक्चर्ड. ये सही है. सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट कहता है, द प्रोसेस ऑफ serpentinization where the water reacts with iron rich ultramafic rocks is a primary geological mechanism for its formation. ये भी ठीक है. It occurs only in the sedimentary basins associated with fossil fuel. ये गलत है. And the answer is 1 and 2 only, B. अब देखो थर्ड स्टेटमेंट, अगेन यू कुड हैव एलिमिनेटेड बाय लॉजिक. आप सबने सुना होगा कि जो एक्सट्रीम स्टेटमेंट होते हैं, ओनली दिस, वो लार्जली गलत होते हैं. ये बात सही है, but you should also look at that only word in the proper context. कल को अगर मैं बोल दूं that article 16, the fundamental right under article 16 is only available to Indian citizen, वो तो गलत नहीं होगा ना, वो सही है, right? Because it's talking about a fact, constitutional legal fact. but यहां पे नेचर की बात हो रही है कि there is a resource, white hydrogen, is it present only in a particular type of rock along with fossil fuel? How is it possible? अगर ये प्राइमरली कहता, प्राइमरली अवेलेबल विद फॉसिल फ्यूल्स, अलॉन्ग विद फॉसिल फ्यूल, आप सोच सकते थे, बट विल नेचर डू दिस थिंग दैट एब्सोल्युटली इट विल बी प्रेजेंट ओनली इन वन लोकेशन? नेचर इज टू कॉम्प्लेक्स एंड टू डाइवर्स टू से समथिंग दैट इट इज फाउंड ओनली हियर. सो ये तो गलत होना ही है थर्ड स्टेटमेंट. बट फर्स्ट और सेकंड को समझने के लिए कॉन्टेक्स्ट पे आ जाते हैं. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हाइड्रोजन का बेसिक रिवाइज करते हैं. हाइड्रोजन इज द लाइटेस्ट एलिमेंट एंड दिस इज द मोस्ट अबंडेंट एलिमेंट इन द यूनिवर्स. ठीक, आई हैव सीन कि जिन लोगों का साइंस से थोड़ा रिश्ता अच्छा नहीं है, दे कीप ऑन गेटिंग कंफ्यूज्ड. सबसे ज्यादा अबंडेंट जो गैस है इन द एटमॉस्फेयर दैट इज नाइट्रोजन, बट यूनिवर्स में सबसे ज्यादा अबंडेंट एलिमेंट दैट इज हाइड्रोजन. अब हाइड्रोजन इज सेड टू बी द फ्यूचर का फ्यूल. व्हाई? बिकॉज हाइड्रोजन स्टोर्स अ लॉट ऑफ एनर्जी, मच मोर एनर्जी देन द फॉसिल फ्यूल. But the problem with hydrogen is this, that it is rarely found in free form. ये most abundant तो है, but ये हाइड्रोजन की तरह नहीं मिलता है. ये किसी और कंपाउंड, किसी और एटम के साथ रिएक्ट करके मिलता है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अच्छा ये क्यों होता है? बिकॉज हाइड्रोजन इज वेरी रिएक्टिव, सो इट कीप्स ऑन रिएक्टिंग विद अदर थिंग्स. फॉर एग्जाम्पल आप देखिए वाटर, राइट? वाटर में H2O हाइड्रोजन है, बट नॉट इन फ्री फॉर्म. इट इज अटैच्ड विद द ऑक्सीजन. कोल हाइड्रोकार्बन है, इट हैज हाइड्रोजन. Natural gas, it is also hydrocarbon, it also has hydrogen. So hydrogen is present in many places, but not in the form of hydrogen. तो आपको क्या करना पड़ता है? उस हाइड्रोजन को मैन्युफैक्चर करना पड़ता है, उससे एक्सट्रैक्ट करना पड़ता है, कोल से, वाटर से, नेचुरल गैस से, राइट? एंड दिस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इज कॉस्टली. नाउ कम्स द न्यू फॉर्म ऑफ हाइड्रोजन विच इज व्हाइट हाइड्रोजन. White hydrogen does not need to be manufactured. It is actually naturally present inside the earth rocks. So earth is naturally manufacturing hydrogen through some geological processes. You just need to mine it, and the cost of mining is always lesser than the cost of manufacturing hydrogen that we are currently doing. So white hydrogen का potential क्या है, इसका advantage क्या है? It can provide you a cheaper source of hydrogen. ठीक? अच्छा, एक बात बताइए, व्हाइट हाइड्रोजन अभी न्यूज में रह रही है. सो इज इट दैट वी डिडंट नो अर्लियर दैट हाइड्रोजन इज फॉर्म नेचुरली इनसाइड द रॉक? We knew for very long, for centuries. But the problem is this. Earlier we used to think is this, that hydrogen, okay, it is getting formed inside the earth, but it is very light and it will keep on escaping through even tiny fractures and it will get back to the atmosphere. So we didn't think that we can utilize it. But recently we have discovered many reservoirs of hydrogen inside the earth which are trapped inside the rock. So they want to escape, but the rock is actually enclosing it. And the biggest reservoir of hydrogen was found last year in France, and this is also something you should remember, right? अच्छा, ये व्हाइट हाइड्रोजन बन कैसे रही है? वो कौन सी जियोलॉजिकल प्रोसेस है जिससे ये बन रही है? सो द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट, द मोस्ट पॉपुलर प्रोसेस इज serpentinization. Remember, this is what nature is doing, we are not doing. What is the meaning of serpentinization? See, basically inside the earth there are many types of different rocks. There are certain rocks which are rich in iron and magnesium, and we call them ultramafic rocks, rocks which are rich in iron and magnesium. Now my geography is terrible, but you have to tell me which is that part of the earth's structure where you find the rock which are rich in iron and magnesium. ठीक, चलो, अब now what happens is when water, अब नीचे अर्थ के नीचे वाटर भी है, when this water comes into contact with these ultramafic rocks, this water will start the rusting of this iron rich rock. अब आयरन क्या करेगा? ये जो आयरन रिच रॉक है, इट विल एब्जॉर्ब द ऑक्सीजन फ्रॉम द वाटर. अब वाटर में से ऑक्सीजन एब्जॉर्ब कर लोगे तो क्या बचेगा? हाइड्रोजन. एंड दैट इज हाउ यू गेट हाइड्रोजन फॉर्म्ड इनसाइड द अर्थ. ये मेन प्रोसेस है. बट एक छोटी प्रोसेस रेडियोलिसिस ऑफ वाटर भी है. रेडियोलिसिस, देखो लिसिस जहां पे भी लग जाए ना, इट मींस यू आर ब्रेकिंग वाटर. रेडियो मींस रेडिएशन से ब्रेक कर रहे हो. रेडिएशन कहां से आई? सो इनसाइड द अर्थ देयर आर मेनी रेडियो एक्टिव एलिमेंट्स व्हिच आर रेडिएटिंग द एनर्जी नेचुरली. Sometimes that energy is significant enough to break the water which is inside the earth, and when water will break, you will again get the hydrogen. So these are the two primary processes through which white hydrogen is being formed. अच्छा, हमने white hydrogen के एडवांटेज की भी बात कर ली कि ये लो कॉस्ट है. अगर इतना ही सब कुछ अच्छा है, then why are we not using white hydrogen? देखो, प्रॉब्लम ये है that white hydrogen ये नेचुरली अकर कर रहा है, we have discovered, but extraction of this white hydrogen is not very easy because it is highly inflammable gas. आप नेचुरल गैस को ऑलरेडी एक्सट्रैक्ट करते हो, बट यू कैन नॉट यूज द सेम टेक्नोलॉजी टू एक्सट्रैक्ट हाइड्रोजन. सो वी आर स्टिल रिसर्चिंग द टेक्नोलॉजी. ठीक, अभी आज की डेट में देयर इज ओनली वन कंट्री इन द अफ्रीका, दैट इज माली, वेयर देयर इज अ स्मॉल प्लांट व्हिच इज यूजिंग द व्हाइट हाइड्रोजन टू इलेक्ट्रीफाई द नियर बाय विलेज. दैट्स इट. अच्छा, अब हम व्हाइट हाइड्रोजन की तो सारी बात कर ही चुके हैं, बट थोड़ा सा क्विकली हम क्या करते हैं कि बाकी जो फॉर्म ऑफ हाइड्रोजन है उसको रिवाइज कर लेते हैं. ये आपके पास टेबल है, हम डिटेल में नहीं जा सकते, बट पहले इस टेबल का स्क्रीनशॉट ले लीजिए. आई क्विकली टेल यू. सो ये कुछ कलर ऑफ हाइड्रोजन आप लोगों ने पढ़े होंगे. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू शुड नो दैट हाइड्रोजन इज अ कलरलेस गैस. ये जो कलर का नाम दिया गया है ओनली बेस्ड ऑन द सोर्स ऑफ प्रोडक्शन. देयर इज नो डिफरेंस बिटवीन ऑल दीज हाइड्रोजन केमिकली. हाइड्रोजन एक बार एक्सट्रैक्ट हो गई, केमिकली इट विल बी सेम इन ऑल दीज प्रोसेसेस. सबसे पहले देखते हैं ग्रे हाइड्रोजन क्या होता है. ग्रे हाइड्रोजन इज द मोस्ट कॉमन फॉर्म ऑफ हाइड्रोजन विच वी आर यूजिंग. इसमें हम क्या करते हैं, नेचुरल हाइड्रोजन लेते हैं. देखो, आपका जो रॉ मटेरियल है जिससे आप हाइड्रोजन एक्सट्रैक्ट करोगे, दे आर प्राइमरली थ्री. या तो वो नेचुरल गैस होगा, या वो कोल होगा, या वो वाटर होगा. नेचुरल गैस से इफ यू पास स्टीम, natural gas flow, and you pass a very high temperature steam over it, it reacts with the steam and it breaks it down and you get the hydrogen. इस process को कहते हैं steam methane reforming. This term can be asked by UPSC anytime. steam methane reforming किससे associated है? तो हाइड्रोजन के प्रोडक्शन से. किससे प्रोड्यूस करते हो? नेचुरल गैस से. तो इसको कह देते हैं ग्रे हाइड्रोजन. अच्छा, इस प्रोडक्शन के दौरान पे यू विल गेट द एमिशन ऑफ कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड. तो अब हाइड्रोजन एक क्लीन सोर्स है, बट अगर प्रोडक्शन के समय ही कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड रिलीज हो गया, दैट्स अ प्रॉब्लमेटिक थिंग. सो व्हाट यू डू इज, देयर आर सर्टेन प्रोसेसेस वेयर यू विल कैप्चर दिस एमिटेड कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड. अगर आपने कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को कैप्चर कर लिया तो आपकी जो हाइड्रोजन कहलाएगी दैट विल बी ब्लू हाइड्रोजन. सो द ओनली डिफरेंस बिटवीन ग्रे एंड ब्लू इज दिस, यू आर यूजिंग नेचुरल गैस, यू आर यूजिंग स्टीम मीथेन रिफॉर्मिंग, बट इन केस ऑफ ग्रे यू डिडंट कैप्चर द कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड. इन केस ऑफ ब्लू यू कैप्चर्ड द कार्बन विच वाज एमिटेड ड्यूरिंग द प्रोडक्शन. ठीक है. अब अगर आप कोल, अच्छा, नेचुरल गैस से एक और तरीके से आप प्रोड्यूस कर सकते हो हाइड्रोजन, दैट इज पायरोलिसिस. लिसिस मतलब ब्रेक, पायरो मींस हीट. सो यहां पे आपने मीथेन को कैसे ब्रेक किया? बाय स्टीम रिफॉर्मिंग। यहां पे आपने कैसे ब्रेक किया? बाय पासिंग हीट। तो अगर आप हीट से मीथेन को ब्रेक करोगे, दैट हाइड्रोजन विल बी नोन एज टर्क्वाइज हाइड्रोजन। तो नेचुरल गैस से 3 टाइप की हाइड्रोजन मिल सकती है, ग्रे, ब्लू एंड टर्क्वाइज। अब देखते हैं कोल से हाइड्रोजन कौन सी मिल सकती है। सो कोल से यू कैन गेट 2 टाइप्स ऑफ हाइड्रोजन, ईदर ब्राउन और ब्लैक। ये डिपेंड करता है आपने कोल कौन सा लिया। इफ यू टेक लिग्नाइट कोल इज ब्राउन, सो यू विल गेट ब्राउन हाइड्रोजन। इफ यू टेक एंथ्रासाइट कोल, इट इज ब्लैक एंड यू विल गेट ब्लैक हाइड्रोजन। अच्छा, कोल से आप निकालोगे कैसे हाइड्रोजन? सो यू डू अ प्रोसेस विच इज नोन एज कोल गैसिफिकेशन। अब कोल गैसिफिकेशन का एक और क्वेश्चन है आगे, सो वी विल टॉक अबाउट द कोल गैसिफिकेशन इन दैट क्वेश्चन। ठीक, अब इसके बाद आप ये देखिए, ये गैसेस जो है ग्रीन, पिंक एंड येलो, इन ऑल दीज केसेस योर रॉ मटेरियल इज वाटर, यू आर ब्रेकिंग डाउन वाटर। अगर आप वाटर को इलेक्ट्रिसिटी से ब्रेक करो, इलेक्ट्रोलिसिस करो वाटर का, यू विल गेट दी ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, बट ओनली इफ दैट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी was coming from a renewable source of energy। आपको वाटर को ब्रेक डाउन करना है, यू आर यूजिंग इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, बट ये इलेक्ट्रिसिटी भी तो कहीं से आएगी। सो इफ यू आर यूजिंग दिस इलेक्ट्रिसिटी फ्रॉम कोल, then it will not be green hydrogen. But if this electricity is coming from, let's say, solar, wind, water, then that hydrogen will be called as grey hydrogen. Green hydrogen. अगर आप इस वाटर को न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी से इलेक्ट्रिसिटी निकाल के ब्रेक डाउन करो, then that hydrogen will be known as pink hydrogen. अच्छा, येलो हाइड्रोजन जो है एक स्पेशल केस है ग्रीन का। येलो हाइड्रोजन आप तब कहते हो when you are using the electricity by solar energy to break down the water. अब सोलर एनर्जी भी तो रिन्यूएबल है ना, सो यू कैन कॉल इट ग्रीन ऑल्सो। बट अगर आप स्पेसिफिकली सोलर यूज करो तो उसको एक स्पेशल नाम दे देते हैं, दैट इज येलो एनर्जी, येलो हाइड्रोजन। तो ये सारे टाइप के हाइड्रोजन हो गए जो आपसे एग्जाम में बार बार पूछे जाते हैं और आप पढ़ते रहते हैं। चलिए, आई होप ये क्वेश्चन तो क्लियर है। इट इज नेचुरली अकरिंग हाइड्रोजन फाउंड विद इन दी अर्थ क्रस्ट अनलाइक द इंडस्ट्रियल हाइड्रोजन विच इज मैन्युफैक्चर्ड। बहुत ईजी है। अब the process of serpentinization where the water reacts with iron rich rocks is a primary geological mechanism for its formation। ये भी ठीक है। अच्छा, बाय द वे जो स्टूडेंट लेट आ रहे हैं, आप देखेंगे मैंने क्वेश्चन के नीचे आंसर की फिर से लगा दी है, सो दैट इफ यू आर जस्ट हियर फॉर द आंसर की, यू डू नॉट हैव टू वेट फॉर माई लेंदी एक्सप्लेनेशन एंड यू कैन डू योर टास्क इन अ लेसर टाइम। चलो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आ जाते हैं। एक इजी क्वेश्चन है, यहां पे ज्यादा कुछ समझने को है नहीं। सो दे आर आस्किंग दैट विक्रम 3201 एंड द कल्पना 3201 recently seen in the news are related to which of the following? ऑप्शन ए, इंडिजिनसली डेवलप्ड माइक्रो प्रोसेसर्स फॉर स्पेस एप्लीकेशन। ये ठीक है, यही आंसर है। देखो इस आंसर को ना, इस टर्म को इवन इफ यू हैव नॉट हर्ड, थोड़ा सा गेस करना पॉसिबल है। एक बात बताओ, लॉन्च व्हीकल तो आप लोगों ने ऑलरेडी सुना होगा कि हमारे पास जो लिमिटेड लॉन्च व्हीकल है, किसी भी लॉन्च व्हीकल का ऐसा कुछ कोड से नाम है क्या? अब जब भी देखोगे ना, इस तरीके से नंबर्स वाली चीजें होंगी, कभी रेडार का नाम ऐसा होता नहीं है। लॉन्च व्हीकल का भी नाम आप जानते हैं, पीएसएलवी, जीएसएलवी, ऐसे नाम होते हैं। ठीक, वार्निंग सिस्टम का भी आपको एक प्रॉपर वर्ड दिखेगा। जनरली प्रोसेसर वगैरह में आप ऑब्जर्व करेंगे तो इस तरीके के नाम होते हैं जिसके आगे नंबर होता है। बट एनीवेज, दिस इज समथिंग इफ यू हैव ऑब्जर्व देन ओनली यू कैन गेस इट। अदरवाइज अगर आपने कभी ऑब्जर्व नहीं किया कि प्रोसेसर्स के नाम कुछ इस तरीके से होते हैं तो शायद आपको नहीं पता होगा। चलिए अब देख लेते हैं कि ये क्या है। सबसे पहले माइक्रो प्रोसेसर होता क्या है? सो आप लोगों ने एक वर्ड सुना होगा, सीपीयू, सेंट्रल प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट। योर कंप्यूटर हैज अ सीपीयू, आपके मोबाइल में भी एक तरीके का सीपीयू होता है। सो एवरी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डिवाइस हैज इट्स ब्रेन इन द फॉर्म ऑफ सीपीयू। अब ये सीपीयू एक स्मॉल चिप में जब हम रखते हैं, so this chip which has CPU, this becomes your microprocessor, a small processor, and this will act like the brain of that electronic device. All the data processing that that device has to do, that will be done by the microprocessor. अब ये जो कल्पना और विक्रम 3201 है, ये इसरो ने डेवलप किए हैं माइक्रो प्रोसेसर स्पेशली फॉर द स्पेस एप्लीकेशन। सैटेलाइट में यूज करेंगे, लॉन्च व्हीकल में यूज करेंगे। अब भाई उनको भी बहुत सारे डिसीजन लेने हैं, by after going to the space they have to process a lot of data, so they also need microprocessor, right? अब यहां पे स्पेशलिटी ये है that these are fully indigenous microprocessors, and this Vikram 3201, it is actually the first 32-bit indigenous microprocessor which has been developed for the space application. स्पेस एप्लीकेशन में जो माइक्रो प्रोसेसर लगेगा वो आपके फोन कंप्यूटर वाला नहीं लगेगा, बिकॉज दे हैव टू फेस एक्सट्रीम एनवायरमेंट, सो दे शुड सर्वाइव दैट. सो 32 बिट का ऐसा प्रोसेसर विच हैज बीन डेवलप्ड स्पेशली फॉर द स्पेस एप्लीकेशन, ये पहला इंडिजीनस है 32 बिट का. इससे पहले एक विक्रम 1601 हुआ करता था, अब ये उसको रिप्लेस करेगा, दैट वाज ऑफ 16 बिट. देखो, बिट इज द स्मॉलेस्ट यूनिट ऑफ डेटा. जब आप डिजिटल डेटा को किसी यूनिट में मेजर करोगे तो स्मॉलेस्ट यूनिट ऑफ डेटा इज बिट. 32 बिट का प्रोसेसर मींस इट कैन हैंडल 32 बिट्स एट वन टाइम. 16 बिट का प्रोसेसर मतलब इट कैन हैंडल 16 बिट ऑफ डेटा एट वन टाइम. तो जितने ज्यादा बिट्स बढ़ते जाएंगे इट विल बिकम मोर एंड मोर एडवांस्ड. ठीक, कल्पना भी इसी के साथ डेवलप किया गया था. ऑब्वियसली आप नाम से समझ रहे हैं, दिस इज डेडिकेटेड टू विक्रम साराभाई एंड दिस इज डेडिकेटेड टू कल्पना चावला. अच्छा, यहीं पे एक न्यूज में ध्रुव 64 भी माइक्रो प्रोसेसर का आपने नाम सुना होगा, नवंबर या दिसंबर में न्यूज में था. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, ध्रुव 64 दिस इज ऑल्सो इंडिजिनस माइक्रो प्रोसेसर, but this is not meant for space application. This is meant for commercial as well as defense application. ये इंडिया का फर्स्ट इंडिजिनस 64 बिट माइक्रो प्रोसेसर है. ये 64 बिट है, मतलब ये ज्यादा डेटा हैंडल कर सकता है. देखो, स्पेस के लिए आपको ऑब्वियसली यू हैव टू डू द हैंडल द लिमिटेड डेटा. लेट्स से आपका यहां पे कोई बहुत हाई प्रिसीजन कैलकुलेशन के लिए डेटा है अर्थ पे, दैट हैज टू हैंडल मोर डेटा. तो यहां पे 64 बिट वाले की हम बात कर रहे हैं. दिस इज द फर्स्ट इंडिजिनस 64 बिट माइक्रो प्रोसेसर, ध्रुव 64. ये इसरो ने डेवलप नहीं किया, ये सीडैक ने डेवलप किया है. आप सीडैक का नाम बहुत ज्यादा सुनते रहते होंगे फॉर ऑल द सेमीकंडक्टर एंड आईटी रिलेटेड रिसर्च. सुपर कंप्यूटर भी आप लोग सुनते होंगे, बहुत सारे जो है वो सीडैक के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में डिस्कस होते हैं. एनीवेज, तो ये हो गए 3 प्रोसेसर विच वर इन द न्यूज. चलिए नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आ जाते हैं. बैक्टीरियोफेज पे एक क्वेश्चन है. इन द लास्ट 10 years UPSC has asked twice that can viruses infect bacteria. 2 बार पूछा है, क्या वायरस बैक्टीरिया को इन्फेक्ट कर सकते हैं? Yes, they can. And the viruses which can infect bacteria, they are known as bacteriophage. तो अगर यूपीएससी को बहुत बेसिक सवाल पूछना है तो वो तो बैक्टीरियोफेज क्या होता है वो ये पूछ सकते हैं. सो व्हाट आर बैक्टीरियोफेजेस? दे आर वायरसेस व्हिच कैन इन्फेक्ट द बैक्टीरिया. बट यहां पे सवाल जो है थोड़ा सा डीपर है. सो दे आर आस्किंग अबाउट द रिलेशन ऑफ बैक्टीरियोफेज विद द एंटीबायोटिक रेजिस्टेंस. एक असर्शन रीजन का क्वेश्चन है. पहला स्टेटमेंट कहता है बैक्टीरियोफेजेस कैन प्ले अ बेनिफिशियल रोल इन एड्रेसिंग द एंटीबायोटिक रेजिस्टेंस. इट इज राइट. Second statement says bacteriophages are viruses that can selectively kill the bacteria without infecting the human cell. ये भी ठीक है. And in fact this is the reason why they can address the antibiotic resistance. तो आंसर जो आपका हो जाएगा वो ए हो जाएगा. एक एक करके देखते हैं इसका कॉन्सेप्ट. आप लोगों ने बॉलीवुड का एक क्लीशे डायलॉग तो सुना ही होगा कि दुश्मन का दुश्मन दोस्त होता है. एनिमी ऑफ माई एनिमी इज माई फ्रेंड. बैक्टीरियोफेज वही है. There are certain bacteria in my body in humans which can harm them, which can cause diseases. So this bacteria is my enemy. But there are certain viruses which are hunting those bacteria, which want to kill that bacteria. So they are also the enemy of my enemy. So these viruses, bacteriophage, will become my friend. बैक्टीरियोफेज को आप यूज कर सकते हो बैक्टीरियल इंफेक्शन को ट्रीट करने में. राइट नाउ हाउ डू यू ट्रीट बैक्टीरियल इंफेक्शन? यू गिव एंटीबायोटिक्स. Antibiotics are those medicines which can attack the bacteria. अब because of the overuse of antibiotics, there is a problem that all of you have read, that is antibiotic resistance. Bacteria are mutating, bacteria are evolving to become resistant to antibiotics, right? अब वो बैक्टीरिया जो मल्टीपल एंटीबायोटिक्स से रेजिस्टेंट हो जाते हैं, दे आर नोन एज सुपरबग्स. इस केस में वी कैन यूज एन alternate way to treat those bacterial infection. What are those alternate ways? They are bacteriophages. जब आप bacteriophages को use करोगे to kill the bacteria, that therapy will be known as phage therapy. Again, one-liner statement आ सकता है. Phage therapy means using the bacteriophages to kill the bacteria. अब ये antibiotic resistance को कैसे tackle कर सकता है? देखो, there are certain bacteria which are not being tackled by the medicines, antibiotics. They are not responding to any of the antibiotics. So what we will do, instead of using the antibiotic, we will insert this bacteriophage, which is very specific to that bacteria. So bacteriophages are actually very selective. It's not as if that they can kill any bacteria. They will selectively go and kill their own target. तो अगर ये पेशेंट रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं कर रहा है एंटीबायोटिक से, सो यू कैन गिव देम phage therapy, you can give them macrophages, bacteriophages, and that is how you can tackle the problem of antimicrobial resistance. ठीक, तो दोनों स्टेटमेंट टैकल हो गए. अच्छा, एक और बात याद रखिएगा, बैक्टीरियोफेजेस दे नेवर हार्म द ह्यूमंस. दैट इज द गुड थिंग, दैट इज व्हाई दे आर आवर फ्रेंड, राइट? दे कैन नॉट हार्म द ह्यूमन सेल्स. अच्छा, आपके दिमाग में एक सवाल ये भी आना चाहिए, इफ द बैक्टीरिया इज म्यूटेटिंग, इट इज इवॉल्विंग टू रेजिस्ट द एंटीबायोटिक, so sooner it will also evolve, sooner it will also mutate, change itself to become resistant to the macrophages, bacteriophages. ये होगा, this will happen. But now you have to understand this thing. Virus is a non-living thing when it is outside the body. Virus अगर यहाँ पे बाहर surface पे पड़ा है, it is non-living. But when virus enters a living body, then it becomes a living cell. And if bacteria will evolve to resist the virus, virus will also evolve to resist that bacteria, कि उसको kill कर पाए, right? So it's a kind of arm race. Bacteria अपने आप को evolve कर रहा है to protect it. Virus is evolving itself to kill that bacteria. So phage resistance, that is not so easy like your antibiotic resistance. ठीक, सब कुछ अच्छा है, but बस एक problem है. In most of the countries, including India, phage therapy is not considered a standard medical treatment. ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ compassionate ground पे allow किया जाता है when there is a patient who has become resistant to all who is suffering from a bacterial infection which has become resistant to all the antibiotics. In that case, where we feel that it's a matter of fatality, where there is a case of death, then we allow on the compassionate ground use of phage therapy. So that is the challenge, limitation. ठीक, चलिए, by the way, ये जो सुंदर सी फोटो आप देख रहे हैं, यही है बैक्टीरियोफेज. चलो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आ जाते हैं. यहां थोड़े से कॉन्सेप्ट हैं, बट ठीक है, देखते हैं. चलो, SRY gene, this was in the news. So the question is asking that what is the role of SRY gene in humans? Answer इसका है, it determines the development of male sexual characteristic, मतलब D. D is the answer. First of all, इसका context क्या है? देखो, word athletics, which is the overall body that regulates the athletics competitions. So that recently mandated the SRY gene test for female athletic competitions. So they, in their official statement, they have said that if we analyze the awards, athletic awards, medals in the last 25 years, there have been at least 50 athletes who have won the medals in female category, but actually biologically they were men. Their body was developing as per the male hormones. They had more muscle strength, they had more stronger body stamina. So it is discrimination against the other female athletes. So they wanted to come up with a test which is foolproof, that can tell them that if a person who is claiming to be a female athlete, is that person biologically female. तो उन्होंने एक टेस्ट मैंडेट किया, SRY जीन टेस्ट. अब SRY जीन आपकी बॉडी में एक ऐसी जीन होती है, if it is present, then that means that person is biologically male. If this is absent, it means the person is biologically female. So all the female athletes, if they want to participate in the world athletic championships, they have to go through this test, and only if there is absence of SRY gene, they will be allowed to participate. ठीक, अब ये SRY gene होता क्या है देख लेते हैं. देखो, कुछ बेसिक टर्म यहां पे देख लेते हैं, रिवाइज कर लेते हैं. डीएनए, जीन, क्रोमोसोम. डीएनए क्या होता है? आप सबने ये देखा है, डीएनए इज द जेनेटिक मटेरियल ऑफ ह्यूमन बॉडी. दिस इज द मटेरियल, दिस इज द केमिकल विच विल ट्रांसफर द कैरेक्टरिस्टिक ऑफ माई जनरेशन टू द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन, राइट? अब डीएनए ना सिर्फ अक्रॉस जनरेशन कैरेक्टरिस्टिक ट्रांसफर करने के काम आता है, बल्कि आपकी बॉडीली कैरेक्टरिस्टिक कैसी होगी, आपकी आईज का कलर क्या होगा, आपकी हेयर की ग्रोथ कैसी होगी, बॉडी की ग्रोथ कैसी होगी, बॉडी की इम्यूनिटी कैसी होगी, सब का कोड इसके पास है. How? So this DNA actually has many genes. DNA और जीन में क्या डिफरेंस है? जीन इज वन स्मॉल सेगमेंट ऑफ दिस DNA और हर जीन के पास एक कोड है. कोड किस चीज का? प्रोटीन बनाने का, टू मेक प्रोटीन्स. मतलब क्या है? देखो, जो आप डाइटरी प्रोटीन लेते हो दैट इज डिफरेंट. योर बॉडी विल ब्रेक इट डाउन एंड अगेन मेक अ लॉट ऑफ प्रोटीन्स. आपकी जो बॉडी की डिफरेंट सेल्स हैं, दे आर मेकिंग मोर देन 1 लाख प्रोटीन्स इन द बॉडी. जब आप प्रोटीन सोचते हो, यू थिंक दैट प्रोटीन इज ओनली रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर द मसल. नो, प्रोटीन इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर ऑलमोस्ट मोस्ट ऑफ द कैरेक्टरिस्टिक ऑफ योर बॉडी. एज आई सेड, आई का कलर कैसा होगा वो एक टाइप के प्रोटीन से डिसाइड होगा. हेयर, स्किन की हेल्थ कैसी होगी, इट विल बी डिपेंडेंट ऑन अ प्रोटीन. आपका इम्यूनिटी बॉडी की कैसी होगी, दैट इज डिपेंडेंट ऑन सर्टेन टाइप्स ऑफ प्रोटीन. और ये प्रोटीन बनाने का कोड किसके पास है? जीन्स के पास. और जीन्स कहां बैठी हुई है? ऑन द डीएनए. सो दिस डीएनए हैज द कोड फॉर ऑल द 1 lakh proteins your body is making, and this DNA has small segments. All these segments are gene. One gene has code to make one protein, and there are many genes which are sitting over this DNA. ठीक. अब ये जो DNA होता है ये 2 meter long होता है. Now your cell is so small. So how is this DNA residing inside your cell? So actually it is in a very coiled form. बहुत ज्यादा coil होके रहता है और वो coiled form कहलाता है chromosome. So chromosome is nothing but coiled form of DNA. Gene is nothing but a small segment of DNA. ठीक. अच्छा, अब आप सबने पढ़ा हुआ है कि हमारी बॉडी के पास ह्यूमन में कितने क्रोमोसोम होते हैं? 46 क्रोमोसोम. इट मींस ये जो पूरा डीएनए है बॉडी का, इट इज coiled in not in 1 chromosome बल्कि in 46 chromosome, and these 46 chromosomes they are in 23 pairs. अब आप सबने ये भी पढ़ा है कि इन 22 पेयर्स में से 23 पेयर में से 22 पेयर ऑफ क्रोमोसोम दे आर सेम फॉर मेल एंड फीमेल, बट द 23rd पेयर ऑफ क्रोमोसोम, ये जो लास्ट पेयर ऑफ क्रोमोसोम है, दैट इज डिफरेंट फॉर मेल एंड फीमेल. मेल में ये जो क्रोमोसोम होता है 23rd वो होता है XY, और फीमेल में ये जो 23rd क्रोमोसोम होता है वो होता है XX. ठीक. अब हर क्रोमोसोम में कुछ जीन है. ये जो XY क्रोमोसोम है, इस Y क्रोमोसोम में, XY इज अ पेयर X और Y क्रोमोसोम की, इस Y क्रोमोसोम में एक जीन है, दैट इज SRY जीन. दिस SRY जीन इज एक्चुअली रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर द फॉर्मेशन ऑफ टेस्टिस इन मेल बॉडी. ये SRY जीन कहां बैठी हुई है? ये किसी क्रोमोसोम में होगी. किस क्रोमोसोम में है? Y क्रोमोसोम में. और Y क्रोमोसोम किसके पास प्रेजेंट है? ओनली मेल के पास. ठीक. तो Y क्रोमोसोम में देयर आर मेनी जीन्स. वन ऑफ द जीन इज SRY जीन. SRY जीन का फुल फॉर्म भी आप देखेंगे तो दिस इज सेक्स डिटरमाइनिंग रीजन ऑफ Y क्रोमोसोम. सेक्स डिटरमाइनिंग रीजन ऑफ Y क्रोमोसोम. दिस इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर द फॉर्मेशन ऑफ टेस्टिस इन मेल बॉडी. टेस्टिस फॉर्म होगा तो वो टेस्टोस्टेरोन रिलीज करेगा, एंड टेस्टोस्टेरोन हार्मोन इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर द मेल सेक्सुअल कैरेक्टरिस्टिक. जो मेल का बॉडी ज्यादा मसल ग्रोथ है, बियर्ड है, right, all these characteristics are developed by the SRY gene because it is leading to the development of testis, which is leading to the development of testosterone hormone. ठीक. अब इन्होंने बोल दिया कि भाई SRY जीन अगर किसी की बॉडी में प्रेजेंट है, इसका मतलब उसकी बॉडी में Y क्रोमोसोम है, एंड इफ दैट पर्सन इज हैविंग Y क्रोमोसोम, मतलब वो बायोलॉजिकली क्या है? मेल है. ठीक. सो दैट इज व्हाई दे आर टेस्टिंग दी SRY जीन फॉर फीमेल एथलेटिक्स. अच्छा, अब सब कुछ ठीक है. देखो एक्चुअली क्या होता था, इस SRY जीन की टेस्टिंग के पहले दे यूज्ड टू टेस्ट टेस्टोस्टेरोन इन द बॉडी. अगर टेस्टोस्टेरोन ज्यादा है एंड दे यूज्ड टू से दैट फीमेल कैन नॉट हैव दिस मच लेवल ऑफ टेस्टोस्टेरोन, तो वो डिस्क्वालीफाई कर देते थे पहले. बट टेस्टोस्टेरोन टेस्ट करना इज नॉट अ फुल प्रूफ थिंग, क्योंकि आप थ्रू मेडिकेशन टेस्टोस्टेरोन को बॉडी में थोड़े समय के लिए टेम्पररी यू कैन रिड्यूस इट, बट SRY जीन यू कैन नॉट एलिमिनेट इट. इफ योर बॉडी हैज इट देन इट हैज इट. देखो ये फुल प्रूफ तो है इस एक तरीके से, बट पॉइंट इज दिस, इसका भी क्रिटिसिज्म हो रहा है. हमें बहुत क्रिटिसिज्म जानने की जरूरत नहीं है, बट देयर आर, क्योंकि दिस इज नॉट समथिंग विच कैन बी डायरेक्टली आस्क्ड इन द प्रीलिम्स, बट यू शुड नो दैट देयर इज समथिंग नोन एज इंटरसेक्स पीपल. What happens is at the time of the birth they were recognized as of some gender, but later on their body started behaving in a different manner. ये बाय बर्थ में कई बार ऐसा, बर्थ के समय से ऐसा होता है, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल मान लीजिए there is a person who is having XX chromosome as the 23rd chromosome. अब लॉजिकली ये XX है मतलब फीमेल होना चाहिए, अगर इसके पास Y क्रोमोसोम नहीं है तो इसके पास SRY जीन नहीं होनी चाहिए. बट देयर आर सर्टेन केसेस, रेयर केसेस, वेयर द X क्रोमोसोम ऑल्सो हैज SRY जीन. तो इनमें क्या होता है, XX क्रोमोसोम है बट SRY जीन प्रेजेंट है because of some rare conditions. So they start developing body which is biologically like male despite having XX chromosome. So that is why there are certain criticisms that we are not taking care of these cases. But anyways उतना prelims के लिए important नहीं है, आपको सिर्फ इतना पता होना चाहिए SRY जीन करता क्या है. चलो अब आ जाते हैं नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे, ब्लैक बॉक्स. बेसिक क्वेश्चन है, बहुत ज्यादा इसमें ऊपर नीचे कुछ है नहीं. देखो, what is the context of this question? All of you followed that Air India crash that happened in Ahmedabad. Now after that air crash there was a mystery for many for a long period. In fact there are people who still do not believe what was the real cause. There were people who believed that it was the mistake of the company, there was some problem in the plane itself. There were certain people who believed that it was the mistake of pilot. Now unfortunately when a plane crash happens, you do not have any witness, you do not have anyone to tell you what exactly happened because no one survives. So you need a mechanism which can tell you what exactly happened during the plane crash, and that is where the role of black box comes into picture. Black box is a device which is kept in the airplane and it can survive plane crashes, and it will tell you, it will have certain data recorded and it will tell you after the crash what was happening inside that plane during the crash period. चलो स्टेटमेंट देखते हैं, that the device is painted shining black to facilitate visual recovery in debris. फालतू स्टेटमेंट है. Even if you do not know, tell me if there is lot of debris, can you see a black thing? Black क्यों पेंट करोगे? You will not be able to recognize it. So actually they are painted in a very shiny bright orange color. It is a standard practice all over the world. They are painted in the bright orange color so that they can be recognized easily. Black थोड़ी recognize होगा. The second statement says that it is usually mounted in the cockpit of the aircraft. Cockpit कहते हैं जहाँ pilot बैठते हैं, of the aircraft, to ensure the pilots can protect it during a crash. Again this does not make any sense. During the plane crash, how can pilot protect something which is kept with that there? Because pilot obviously is not in full senses at that time. Another thing, logically tell me this thing, that if a plane is crashing, the front part is more vulnerable or the back part? In most of the cases the crashes will happen from the front, right? Take off के समय में tail crash कर सकता है, but once the plane is in the air, most of the crashes are going to take place from the front side. तो ज्यादा vulnerable तो cockpit है. So why will we keep the black box in the cockpit? सबसे ज्यादा safe तो tail है. अब भाई जो sky है, that is not like Delhi road ना कि पीछे से कोई गाड़ी आई and it will crash you. Mostly the crash will happen from the front side. So that is why we keep the black box in the tail side to keep it safe. तो ये दोनों ही स्टेटमेंट गलत है and answer is D. By the way, ये ऐसा दिखता है आपका ब्लैक बॉक्स. ब्लैक बॉक्स में होता क्या है? So black box is actually not one single box. It has two components. One is flight recorder and another is cockpit voice recorder. जो flight recorder है, इसका काम ये है that it will record the flight parameters. For example, flight की speed क्या थी? What was the altitude of the flight? What was the inclination of the flaps? Was engine working properly? All these flight data will be recorded in the flight recorder. And the cockpit voice recorder will record the voice of the pilots who were there. So their last conversations can be heard. Did they contact the ground station? What were they saying? What is the problem going on? So we are having two evidences. One is related to the flight and another is pilot conversations, so that we can understand what actually happened. So last thing that you should know about black box is this. So you should have understood that black box is actually not preventing the death during the crash. It is protecting the truth during the crash, so that you can use this truth during your investigation. You can learn from it and prevent future life loss. ठीक, चलो ब्लैक बॉक्स हो गया. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आ जाते हैं. Consider the following statement. So it's based on solid state battery. Assertion reason का क्वेश्चन है. First statement says that solid state batteries can enable extreme fast charging in electric vehicles. Reason, solid electrolytes remain stable at high current density and temperatures unlike the liquid electrolyte. दोनों ही स्टेटमेंट सही है and actually this is correct reason also. So the answer is A. देखते हैं एक करके. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, सॉलिड स्टेट बैटरी, अगेन इट्स अ फ्यूचरिस्टिक थिंग. राइट नाउ इट इज बीइंग यूज्ड बट वेरी लेस इन वेरी restricted places. These are considered as future replacement of lithium ion batteries. All of you know that electric vehicles batteries, they are the future, right? Now the most important battery that we are using right now, that is lithium ion battery. Everything is good with the lithium ion battery, but there is some problem, and that problem can be tackled by solid state battery. अब ये समझने से पहले थोड़ा सा बैटरी का बेसिक देख लेते हैं. सबसे पहले बैटरी क्या है? It's a device which is converting the chemical energy into electrical energy. So battery has certain chemicals, those chemicals have certain chemical energy, and when you will start the battery, this chemical energy will be converted into electricity which you can use. राइट. अब बैटरी का बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर कैसा होता है? ऐसा होता है. सो बैटरी में यू हैव टू रॉड्स, मेटल रॉड्स. दीज आर नोन एज इलेक्ट्रोड्स. वन इलेक्ट्रोड इज एनोड एंड अदर इज कैथोड. अब आपने पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव पढ़ा होगा, बट पॉजिटिव और नेगेटिव चेंज होता रहता है चार्जिंग और डिस्चार्जिंग. बैटरी चार्ज हो रही है, बैटरी डिस्चार्ज हो रही है. दैट इज नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर योर एग्जामिनेशन, उसे भूल जाइए. बट देयर आर टू इलेक्ट्रोड्स. नाउ बिटवीन दीज टू इलेक्ट्रोड्स, टू काइंड्स ऑफ थिंग्स विल मूव. इलेक्ट्रॉन्स विल मूव आउटसाइड द बैटरी. तो आप यहां से एक वायर से कनेक्ट करोगे आपके गैजेट को, एंड इलेक्ट्रॉन्स विल मूव आउटसाइड द बैटरी थ्रू दिस वायर. इनसाइड द बैटरी आयंस विल मूव. आयन क्या होते हैं? आपका नॉर्मली जो एटम होता है दैट इज न्यूट्रल, जितने प्रोटॉन है उतने इलेक्ट्रॉन है. बट इफ दिस एटम बिकम्स चार्ज्ड, देन दैट इज नोन एज आयन. सो आयन विल मूव अक्रॉस दीज टू इलेक्ट्रोड्स बट विद इन द बैटरी. इलेक्ट्रॉन कहां से मूव करेंगे? बाहर से. Now these ions have to move through a solution. ये जो दोनों rod हैं, they have been dipped in a solution, and that solution is known as electrolyte. So electrolyte is nothing but that medium in which these two rods are dipped, and the ions will move from one electrode to another electrode by passing through the electrolyte. अब यहीं पे आ जाते हैं लिथियम आयन बैटरी के साथ प्रॉब्लम क्या है. लिथियम आयन बैटरी के केस में वो जो आयन मूव कर रहा है दैट इज लिथियम आयन. लिथियम आयन बैटरी इज द मोस्ट like popular battery as of now, because this is very light. This can be charged multiple times. Now lithium ion battery have one problem. All of you may have heard the cases of electric vehicles getting burnt. They catch fire, right? There are many cases of that. That is because in the conventional lithium ion battery, the electrolyte that you are using, that is a liquid and also an inflammable liquid. Now what happens is liquid is prone to leakage. अगर कुछ भी छोटा सा क्रैक हुआ, right, this liquid can come out, and it is inflammable also. Let's say there is any case of overheating, it will immediately catch fire, and that is what happens with the conventional lithium ion batteries. They are good, but they have a risk of fire. Now here comes the role of solid state solid state batteries. Solid state batteries, in their case, the electrolyte that we use, that is solid, and even if there is some small crack, it will not leak, and there are very less chances, almost nil chances of it catching fire, right? So these solid state batteries, they will protect you from the fire risk. अब इसी बात से रिलेटेड है आपका क्वेश्चन. तो पहली बात तो आप ये समझ गए इसका एडवांटेज क्या है ओवर कन्वेंशनल लिथियम आयन बैटरी, दैट दे आर सेफर. अब इसी वजह से they can provide you very fast charging. Let's say if you have to charge a device very fast, obviously more and more current will flow. It means more and more heating will happen. Now if you are overheating the device, in case of conventional lithium ion battery, we cannot take the risk, because if there will be any leakage, the accident will be very severe. So that is why in case of lithium ion battery we do not charge it, we do not allow charging. जो आपको device मिलेगा, the manufacturer will ensure that you are not able to charge it at the peak level. So deliberately, intentionally उसकी charging speed low रखी जाएगी. But in case of solid state battery, you do not have that risk. Even if more current flows, even if overheating takes place, this is not prone to fire because solid will not leak. So that is why solid state batteries can give you very fast charging. अब सब कुछ अच्छा है तो प्रॉब्लम क्या है, सॉलिड स्टेट बैटरी क्यों नहीं रिप्लेस कर पा रही है? बिकॉज द मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉस्ट ऑफ सॉलिड स्टेट बैटरी इज सिग्निफिकेंटली हायर. राइट नाउ वी आर यूजिंग इट in very restricted places where safety is more important than the cost. For example, artificial pacemaker जो आपने सुना होगा, हार्ट बीट को continuous रखने के लिए we use. So because you are inserting it inside the human body, you want safer battery. So you will not go for the lithium ion battery, you will go for solid state battery. Even for the wearable devices, because you are wearing them. So जो भी अच्छे wearable devices आते हैं, they use solid state battery, right? लिथियम आयन बैटरी को हम व्हीकल्स वगैरह में यूज कर रहे हैं, वहां सॉलिड स्टेट बैटरी इज नॉट एबल टू रिप्लेस देम. ठीक, अच्छा, सॉलिड स्टेट बैटरी के बारे में ये चीज हो गई. सॉलिड स्टेट बैटरी का एक और चैलेंज होता है, नॉट जस्ट इट्स कॉस्ट इज हाई बट ऑल्सो सी दिस इलेक्ट्रोलाइट हैज टू बी ऑलवेज इन कॉन्टैक्ट विद दीज टू रॉड्स. अब अगर इलेक्ट्रोलाइट लिक्विड है, सो लिक्विड विल ऑब्वियसली ऑक्यूपाई द फुल प्लेस एंड इट विल ऑलवेज बी इन द कॉन्टैक्ट विद द टू रॉड. बट अगर मान लो यहां पे एक सॉलिड ब्लॉक रख रहे हो, अब सॉलिड ब्लॉक टच कर सकता है बट इवन इफ देयर इज सम एयर स्पेस एंड इट लूजेस द कॉन्टैक्ट, बैटरी विल स्टॉप फंक्शनिंग. सो मेंटेनिंग दैट कॉन्टैक्ट इटसेल्फ इज डिफिकल्ट. तो ये कुछ चैलेंज हो गए आपके सॉलिड स्टेट बैटरी के. चलिए, क्वेश्चन के स्टेटमेंट तो ऑब्वियसली बात है, आप समझ गए कि हम ओवर चार्ज, इसकी फास्ट चार्जिंग इसलिए कर पा रहे हैं बिकॉज इट इज सेफ इवन फॉर हायर करंट. चलिए नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आ जाते हैं. मेटल ऑर्गेनिक फ्रेमवर्क पे क्वेश्चन है. कॉन्टेक्स्ट सबको पता है दैट नोबेल प्राइज इन द केमिस्ट्री वाज गिवन टू अ ग्रुप ऑफ साइंटिस्ट हु डिस्कवर्ड, हु क्रिएटेड द मेटल ऑर्गेनिक फ्रेमवर्क्स. स्टेटमेंट देख लेते हैं पहले क्या है क्वेश्चन के, फिर समझते हैं कॉन्सेप्ट. सो ये एप्लीकेशन पूछ रहा है, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग आर पोटेंशियल एप्लीकेशंस ऑफ द मेटल ऑर्गेनिक फ्रेमवर्क. फर्स्ट कहता है रिमूवल ऑफ द परसिस्टेंट पॉल्यूटेंट्स फ्रॉम द वाटर, सही है. सेफ स्टोरेज ऑफ हाइड्रोजन, इट इज ऑल्सो करेक्ट. एक्टिंग एज सुपर कंडक्टर एट रूम टेम्परेचर, बिजार. फोर्थ, कैप्चर ऑफ कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, दिस इज ऑल्सो करेक्ट. 1, 2 and 4 इज द आंसर. अब यहां थोड़ा ध्यान से सुनना. All of you who believe in the elimination tricks, they know that whenever UPSC asks about the potential application of something, you have to mark all correct. ठीक है. If you have no idea about the question, about the topic, you can mark it. But always look for some option which does not even come close to any other option. जब मैं आपको मेटल ऑर्गेनिक फ्रेमवर्क का कॉन्सेप्ट समझाऊंगा, you will see that how superconductor is not at all related with MOF. So if you feel that something is not even close to the core concept, then you have to mark it incorrect. But this is something you can understand only when you actually understand the concept. ठीक, चलो चालू करते हैं MOF के बारे में पढ़ना. अब देखो, MOF वैसे सुनने को बहुत टेक्निकल बातें आप लोगों ने न्यूज़पेपर के आर्टिकल में पढ़ी होंगी फॉर श्योर, बट हियर माय पर्पस इज टू मेक यू फील व्हाट एक्चुअली इज MOF फ्रॉम द पर्सपेक्टिव ऑफ अ यूपीएससी एस्पिरेंट, जो एक ब्यूरोक्रेट को भी पता होगा, राइट, इफ दैट पर्सन इज अवेयर, उसे बहुत टेक्निकलिटी नहीं पता होंगी. सो द सेम वे वी आर गोइंग टू हैव द फीलिंग एंड आफ्टर 5-7 मिनट्स यू विल अंडरस्टैंड कि ये कितनी खतरनाक चीज है. चलिए समझते हैं. First of all, metal organic framework, they are a type of material, synthetic material. It means they are not found in the nature. We have created them in the laboratory. They are synthetic. And their superpower is that they are highly porous. उनके जो pores का size है, that is huge. Billions of small pores हैं, nano size के pores हैं. And these pores have the ability to absorb many things. You can store many things inside them and you can release them whenever you want. Just look at this picture that I have taken, I think from Indian Express. ये किसी नोबेल लॉरेट ने ही I think वो किया है डिजाइन, सॉरी नॉट नोबेल लॉरेट बट एकेडमी में किसी ने ये डिजाइन किया है. लुक एट दिस पिक. So let's say this is your material, metal organic framework. Inside that there are many small pores like this. a lot of molecules you can put inside them, solid molecule, liquid molecule, gaseous molecule. They will be stored inside these pores, and whenever you want to release them, they can come out. So porosity is their superpower. But porosity में ऐसा क्या है that they got the Nobel Prize. Porous तो मेरा पार्ले जी का बिस्किट भी है, right? When I dip it in the tea, it absorbs the tea, right? Porosity is its superpower, but there is something more going on here. Let's talk about that. First of all, let's break down this term metal organic framework. Metal, because there are metal atoms, metal ions, which is one part of this MOF. The other part of this MOF is these linkers. तो यहाँ पे जो metal आपको दिख रहा है ना, ये जो blue balls है, आप imagine करो वो जो kids के toys होते हैं, there are rounded balls and you are connecting those rounded balls with the help of a stick. So those rounded balls are like metal ions here, and these metal ions are connected by an organic compound, organic linker. Organic मतलब which has carbon. So ये metal हो गए, ये inorganic हो गए, and they are connected with organic compounds, organic linker, और एक ऐसा 3D cage बन जाता है. Now there will be many 3D cages and they will be stacked over it, and that is how you will get a good crystal. Crystalline structure का मतलब होता है where you have a 3D ordered structure of atoms. तो एक crystalline structure बन जाएगा. From the outside it appears as if it is solid. Yes, it is solid, but look at it. Inside there are so many empty spaces, and that is the magic of it. अब देखना यहाँ पे होगा क्या. देखो, there are many naturally porous material. As I said, पार्ले का बिस्किट भी है. But let's be serious. There is something known as zeolite. Activated carbon. Activated carbon के बारे में UPSC has asked question last year. They can also absorb a lot of things. They also have high porosity, but they are natural compounds. Their pore size is constant. They cannot specifically absorb certain things. उनको जो भी absorb करने दोगे, if they can absorb it, they will absorb. But in case of MOF, we can specifically design them to absorb only what we want. How we will do that? So what we will do, look at this thing. If I reduce the size of the organic linker, अच्छा, by the way, ये metal कुछ भी हो सकता है. We have a range of metals through which we can create MOF. There are a range of organic linkers, organic compounds which we can use here. Now assume that I reduce the size of the linkers. So don't you think the pore size will decrease? And I'll be able to reduce my pore size to only those compounds, corresponding to only those compounds which I want to absorb. If I want to increase the pore size, I will increase the organic linkers. So I can customize them. This is known as tunability. They can be tuned, they can be customized based on what we want to absorb. And this is their real magic. Because now you will see what all we are going to absorb in them. तो अल्टीमेटली MOF क्या हो गए? MOF सिंपली एक टाइप के मेटल आयंस, दे आर कनेक्टेड विद ऑर्गेनिक लिंकर्स. दिस इज सॉलिड फ्रॉम द आउटसाइड, बट देयर इज ह्यूज एम्प्टी स्पेस. इनफैक्ट एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग एनालॉजी दी जाती है. आप सरफेस एरिया समझते हैं किसी चीज का सरफेस एरिया क्या होता है? लेट्स से आई हैव अ सॉलिड ब्लॉक, द आउटर सरफेस इज इट्स सरफेस एरिया. ठीक, इफ आई टेक अ सॉलिड ब्लॉक and let's say I put it in air, air can touch only the outer surface if it's a solid block. But what if it has many small pores like this? Don't you think that air can also be stored inside it? इसका surface area बहुत ज्यादा हो जाएगा. अब इसका surface area सिर्फ बाहर वाला नहीं रह गया. This is also its surface area. This is also its surface area. Now there is one very interesting analogy given. If you take just one small sugar cube के size का MOF, if theoretically if you can unfold it all its boxes, अब वो one जो आपको एक sugar cube के size का MOF दिखेगा, उसके अंदर बहुत सारे pores हैं like this. If you can theoretically unfold it, इसका surface area एक football field के size का बन जाएगा. Now इनिशियली इट में शॉक यू कि एक शुगर क्यूब के पास सरफेस एरिया इतना कैसे आ सकता है एक फुटबॉल फील्ड के बराबर. बट अंडरस्टैंड दैट इनसाइड इट देयर आर मेनी स्मॉल पोर्स एंड यू आर ओपनिंग ऑल द पोर्स टुगेदर एज फ्लैट, देन यू विल गेट दैट मच सरफेस एरिया. अब ये देखिए इसका एप्लीकेशन क्या करेंगे एमओएफ का. इसके कुछ प्रोमिनेंट एप्लीकेशन है. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग. What happens is in the desert areas where the water scarcity is there, what we do is we take MOF based water harvester. Now what they will do is, there is some humidity in the air. Humidity कम है but there is humidity. Humidity का मतलब air में we have water vapor. Now we can design MOF to absorb only the water vapor from the air. अब हम क्या करेंगे, during night we will keep this MOF. Why during night? Because during night relative humidity will be slightly higher. तो absorb करना थोड़ा सा आसान हो जाएगा. Now this MOF will absorb the water vapor from the atmosphere and it will store it. Now in the morning we will again expose it to the sunlight. क्योंकि अब absorb किया है, इसको निकालोगे भी तो सही ना, MOF में थोड़ी you will be able to use the water, you have to use it for yourself. So you want to, now it has absorbed, now you want to remove it. So how you will remove it? You have to slightly heat it. कोई एक्सटर्नल हीट देने की जरूरत नहीं है, इवन सनलाइट में भी रखोगे ना वो रिलीज करने लग जाएगा वाटर को, ठीक. एंड नाउ वाटर वेपर विल बी रिलीज्ड, यू कंडेंस इट एंड यू विल गेट योर वाटर. सो यू कैन एक्सट्रैक्ट द वाटर वेपर फ्रॉम द एयर यूजिंग MOF. दैट इज हाउ यू कैन डू वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग. इनफैक्ट सेम थिंग आप इसको प्यूरिफायर में भी यूज कर सकते हो पॉल्यूटेंट के लिए, जो आपका पहला स्टेटमेंट है. व्हाट यू हैव टू डू, वाटर में इस MOF को पुट करो and design your MOF in a way where its size is exactly, where its pore size is exactly like your pollutants, and those pollutants will be trapped inside this MOF and then you can remove it. Another way is you can also capture carbon. How? So let's say there is some industry which is releasing smoke and you put outside that tower, the smoke tower, you put MOF and you design your MOF in a way where it only absorbs the CO2 molecules. So it will keep on absorbing it, right? अब एक बात सोचो, ये जो फर्स्ट है, सेकंड है, सेकंड हाइड्रोजन की बात कर रहा है. देखो हाइड्रोजन के साथ इशू ये है, हाइड्रोजन इज अ क्लीन फ्यूल इन द फ्यूल सेल. हाइड्रोजन के साथ एक इशू तो उसके प्रोडक्शन का है. अनदर इशू विद हाइड्रोजन इज दिस, इट्स स्टोरेज इज वेरी प्रॉब्लमेटिक. व्हाई? बिकॉज हाइड्रोजन इज सो लाइट. If you want to carry good amount of hydrogen in your car, you have to compress it to huge pressure so that it can be stored in a small place. But अगर उसको बहुत high pressure में store करोगे ना, hydrogen is also inflammable. You are increasing your risk, and that is why storage of hydrogen is a challenge. उसको सिलेंडर में स्टोर करना. So आप इसको स्टोर कर सकते हो MOF के पोर्स में, बिकॉज MOF के पास तो बहुत सारे पोर्स हैं. वन शुगर क्यूब साइज का MOF has the surface area equal to football field. So if you will store hydrogen in MOF, you do not have to increase the pressure so much. You can save it, you can store it in much lesser temperature. So you can have your safe storage of hydrogen also. अब अगर आप ये देखो 1, 2 and 4 को, all of them you can understand that they have something to do with storage, right? But what about superconductivity? Has it anything to do? इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कब प्रोड्यूस होती है? इलेक्ट्रॉन के मूवमेंट से. Has it anything to do with MOF? सुपर कंडक्टर होते क्या है? सुपर कंडक्टर आपने बचपन में पढ़ा है, मटेरियल दो टाइप के होते हैं. वन इज कंडक्टर एंड अनदर इज इंसुलेटर. कंडक्टर कंडक्ट्स द इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, it has lesser resistance, whereas insulator it does not conduct electricity, it has high resistance. Then what is superconductor? Superconductors are those conductors which have very less resistance. That means their conductivity will be very high. Superconductors are very useful for commercial purposes, but the challenge with them is this, that superconductors cannot, we do not have superconductors in the room temperature. We have to store them in a very cool temperature. तो MOF तो छोड़ दीजिए, आज तक हमने superconductor at room temperature we have not developed. So that is the challenge. तो ये थर्ड तो हो गया, इसका कोई यूज ही नहीं है. बाकी आपके 1, 2 and 4 हो गए. चलो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आ जाते हैं. सीएनजी व्हीकल्स का एक जनरल लाइफ के ऑब्जर्वेशन के बेस पे क्वेश्चन है. दिस हैज नथिंग टू डू विद साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, बट इन यूपीएससी व्हाट दे डू इज समटाइम्स दे आस्क वन क्वेश्चन एवरी 3 to 4 years फ्रॉम द जनरल ऑब्जर्वेशन. सो ऑल ऑफ यू हैव सीन दैट व्हेन यू गो फॉर लेट्स से यू आर सिटिंग इन दिल्ली कैब, Delhi cabs are CNG based. So when you go to the CNG filling station, they ask you to come out. You have to come out from the cab, then only they will refill the CNG. But in case of petrol and diesel, they do not ask compulsorily, right? So what is the reason? अब यहाँ पे 3 statement दिए. First statement says that CNG is stored at a very high pressure, increasing the risk of cylinder failure during refilling. सही है. Second, movement of passenger inside the vehicle can generate static electricity, which may act as ignition source in case of gas leakage. ये भी ठीक है. Third कहता है in the event of leakage or fire, evacuation is quicker if passenger are already outside the vehicle. ये भी ठीक है. I think ये थोड़े कॉमन सेंसिकल वाले हैं, आपको ऑल 3 ही आप लोगों ने किया होगा, बट एक बार देख लेते हैं क्या हो रहा है। देखो, CNG being a gas, obviously you will not store it at normal pressure, otherwise it will take lot of space, but you have to store it within that cylinder that you see beside the behind the cap. अब उसमें अगर स्टोर कर रहा है CNG, you have to pressurize it. अब क्या होता है कि जो सिलेंडर है, जब आप बहुत हाई प्रेशर से इसकी रिफिलिंग कर रहे हो, इवन इफ देयर आर स्मॉल क्रैक्स इन द प्रेशर, दैट गैस कैन कम आउट विद ह्यूज प्रेशर, and that pressure itself can kill people. That is so huge. So that is why they ask you to come out, otherwise even the small leakage in the cylinder can be fatal. Second reason ये है, देखो आप सबने स्टैटिक इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का पढ़ा होगा बचपन में, that there are times when you hold the handle of the door, you feel some current. Why is it happening? So some static electricity, some charges are being developed. अब यहां पे क्या होता है, that when you sit in the car seat, that is leather or synthetic leather. So whenever you move across the seat, there is some friction, and during that some charge generation can take place, and even that small charge is enough to cause the ignition. That gas is already highly inflammable. So that is another reason why you are asked to come out. The third reason is this: because of any reason, if there is any failure, any accident, if you are outside the car, you can obviously run away, but if you are inside the car, the evacuation will become very difficult. So that is one very commonsensical thing. Okay, so let's move to the next question. This is with respect to base editing, a new type of gene editing tool which was in the news because it treated one of the rare genetic disease in a kid. So the question says that with reference to base editing, a novel genome editing technique often seen in the news, consider the following statements. First, unlike the conventional CRISPR-Cas9 system, base editing does not create a double strand breaks in the DNA. सही है ये? The second statement says, unlike the original CRISPR-Cas9 system, base editing enables precise genetic correction without requiring the insertion of a foreign DNA sequence. ये भी ठीक है. So the answer would be C. चलिए देखते हैं क्या है concept. First of all, the basic. It's also a gene editing tool which we use in case of genetic diseases. Now in case of genetic diseases, we know that there is some problem in any particular gene. In the DNA, there are multiple genes, and in one of the genes there is some problem, right? So you have to edit it. Now one of the most popular techniques that all of you have read multiple times, that is CRISPR-Cas9. One of the recently researched, like there have been some cases where we have used, one of the emerging techniques is base editing. So before understanding base editing, let's quickly revise the basics of CRISPR-Cas9 system. So in case of CRISPR-Cas9, what we do is this. Let's say that this is your DNA, and you know that there is a particular gene in this segment which is faulty, right? Now you want to remove this gene. What you will do is this. There will be a CRISPR guided RNA. So firstly, what scientists will do is they will understand which is the part of the DNA which is faulty, which is carrying that faulty gene. Now corresponding to this, they will create a guided RNA. The task of this guided RNA is to tell the body, to tell which is that faulty sequence in the DNA. Now once this guided RNA reaches this faulty DNA sequence, now the Cas9 protein, which stands for CRISPR associated protein. अब ये Cas9 protein is like a molecular scissor. Guided RNA, the task of this guided RNA is to tell where that faulty gene is. Cas9 is that molecular scissor which will cut this faulty part. This is what you do in CRISPR-Cas9, right? But notice here that when you make a cut, you are making a cut on both strands of the DNA. क्योंकि आपको ये पूरा gene segment edit करना है, remove करना है. So you will make a cut which is making cut on both the strands so that you can remove it. This is one of the ways. It is all good, but one of the problem is this, that when you make a full cut, the chances of making an error and removing something unwanted, that is always there, right? So that is one of the problems associated with CRISPR-Cas9, which is conventional. Here comes the role of a new genome editing technique, which is base editing. Now, before understanding the base editing, understand what is this word base. Here, the base implies nitrogenous bases. Now, in the earlier question, I told you that in case of DNA, DNA is carrying the code, right? Code of making more than 1 lakh proteins in the body. Now, that code is written in the language of ATCG. So, in this whole strand, you are finding four type of nitrogenous bases. Nitrogenous bases means there is a compound which is basic in nature and that is carrying nitrogen. There are four nitrogenous bases, all of you have read: adenine, thymine, cytosine, guanine. Now, these nitrogenous bases are found in pair. It means that if you have A on this side of the strand, it will attach with T. If you have T on this side of strand, it will attach with A. If you have, let's say, C on this, G on this strand, it will attach with C. So, they are always found in pair. A will attach with T, C will attach with G. अब ये जो कोड है ये इस लैंग्वेज में लिखा हुआ है ATCG की लैंग्वेज में. Let's say you identified there is some faulty gene. अब इस जीन का भी जो कोड होगा वो भी तो ATCG के सीक्वेंस में लिखा है. There is another way that instead of removing the whole gene, if you feel that there is only one letter which is faulty in this, it means there should have been T, but instead of that there is a C, and that is causing the whole problem. That has made that gene faulty and that is causing that genetic disease. So, there is another possibility that instead of removing the whole gene, why can't you just edit that letter, वो nitrogenous base which is causing the whole problem. Let's say, for example, in that rare disease there was a problem that one of the nitrogenous base was wrong. So, instead of cutting the gene, we thought that we will edit it. For that, you have to use another technique which is base editing. You cannot use traditional CRISPR-Cas9 because traditional CRISPR-Cas9 is like a cutter. It will directly cut the whole segment. Here, what we use is this. This time also, there will be a guided RNA, CRISPR guided RNA, which will tell that this is the faulty gene in the body, in the DNA. But this time, we will not use Cas9 cutter. We will use another enzyme, deaminase enzyme. This deaminase enzyme is not a cutter. It is like an eraser. It knows how to chemically edit that faulty letter and introduce a new letter. So, without making a double stranded cut, it can edit that letter. This is what we mean by base editing. इसमें भी याद रहे CRISPR का ही modified form use कर रहे हैं. There is also a guided RNA. The only thing is instead of that Cas9 molecular cutter, we are using another enzyme which is deaminase enzyme which will just edit that letter. इसका फायदा क्या है? Here the chances of error is obviously less. So that is one of the advantage. Another thing, look at this second statement here in the question, that unlike the original Cas9 system, CRISPR-Cas9 system, base editing enables precise genetic correction without requiring the insertion of foreign DNA. अब ये traditional CRISPR-Cas9 में एक foreign DNA introduce करने की जरूरत क्यों पड़ती है? Foreign DNA sequence. देखिए होता क्या है? When you make a 2-strand cut, you remove the whole gene. Now, if you will not do anything, body will itself repair this cut. But the chances are very high that body will again repair it with a bad gene, and this you do not want. So, to make sure that body does not repair it again with the bad gene, you will introduce the correct DNA sequence from the outside, and that is what you do in the conventional CRISPR-Cas9 system. But because in the case of base editing, you are not making a complete strand, complete cut, you are simply editing that letter. So, you do not even need to patch that. You do not even need to put any foreign DNA sequence to make sure that body does not repair it with the bad gene. ठीक, तो वो भी आपको एक एडवांटेज मिल जाता है. So, base editing is an evolving technique. इसका अभी एक एप्लीकेशन हुआ था. That is why it was in the news. Although अगर ये एडवांटेजेस है तो उसके चैलेंजेस भी कुछ होंगे, दैट इज व्हाई वी आर नॉट यूजिंग इट सो प्रोमिनेंटली. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, देयर आर टाइम्स वेयर द प्रॉब्लम इज नॉट जस्ट विथ वन लेटर, you need to actually remove the whole gene. In that cases, obviously you will not be able to do the base editing. Another thing is this, the cost associated with the base editing is as of now higher than the CRISPR-Cas9. So that is another challenge. So that is all about this question. Let's go to the next question, question number 63. Which one of the following constitutes the largest component of synthesis gases, syngas, produced through coal gasification? देखिए एक ट्रेडिशनल टॉपिक है, सो इसमें आई विल नॉट एक्सप्लेन मच ऑफ द थिंग्स बिकॉज आई एम अज्यूमिंग ऑल ऑफ यू हैव रेड. द आंसर इज कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, व्हाट इज कोल गैसिफिकेशन? सी, कोल as such is a dirty energy source. There are a lot of emissions. So we have developed one clean coal technology that is known as coal gasification. You take the coal, you burn it, but you will not burn it in the presence of oxygen. अगर आप इसे ऑक्सीजन की प्रेजेंस में हीट करोगे तो कुछ बचेगा ही नहीं, it will burn completely. So you take coal, you heat it in the absence of oxygen and you will pass steam over it. So that heat, what that will do is this. Now coal cannot burn because there is no oxygen, but coal will convert from solid into gas, and that gas will be known as syngas or synthesis gas. It's a mixture of gas. Now there are many uses of this. First of all, synthesis gas की composition क्या है? So the highest component is carbon monoxide. अब किसी को लगता है carbon monoxide is harmful. भाई carbon monoxide is harmful when it is emitted in the atmosphere, but you will use it as a fuel. आप इसे atmosphere में थोड़ी emit करोगे. Second largest component is hydrogen, and that is why one of the method of producing hydrogen is coal gasification. These are two major components. Then after that you have some carbon dioxide, you have some methane also, but the major are these two. अब सिंथेसिस गैस का यूज क्या है? एनीथिंग दैट यू कैन डू विथ नेचुरल गैस और एनी अदर एनर्जी सोर्स यू कैन डू विथ सिंथेसिस गैस ऑल्सो. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इंस्टेड ऑफ यूजिंग कोल in your thermal power plant, you can directly use synthesis gas. It will be cleaner. Gaseous fuel are generally cleaner, right? You use natural gas for the production of urea instead of that natural gas. Why? Because that natural gas you do not have much, you import it, but you have lot of coal. So you can generate synthesis gas and use it for the production of urea. So there are many uses of it. That is why the government has started National Coal Gasification Mission. ठीक? चलिए अब इसमें आ जाते हैं. एक क्वेश्चन है आपका आयरन नाइट्राइड मैग्नेट पे, which is often discussed as a potential alternative to rare earth magnet. Consider the following statements regarding this. They are composed of abundant raw material like iron and nitrogen, making them cheaper than rare earth magnet. ये statement ठीक है. Second statement is unlike rare earth magnet, they do not require any critical mineral for their protection. ये भी ठीक है. Third statement, they currently match the magnetic performance of top grade neodymium magnet across all commercial application. ये गलत है. 1 and 2 only. Again ऐसा हो सकता है, you may not have heard about this topic, but it is a very futuristic thing and chances are very high this year or next year UPSC is going to ask. First of all, iron nitride magnet समझने से पहले समझ लेते हैं permanent rare earth permanent magnet क्या होते हैं. बट उससे भी पहले आपको ये पता होना चाहिए what are rare earth elements. So rare earth elements are actually 17 elements which have a particular location in the periodic table. आप जब periodic table देखते होंगे, so this is how it looks like, right? ये ऊपर मैक्सिमम एलिमेंट्स हैं, देन एट द बॉटम यू फाइंड 2 rows. इसकी जो टॉप रो है, ये जो एलिमेंट्स हैं, दे आर योर रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट. दीज एंड दीज 3, lanthanum, yttrium and scandium, and all these bottom rows 1. You do not need to remember the names of the rare earth element, but they are also called as, they are 15 lanthanides. ये सारे lanthanide कहलाते हैं, including lanthanum, and other than that scandium and yttrium. These 17 are known as rare earth element. Why they are called rare? Are they actually rare? No. In fact, many of them are in much abundance, much more than copper, lead, right? But we call them rare because they are not found at one place. They are very thin spreaded, very thinly spreaded. So you cannot extract them commercially easily, like your gold, like your iron, like your copper. Right? So that is why they are rare, not because they are actually rare. अब rare earth element के बारे में all of you know that most of the production of rare earth element is being done by China. अब rare earth element have lot of applications in the modern technologies, electric vehicles में, defense में, aerospace के चीज़ों में, there are immense applications of them and most of them are controlled by the China. Rare earth element का एक सबसे important जो application है, that is rare earth permanent magnet. These are very strong magnets. In fact, one of the strongest magnets. आप एक normal magnet लेते हो उससे 10 times strong होते हैं ये. Now these strong magnets are used in the motors of the electric vehicles. They are used in wind turbines. They are used in many defense equipments. Why they are needed? Because if you will use the normal magnet, the weight will be very, very high. So you need a small quantity of a magnet which can give you high magnetism. That is where the role of rare earth permanent magnet comes into picture. अब again 90% of the rare earth permanent magnet is being manufactured by the China. अच्छा, by the way, इंडिया के पास ऐसा नहीं कि रिजर्व नहीं है रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट के. वी हैव रिजर्व्स. इनफैक्ट वी हैव 5th लार्जेस्ट रिजर्व. हमारा जो मोनाजाइट सैंड है विच इज इन द कोस्टल एरिया, दैट इज गुड सोर्स ऑफ रेयर अर्थ, बट द प्रोडक्शन इज नॉट टेकिंग प्लेस बिकॉज दैट इज नॉट इजी. अब रेयर अर्थ परमानेंट मैग्नेट दे आर बीइंग कंट्रोल्ड बाय चाइना. So that is why there is a possible alternative that is always discussed, which is iron nitride. अब iron nitride magnet जो होते हैं ये rare earth element से मिलके नहीं बने हैं. They are made up of two very important things, iron and nitrogen. That is why we are calling them iron and nitride, and they are very abundant. So that is why they are less costly. ठीक. Second thing is this, that not only they do not use rare earth, but they also do not use critical mineral. By the way, what is the difference between critical mineral? देखिए, critical mineral are simply those minerals which are very important for the economy and the defense. Strategic reason. अब देखो जो REE है उसको तो chemically define किया गया है that there are only these 17 elements which will be known as RRE. But critical mineral is a very subjective thing. Every country can have a different list of critical mineral. For example, India has 30 critical minerals. अब उस 30 में RE भी है. But other than that, there are many non-RE also. For example, lithium. For example, your cobalt. For example, your graphite. All of them are also critical mineral, but they are not REE. So RE is just one subset of critical mineral. ठीक. तो ना सिर्फ इसमें आपके ये they do not use RE, but they also do not use critical mineral. तो ये दोनों statement ठीक है. But the challenge is this. Right now, there is no magnet which is practically giving you same magnetic strength as that of neodymium magnets. Neodymium iron boron magnet, actually they are one type of REE permanent magnet. In fact, they are the most strongest, they are the most popular REE magnet. Itne strong, if you take just one small coin size of this magnet, that can lift 10 kg of steel also. They are so powerful. So none of the magnets are able to match their magnetic strength practically. Theoretically, iron nitride magnet can cross their magnetic strength, but the problem is they are not stable. That is why they are not currently being used as commercial replacement of the RE magnet. तो ये थर्ड स्टेटमेंट गलत हो जाता है. चलिए नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आ जाते हैं, which is related to genome edited rice. It says that India has, with reference to the world's first genome edited rice varieties recently developed in India, consider the following statements. पहला कहता है they were developed by ICAR using the CRISPR-Cas9 technology. ठीक है. Unlike genetically modified crops, these rice varieties do not contain any foreign DNA in the final product. ये भी ठीक है. थर्ड कहता है DRR धान 100 Kamla is one such variety developed for higher productivity. ये भी ठीक है. All three statements are correct. सबसे पहले they are genetically edited rice. They are not genetically modified rice. There is a difference. What is the meaning of genetic editing? So we take one DNA. In the DNA there are many genes. There is some faulty gene. We will edit it. We will remove it through same CRISPR-Cas9 technology that you keep hearing about. Right? We are not introducing any foreign gene. तो ये हो गया gene editing. But if you insert any foreign gene also, any gene from the outside, that will become genetic modification. For example, BT cotton is a genetically modified crop. It is not genetically edited, but these rice are genetically edited. अब देखिए, problem is more with genetically modified because you are inserting a foreign gene, so you do not know its health impact. But when it comes to genetically edited crops, they are not risky. Their regulatory aspect is much lenient. They get approval much easily. ठीक, तो ये जो राइस है दे आर जेनेटिकली एडिटेड, इसमें कोई भी फॉरेन जीन इंट्रोड्यूस नहीं किया गया है, राइट, सिर्फ एक अनवांटेड जीन को रिमूव किया गया है। और डेवलप किसने किया है? आईकार ने। तो पहला और सेकंड स्टेटमेंट तो ठीक हो गया। अब देख लेते हैं ये दोनों कौन सी वैरायटी है। सो वन ऑफ देम इज DRR राइस 100 कमला एंड अनदर वन इज पूसा DST राइस 1। एग्जैक्ट नाम कोई नहीं पूछेगा बट यू शुड हैव एन आइडिया, क्योंकि यूपीएससी कैन आस्क इवन अ वन लाइनर क्वेश्चन ऑन दैट। देखिए ऑल्दो ये कौन सी जीन रिमूव कर रहे हैं यू डू नॉट नीड टू नो, बट जस्ट because you may see, I'll tell you. So in case of DRR rice 100 kamla, there is a gene in the rice plant which is cytokinin oxidase 2 gene. What happens is this, inside the plant there is a hormone which is known as cytokinin, that is a growth hormone. It controls the growth of the plant, but there is a gene inside the rice plant which is cytokinin oxidase 2 gene. What it does is it disables this growth hormone, so that the rice plant, the growth of the rice plant stops. So we edited the gene of that rice variety and we removed this gene so that plant can grow more, so that plant can produce more grain. That is how we are increasing the productivity. Another Pusa DST rice one, how are we increasing the drought and salt tolerance? So actually there is another gene in some rice varieties which is known as DST gene. DST gene का full form ही यही है, drought and salt tolerance. ये जीन क्या करती है? तो बेसिकली देखिए हर प्लांट के पास एनवायरमेंटल स्ट्रेस से डील करने के लिए कुछ मैकेनिज्म होता है। दे कैन डील विद सम लेवल ऑफ ड्रॉट एंड हाई सैलिनिटी, बट दिस जीन DST जीन acts like a brake on that environmental stress, so that plant is not able to deal with that environmental stress. So now we will remove that gene so that plant is able to tackle the drought and salt salinity better. So that is how we will increase the drought and salt tolerance. ये इंपॉर्टेंट उतना नहीं है, बट जस्ट बिकॉज इट इज रिटन इन द मैगजीन एंड द न्यूज़पेपर आई टोल्ड यू. सो दैट ब्रिंग्स मी टू द एंड ऑफ द डिस्कशन. I know it was slightly lengthy, but I hope that you learnt a lot of things. Thank you very much and best of luck for the next Anubhav.
So let us look at the IR and miscellaneous question which is there. Question number 36. It says India recently secured a license from the International Seabed Authority. Which authority is that? ISA. So what is the basically background of the ISA? So ISA is a international independent or autonomous body formed under UNCLOS 1982. Just a background, those who don't understand, otherwise very important organization, you should be knowing about the background of it. For the exploration of polymetallic sulfides, this license is for which specific reason? So this was issued for the reason of the Carlsberg race. How to remember? So Carlsberg is a very famous basically word, you might be knowing the reason behind it. So remember this, it is basically located in northwestern part of the Indian Ocean, the Carlsberg race. And what is polymetallic sulfides? It is like polymetallic nodules. They are part of the polymetallic nodule only. So it's a very simple question. If you know the answer, you know, otherwise you have to go through the basically background of the question. Question number 37 says consider the following statement. Statement 1 says the government of India has recently reported a significant increase in the recorded length of India's coastline. Let us try to understand the rest of the statement. Statement number 2 says the exchange of enclave under land boundary agreement 2015 with Bangladesh resulted into net addition to India's coastal territory. So Bangladesh relation is quite in news. You should be giving due attention to the whatever the relation is with the Bangladesh, including such kind of the agreement, including the how many numbers of the state share the boundary with the Bangladesh. It can be a probable question in upcoming exam. Also, what statement 3 says, the revised coastline length is the result of using higher resolution mapping technique that can capture the final coastal features. Now let us try to understand each question one by one. It says which of the following correct is in respect of the above statement. A says both statement number 2 and 3 are correct and both of them explain statement number 1. Now let us try to understand if it is so. So statement number 2 says the exchange of enclave under the land boundary agreement 2015 with Bangladesh resulted into a net addition of India's coastal territory. So it is contradictory in nature. It says the land boundary agreement means whatever agreement we had with the Bangladesh resulted into increase of the land boundary and not the coastal territory. It is quite different from the coastal territory. So this statement is incorrect. Hence, 1 will be not the answer. It is, we are sure. Let us try to understand state number B. It says both statement number 2 and 3 are correct. No, if the statement number 2 is not correct, then this is incorrect, and only one of them explains the statement number 1. So since both are not correct, first statement 2 is itself incorrect, this is also incorrect. What option C says only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct, that explain statement number 1. Yes, we can say that only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct. Why? Because what is the about the statement number 3? It says the revised coastline length is the result of using higher resolution mapping. Yes, it is the case, because in the past we were not using the high resolution basically mapping technique. Now with the advancement in the technology, we are using this technique. Accordingly, there is a net increase in the basically coastal length of the India, which is from the 7,500 kilometer, I am saving the lump sum amount, to around 11,000 kilometer. It is also a lump sum around, which is more or less around 47% increase in the coastal length of India. It is only because of the mapping techniques that we are able to increase this area. It is nothing related to other reasons. So this statement is correct, hence C statement will become correct. Now let us try to give the due attention to the D as well. Neither statement 2 or the statement 3 is correct. So this is again incorrect because statement number 3 is correct. So what will the answer to this question? C, that is only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct, and that explains the statement number 1. Hope it is clear to you. Question number 38, with reference to the protected area regime PAR in India, consider the following statement. So this protected area regime is basically part of foreign orders 1958, in which certain areas of the country has been made out of bound for the foreigners, and it is not for the citizens. For the citizens, it is the inner line permit, ILP. If you go to the part of India like Arunachal Pradesh or Sikkim or in the highlands of the Ladakh or the Himachal, you will need ILP from the local administration. It is generally the DM who is basically assigned to ASU, not the foreign orders, which is different. What question number 38 says that the protected area regime restrict the movement of Indian citizens. For it is the inner line permit, not the protected area regime. PAR is for the foreigners, and it is as per the government order 1958. What statement number 2 says? At present, the protected area regime is applicable only in certain northeastern state of India. No, it is not the case, because even this protected area regime is applicable to the state of the Rajasthan, or for that matter, it is applicable to the UT of Jammu and Kashmir. So it is not only restricted to the northeast India. Yes, few states of the northeast enjoy exclusive right, but it is not restricted to the northeast of India. So both statement appears incorrect. What question statement says that which of the statement given is are correct. So neither statement number 1 or the statement number 2 is correct, hence answer will be D. Hope it is clear to you. Question number 39, with reference to the Prime Minister Dhan Dhanya Krishi Yojana PMDDKY, consider the following statement. It says statement number 1, it is a central sector scheme. Yes, it is a central sector scheme aimed at enhancing agriculture productivity in 100 selected districts with low yield. So yes, they are targeting the 100 districts which are having low yield, and it aims to enhance the agriculture productivity. Second says the scheme will implemented through launching of 36 new schemes. No, there will be no launching of 36 new schemes, but it will be merger of existing schemes which is there. This is very key word. You will have to keep wordings in your mind before attempting such question. So that is very beautifully designed. It is not a basically implementation launching, but it is basically merger which is there. Other than crop agriculture, allied activities like animal husbandry and fisheries are also covered under this scheme. Yes, this is there, that it is not restricted only to the crop agriculture, but they can aim animal husbandry or otherwise. So, how many of the statement given above are correct? So, what will be the answer? Since statement number 2 is incorrect, only 2 statement will be correct. Answer will be B, only 2, because statement number 2 is not correct. Next question is question number 40. It says that the term safe water, releasable and safe minimal aluminum, sometimes seen in news, are associated with one of the following. So, it is basically related to the environmental friendly firecrackers. It was quite in news that during Diwali this NEERI led initiative in which we are able to suppress a certain pollutant, for example aluminum, for example particulate matters, and accordingly 3 type of the firecracker was designed by the NEERI, and it is related to the environmental friendly firecrackers. It is very simple to understand. Question number 41 says Timor-Leste officially became the 11th member of the Association of Southeast Asian Nation, ASEAN. ASEAN is very important topic. It is one of the favorite topic of the UPSC, and recently there is the addition of one more member in the ASEAN. From the 10 they become 11. With reference to the ASEAN membership, consider the following statement. First says the admission process requires the consensus of all existing member state. Yes, it is correct that any admission to the members of the ASEAN require consensus from the all existing state. Where it is written? It is written in the one of the section 6 of the charter of the ASEAN. Second says that Timor-Leste is the only Southeast Asian country that is not a member of United Nations. No, all 11 members of the Southeast Asian country are basically the member of the United Nations. So, it is incorrect. So, as per this, only statement number 1 will be the correct, hence the answer will be 1. So, what will do your work? Your work will be to read about the ASEAN, when it was constituted, and what is the mandate and what are the members of the ASEAN. Hope it is clear to you.
Hello friends, good evening. I welcome you all again to this particular session of ANUBHAV test discussions. So, we are going to take a look at some important miscellaneous questions. Particularly, I am going to discuss question number 83 to 87 here. So, stay tuned. Particularly, let us look at question number 83 now. Very simple question, match the pair type question again. How many of the following pairs are correctly matched with reference to the officially declared national symbols of India? Again, India has some national symbols. Obviously, let us look at what are the options that have been given to identify as a correctly matched options here. So, the first is national heritage animal, elephant. So, this is the correct pair. India's national heritage animal, officially declared national heritage animal is Indian elephant particularly. So, this is the correct pair. Number 2, national tree, banyan. So, this is again a true pair here, correct pair. Again, number 2 is correct. Number 3, national river, Ganga. So, this particular pair is obviously again correct. Very simple, match the pair type question here. So, number 3 is also correct. Number 4, in number 4 some people may get confused. Number 4, the national bird of India, Indian male peafowl. So, most of the time means you know that India's national bird is Indian peacock. Okay. So, यहाँ पे क्या दिया है? The national bird of India is Indian male peafowl. So, this particular pair is also correct. See, most of the time the plumage associated with India's with this particular male peafowl is what has very spiritual significance, particularly for Indians. That's why Indian male peafowl is India's sort of national bird. Okay, the female Indian peacock is called peahen, by the way, peahen. So, in general, peahens don't have this beautiful plumage. So, from that perspective, the India's national bird is Indian male peafowl. This particular pair is also correct. Okay. So, don't get confused that this mentions Indian male peafowl, that is why it is incorrect. It is not. Particularly, this particular pair is correct. Okay. So, all the 4 pairs are correctly matched here. So, the correct option is option D. Option D is the answer for question number 83. Let us move on. Question number 84. With reference to UDAN 5.0 recently launched under the Regional Connectivity Scheme, consider the following statements. So, UDAN 5.0, the scheme associated with say regional air connectivity is the question is based on that particular thing. Okay. So, let us look at the statements here. The first statement, number 1 statement, the distance restriction applicable to routes under the UDAN scheme has been waived off. So, this particular statement here is correct statement, by the way. So, UDAN 5.0 obviously is is launched, particularly launched way back in 2023, by the way. So, UDAN 5.0 is launched way back in 2023. So, this particular question is very relevant in current times. In recent times, we have all seen the Indigo crisis. So, obviously, the question may be asked in the actual UPSC also on India's aviation sector. So, for aviation sector, we have the very strategic UDAN scheme, and UDAN scheme 5.0 version came out in 2023. So, this is particularly the latest scheme, although still launched way back 2 years. But now the thing is, in that particular UDAN 5.0 scheme, the distance restriction applicable to routes under the UDAN scheme earlier has been waived off, particularly the 600 kilometer rule has been waived off. Okay. So, this is the correct statement, particularly the statement number 1 is correct. Let us look at statement number 2. The provision of viability gap funding VGF has been removed. Okay. So, this particular statement here is incorrect statement. Why so? See, obviously, the viability gap funding is what is driving the connectivity scheme until this point. So, the common understanding here is, if this viability gap funding itself is waived off, the purpose of the whole scheme to certain extent will be sort of negated. So, to certain extent, the viability gap funding provision is still there. Okay, but although some distance restrictions, the distance restriction has been increased to 600 kilometer. Earlier, it was 500 kilometer under the earlier UDAN related schemes. So, viability gap funding is still there as well. So, statement number 2 is incorrect with respect to UDAN 5.0 scheme. Statement number 3, the scheme is implemented by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Simplest statement, it is correct statement. It is indeed the scheme that is implemented by Ministry of Civil Aviation. So, statement number 3 is correct. So, for question number 84, option C is the correct answer. That is, first and third statement is correct. Statement number 2 is obviously incorrect. Okay. So, for question number 84, we have the answer, that is option C. Let us move forward. Question number 85. Which of the following countries is not a member of the Mekong Ganga Cooperation? So, again MGC, the Mekong Ganga Cooperation, this particular organization is in news nowadays, in the recent months particularly. It is the collaborative effort between India and 5 Southeast Asian countries, 5 ASEAN countries. So, what are these 5 ASEAN, who are these 5 ASEAN countries that are part of Mekong Ganga Cooperation? These are essentially Myanmar. Myanmar is one country, Myanmar. Then there is Cambodia. You have Cambodia. You have Thailand. Then Vietnam, Myanmar, Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, and Laos, and Lao PDR particularly. So, these are the 5 countries which are part of Mekong Ganga Cooperation, the cultural association, the connectivity project that means essentially which is driving the cooperation between these 2 groups or these 2 blocks of the countries, particularly blocks in the sense India on the one hand and its cultural cooperation with 5 ASEAN nations. So, let us look at now let us look at the options: Cambodia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Obviously, they are part of MGC, Mekong Ganga Cooperation. Which member is not part? Obviously, Bangladesh is not part of Mekong Ganga Cooperation. So, option C is the correct answer for this particular question number 85. By the way, Mekong Ganga Cooperation is an organization, is a collaborative effort between India and these ASEAN countries, which was started way back in the year 2000. Okay, Mekong obviously here is the mighty river of Southeast Asian countries. Mekong particularly originates in China. Okay, so Mekong originates in China and it flows through all these countries and it drains into the South China Sea. So do look on the map the trajectory of this particular river. You will see that all these countries are the basin countries for Mekong river. Okay, so again we all know about our own Ganga river. So from the perspective of say overall collaboration and cooperation between India and ASEAN, this particular cooperative effort is also very important, Mekong Ganga Cooperation. So, option here is option C. Bangladesh is not member of MGC, Mekong Ganga Cooperation. Question number 86, again match the pair type questions, particularly places and news and the country associated. Okay, so let's look at number 1 pair, Bagram Air Base, Afghanistan. This particular pair is particularly very much true. It is pretty much in news because of the Trump administration's effort to take back this particular air base from say the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. So, it is indeed very strategic air base based in Afghanistan. So, this is the correct pair. Now, let us look at number 2 pair, Aini Air Base, which is in Kazakhstan. So, this particular pair here is incorrect. So, Aini Air Base is in Tajikistan. So, Aini Air Base is in Tajikistan. In recent times, we have seen the news about India's withdrawal from this particular air base in Tajikistan. The only air base, only foreign air base in which India has invested heavily. Okay, so this second pair is incorrect. Let's look at number 3 pair, Neoma Air Base in India. So, indeed it is true pair, like Neoma Air Base is indeed in India. Particularly it was recently operationalized and it is in Ladakh, particularly on LOC. Okay, it is on LOC. So, Neoma Air Base is the very important air base recently inaugurated, recently operationalized. Particularly it is India's highest fighter capable airfield located in Ladakh. So, number 3 pair is correct as well. So, which of the pairs given above is are correctly matched? Okay, first and third, option C is the correct answer here. So, for question number 86, we have option C as the correct. Question number 87, easy question, which of the following best describes the primary objective of Operation Mahadev recently conducted by the government of India? Okay, so we have Operation Sindoor in recent times, Operation Sindoor, and right after that we have Operation Mahadev as well. And this particular Operation Mahadev is launched to actually eliminate the terrorists directly involved in the Pahalgam terror attack through a joint security operations. And we have, means this particular Operation Mahadev is successful as well, as declared by our Home Minister in recent times. Particularly the option here is A here, to carry out cross-border strikes against terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan in response to the Pahalgam terror attack. It is Operation Sindoor. So, this is what is Operation Sindoor all about. But option B here is the correct answer. It is Operation Mahadev is launched to eliminate the terrorists directly involved in the Pahalgam terror attack. So, for question number 87, you have option B as the correct answer. That's it, and thank you. All the best.